on RimWorld, where we've been doing our Raider colony. It's still called the Mushroom Empire because we started on the Mushroom Forest biome. I believe, if I remember where we left off, because it's been a couple of days. If I remember where we left off, we've got our ship just about ready to roll. We were just kind of putting the last touches on it, and then it'll be ready to take off and do our thing. Yeah, I think we're just moving our stuff over here. We're building some shelves. That's about as big as I can get this ship right now till we get some Gravcore stuff. So we don't have that many people. We're sitting at about 6 individuals. I do think we're probably going to use aggressive recruitment as our means of building up the colony on this particular run. It just seems to fit thematically with the raider thing. We've still been raiding even without the ship. Yeah, we recently did a conquest. That's all I was checking. So we have been raiding the nearby areas to keep the mood bonuses and all that. The plan is to be very aggressive and start taking out other colonies and all that stuff. We are a raider colony. Everyone's going to hate us over time regardless, so we're just going to lean into that. We are running a mod that gives me Fog of War. So we are going to have to seek out our targets. Zapping Pain. EMP rounds at a grenade launcher. Like, are you of an amazing quality? You are legendary. You are a legendary SMG. That is a lot for 6 people to take on. I'm gonna say no. And then you want me to build a big building while construction is our bottleneck. Should say yes to this. So 300 blocks, and I can slap it down and fly away, and it's fine. We can definitely make that happen. Let's look at our stuff, because it was construction... No, we have a construction person. Oh, right, and they did add fishing as its own... We're on the unstable branch. They did add fishing as its own category. I kind of wish I could drag that ahead of hunting, but that's okay. I could at least prioritize on this one. Yeah, there's been a bunch of changes. And I want to say they added a prompt when you go to fly away. So you could view the range you can fly. So I could see now without actually trying to launch that I can go here and how much chem fuel it'll cost. When you go to launch, I believe they have a thing that says like, hey, just launch, or hey, launch but like wait for the animals to get on, that kind of thing. So they've done a lot of nice little quality of life changes here and there. Okay. That's gonna rot before we get to it. Do I have a place where I can build this thing? Okay, so quest. Let's go ahead. That glitter world is really good. It's 300 blocks, 15 by 9. And I'm not going to worry about the bio-sculpting book. The vac suit helmet would be nice as well. Okay. We'll get this put down here, and we'll let them start building on that. We got limestone and all that. More limestone nearby. Yes, that'll be fine. Let's see. Your longest running RimWorld colony so far has been 3 in-game year. You have most of the research tree, base game only, but you're only pawn with 8 crafting. Minimum for bionics. Has spine damage and keeps passing out from pain while she's building her new spine. Yeah. Alright, so we'll go with limestone, and limestone, and limestone, because that seems to be what we've got available here. Alright. And starvation on you. Why are you starving? There's meals and pemmican and all sorts of stuff. Where is our stone cutting bench? Oh, that's the art bench. Right. Do we even have marble on this map? Yeah, we have marble on the map. Okay, that's fine. Oh, and embedding is... Right. We do have a dedicated crafter, but they're going to be catch up. Let's see, Nivik and Kraisk are beginning their wedding ceremony. And Sentient Cookie's like, nah man, I'm sleeping. I'm not waking up for a wedding. I'm in the room, what more do you want from me? Let's see, your mech's always being outside your ship when you launch was so annoying. Took true tries to launch most times? Yeah. Yes, they've got it so it'll help you retrieve your animals and all that. Anyone having a meal and going to bed, and with that, we'll have that going on. Make sure you're all home zoned. Love to see it. Mad Colossal Toad. Okay. Just one and done. What is your deal? Why are you mad? You're ravenously hungry. Well, then go eat. It's not that hard, man. Why are you struggling to eat, Cookie? That's like the third time I've checked on you where you're back to being super hungry. Do you have like gut worms or something going on? No? Alright. Right, and doctors-wise, we were in really bad shape because I got Lardine, and Lardine is my doctors. Just Lardine, nobody else. And Cookie right now is busy juggling a lot of things. Cookie's looking for a cookie to, like, not sweet enough, not enough chocolate, get out of here. Oh, right, and Cookie's also the one taking care of the dryads, or was. We've apparently neglected that at some point, but I'm okay with that, because they're going to be leaving soon. We have 220 medicine, so the dryads can remain to be neglected. And how goes our anomaly research? We're getting our chronophagy, that's good. Because it also means we're going to raid places and then, you know, de-age ourselves. The big thing is I'm going to need a decent source of bioferrite. Do we have harbinger trees on the map? We do. Alright, before we go, cut him down. Black armor. Cool. That's going to be an interesting one to try to fit on the schedule as well. We will say black pants, black vest, black jacket, black helmet. We'll make the helmet the highest priority. Do until you have one. At least 80% quality. Or durability, whatever. Do until you just have one. 80%. What this does mean is even more stuff for Cookie to do that they're not going to have time for. Because for those who missed, one of the big penalties with being a raider ideology is we do have a penalty against our work speed, which is really bad. It's like 16% as well, so it's not insignificant. So that does mean stuff like research and crafting and all that just takes longer. I'm gonna probably have to... Recreation to... Why are you being so difficult to manage, Cookie? Well, you got plenty of recreation options in the room. Okay. There's the chronophagy. You're recreation deprived, but you're not doing your recreation. So you're just getting angrier. I mean, a big part of this right now is the fact that they have to walk the whole way around because our storage is still over here. Which we're working on once Cookie has some time to cut marble. Yeah, so I'm gonna let Cookie do some recreation, then I'm gonna intervene and make Cookie just start cutting brick as the priority as opposed to the other crafting options. Because that'll help get some shelves in this room, as well as help get the other building done. And that's just gonna be necessary for all that. Because we want to make sure we have enough brick done so that I can get this done, because that's 15 glitter world worth of medicine just sitting there. Okay, so we got the one of the research benches moved over. And Nivik's also there, and Nivik is a dedicated researcher / fishing person. Whereas Lardine also can grow and plant cut, but is primarily a researcher. And food-wise, I'm not seeing very much food done. But that's on Illispid, and Illispid has the issue where they are the cook and the growing person, which is painful. Oh, right, it was mining was the one I was missing, that I didn't have someone who could just straight up mine. So that'll be your last one, and then we'll have you go take care of yourself. Alright. So Cookie knocked out like 100 brick there real quick. So hopefully that's enough to make some solid progress on this thing. Because that is a responsibility of Krask. And you got at least a couple people running around right now with the fire foam packs, which I found to be kind of a must these days with the impids. I don't really need another one of those, but okay. Okay, Nivik can only work in that. Lardine can also fish. Might as well have them all fishing on there. Those getting close to ready for harvest. Like, it's good to have both the researchers. Yeah, it's just taking time. Let's actually cancel that real fast. Not cancel, move it all the way to the bottom. Because now I have at least one. You can work on that. You're getting your recreation sorted, then you'll get some food, and I'll put you back on cutting brick again. That way we know we get that, not ancient, get that built. Okay, and prosthetics, so long blades is next. When we get long blades on there, we can go ahead and get stuff sorted. We have this. Remove the simple helmet. Monitor lizard shamblers. What? A group of shambling, rotting monitor lizard corpses are approaching. Okay, interesting. So it's not... Okay, you're gonna tell me about the monitor lizards, but you're not gonna worry about the chimera? I feel like you got those priorities wrong. Okay. They'll wander through the area. If they see a human, they'll attack. If not, they'll just leave in a couple of days. Alright. Honestly, for right now, we can just... That even gave me the Juggernaut Serum thing. We should be okay just letting them wander for right now. We'll wait to see where they go, and if they start to get close, we can worry about zoning people. That's interesting. I don't recall seeing a situation where we got shamblers that showed up where it was like, oh, it's a specific this animal shamblers. Did I? Groups that, like, in human forces reanimated them. Be careful, the group contains this shambler chimera. Like, way at the bottom. Yep. Yep, way at the bottom. You are correct. Okay, we're starting to see some of these crafting tables get moved over. That's good news. People are going to start working their way over to flak helmets. A nice graph shift to design. Yeah, usually I make them asymmetrical, but it was basically I started with this, and then I made a room, and I'm like, well, I can't really grow it any farther. Like, you know, because we got these sentry guns that we stole. I'm like, alright, well, in that case, let's just shove it over here real quick. Alright. And you'll need to eat again. Okay, you're just researching. So after you eat, I'm going to need you to probably get back onto cutting brick. Why are you trying to make that fire foam pack again? Let's just go here. Forget it. No fire foam pack. Okay, so let's start restricting people. So schedule, home zone it for now. Long blades, and then it's gone on to tox gas grenades. Alright. Feature current design by a mile. Well, I like the very utilitarian design where it's like all boxy and like little pods sticking out the sides and all that. Because with the, it actually kind of works out, because if you make it a solid block, and then you have, like, one geothermal vent kind of in the middle where you're trying to land, with having a bunch of little pockets, you can aim it in that area, but if you don't, you can't really. So I've actually enjoyed it. It's definitely one of those things that you're not getting the full bang for your buck out of the tiles of ground there, but I don't really care. Okay, so all of the benches have been moved over, so it's literally just the storage is the only thing not on the ship. which they will get soon enough. Cookie's doing their absolute best to try and keep those bricks coming. Yeah, so it looks like at the rate they're going, they're just going to go up this way, and I won't have to worry. It's just right now they're hanging out pretty close to the Void Monolith, so I don't want to let my people out of their zone. They'll just go over there and get in trouble. Imagine if you could build a geothermal generator into your ship that lifted off with you. Yeah, so then you would just have it where you just have to, like, center it on it. It'd probably be one of those ones that'd be very difficult to use. Because there'd be, just especially as your ship gets big, getting it to where you could actually get your ship to land on a geothermal that has enough space around it would be really difficult to make happen. I'm honestly not worried about that kind of thing. The landing and plugging in has worked perfectly fine. Oh, right, that's what we did here. I was like, wait a second, where is our power come from? Right, and then I made the, what's effectively like ports on all sides of the ship to anywhere we have the geothermal, I could just kind of plug into the side anywhere. Got a fleet of little ships. Yeah, I feel like the problem you run into with that kind of boils down to just the management of all of it. Because really what the grav ships are is it's effectively a mobile colony. Like, we don't get to, like, maneuverability doesn't matter, nothing like that matters. It's just a colony that you can bring with you, is ultimately what it is. And I don't mean that in a bad way or anything, it's just, that's the benefit. Is you can take your colony to the next location so you can see more of the world. Okay, you're getting recreation, then you'll get your food. You get another 100 limestone sitting around. Kraisk is wandering right now and researching. Oh, because you're not in the home zone. Hang on. Because I need you working on that. Okay, before you get to that, I need you continuing to cut brick. Because Kraisk can only build with the materials you have available. Heat wave. Cool, man. I guess technically I could do something like this. Put air conditioners on either side here to make this a point they want to attack from. We won't worry about that right now. Instead, I'm going to just go ahead and put a passive cooler there and there. I can worry about the rest when we're closer to time. We got tox gas researched, so that's gunsmithing next. Very quickly, I'm going to run out of research I can do with the benches we've got. Are you making a crab ship? Not specifically, and thank you for the 530 stream streak there, there, Lardine. I really do appreciate it. That's absolutely absurd, so thank you. Because right now we're waiting on these marble shelves and all that, which is just boiled down to cookie crafting. Cookie's just doing their best. So you're the only one getting heat stroke, and you're only on the first stage. That's sandstone tile, so I don't really care about it. Not right now. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so you'll cut that brick. And then I'll need you to stop and get your sleep again. Do all your self-care. Okay. Schedule, unrestrict you again. So I'll get back to work. Alright. Wondering how long it'll take for Combat Extended to get to 1.6? Probably a while. Now granted, it's been a while, so maybe soon. Just because Combat Extended is definitely one of those mods that kind of touches everything. It is definitely not a mod that touches lightly on the game. Which means it's far more likely to just have a lot of stuff that it's going to have to not only work on, but also clean up and all that. Okay, there's a lot to mine. Oh yeah, I forgot there's plasteel way down here. Right, we don't have anyone who's good at mining. That's fine. We'll just keep working on our stuff. We're gonna end up having to leave soon, but at the moment we're kind of using our supplies as fast as we get them. Okay, and Chris is getting the passive coolers built. And we have to force Cookie to cut brick again. Because we're almost done. We got that last little corner, then we'll get our glitter world, and that'll be good. We've got all these shelves that are meant to be in here for, but then that's a passive cooler. We'll also go over here. Are you a shelf? No. So you'll be the shelf for food. That's fine. So that should mean as once Krace wakes up, they'll be done with that. You're almost done with the gunsmithing, man. I'm gonna quickly run out of research for you. You got harpsichord and piano. Then you got this little pack here. Tube television. After which point we pretty much have no more research until I put up the bigger research bench. And we don't have room in the ship to do that. But literally our plan is to just go and start attacking places and just move from place to place to get stuff going. Okay, that'll be your last one. Go eat, go sleep, do your stuff. It looks like Krace will now finish up the last of that. Then hopefully we'll get that marble cut so we can finish getting these rooms done. Your pawn looks eternally mortified. Yep, pretty much. And with that done, it'll be Glitter World. So let's get that Glitter World inside. But go ahead and cue that bench to be deconstructed. And I'm doing that so that way we get more availability on the other ones. Stop fueling those. They serve no purpose now. The rest of that just needs to be hauled in. That means pretty much Nevik is going to be the one handling a lot of this. We can deprioritize the research on you for a minute and increase the prioritization on fishing for Lardine. Actually, no, that'll be fine. Because that means Nevik or Lardine, one of the two of them will be researching, and the other one will go fish for a little while. which is fine. And you are getting mad because you're hungry. So go eat something. And then when you're done, go cut more brick. At this stage, I'm actually going to intervene. I'm going to bump the marble up. Because that's what we got our shelves and all that being made out of. Let's also go here and go zone. Dumping stockpile for right now. Paste it right there. That should save Cookie having to run the whole way around. We can delete that zone. There's no need to go all the way over there anymore. So my hope here is I can get enough marble cut here. Yeah, so that Krask starts getting the shelves and all the furniture done. Okay, that's our first marble shelf storage. Critical cleared. And we want this to be our medical shelf. Because it should mean we gradually get all the medicine brought over. You like the design of the ship? Yeah, no, it's straightforward. Compact, small. We're definitely going to need to expand on it a lot. Alright, you need to do your self-care. Get as much food as we can out of you. Oh, never mind. The reason you went back to cutting the sandstone is because when I unzoned it, you're just seeing as having sandstone available. Alright, we can go here while you're sleeping. And again, bump marble to the top. Reminds you of Galaga? I can see it. Toxic fallout. Okay. Stop planting. And Krask is actually mining. Which says a lot. They should be running around grabbing those and bringing them back. We are going to have a little bit of problem because people... for right now... Don't fish, please. And also... Don't hunt either. Yeah, so Lardine can't do anything around here most of the day, unfortunately. What it can do is give you a very low priority on crafting. And that means you might be able to cut brick. So real danger. So what are you running all the way up here for? You are hauling a corpse. 1. Okay. Yeah, so you're gonna have to watch. People are gonna get some pretty bad toxic buildup just because my base is in this weird setup right now where all that's spread out everywhere. Right, Cookie, I know you really want to get that done, but I need you to cut brick. I need to get that storage internal already. Once we get the storage internal of the ship, that'll mean we can move everything out here and we won't have to run back and forth. That's kind of the thing that's keeping us from launching right now, is I just want to get that storage online. So that we don't have to abandon our stuff behind us. I still have the 2 dogs, don't I? Lardine is doing construction. I guess you do have a passion for it, so I think that's fair. Okay, so copy settings, paste, paste, paste. I don't know why you exploded into fire. Oh, because toxic buildup killed the thing. Don't go inside there, please. It was one of these died to the toxic buildup, or the toxic fallout. It exploded as a result. Okay, let's check on people. You're fine. Your initial. Illyspid has reached minor toxic buildup, but you really don't want to push that. Illyspid is, I want to say, our hauling person and our cook. Don't think I can really get away with not letting them go outside right now. But that is a risk. Warg sitting. Tech Sub Persona Core, but it's for 24 days. I'm going to sit on that right now. We got this toxic buildup, because the other thing with wargs is they only eat meat. That gets to be a little bit more of a nuisance. And you just eventually stopped and got mad, and that's fine. This is a new track. I don't recognize this track, but I'm enjoying it. Alright. You recently been doing tribal with extremely low research from being a cultist. You ended up ending the run because of how tedious it was. Yeah, no, that was the one I did the other one. I really enjoyed those slow burn runs, but I also totally understand people being like, man, I don't know how you play that way. I very much enjoy like the really slow burn ones. Because of doing that challenge where what's being talked about is where I started Tribalist, which makes your research half its speed, and then also Ritualist, which makes it 25% of your speed, stack them to 12.5% of your speed. The dog will get sick from the fallout? Likely. Let's actually check on our animals, see how they're doing. Yeah, they're... Okay, let's change the animal zone, because we had them... Do we have a different set of animals before? What is your zoning animals? You're in the home zone. Honestly, this is no longer the home zone. That's the problem. Is that we still got the beds outside. Okay. Hey, Packers. Thanks so much for that. Yeah, so it's Illyspid here has been building up some toxic build. Oh, Illyspid, you're restricted to manage new area. You have to stay on the ship. 40% is way too high. I need to stop you there for a while ago. Because those who don't know, once you hit a higher amount of toxic buildup, you have a chance of like randomly getting dementia among other things. It's really bad. So Illyspid, you're restricted to Area 1. And let's go to Manage Areas, Rename, Indoors. I'm surprised it didn't give me an alert. Oh no, that's a toxic ground. I'm so used to when I deal with that, doing like pollution challenge, where I gotta juggle toxic buildup. Yeah, because where that's at moderate, you never want to let it be that high. Like 20% is kind of where you start putting yourself in a dicey thing, like over that. Now granted, it's an RNG thing, and most of the time you'll be fine. It's just one of those things that you're playing a dangerous game of potentially getting carcinoma or dementia or many other things. All right, Sentient Cookie is also in restriction. Keeping the people that are starting to get too much toxic buildup, force them to stay on the ship. They're not going to have much to do. That's a big bummer as well, because that means a bunch of our stuff's not getting done. For right now, we'll go to craft. We'll put that as lower. And go here. Okay, so those already have a minimum crafting amount, so I don't need to worry. That's going to mostly restrict them to just working this bench or whatever. That'll be fine. Pretty soon, Krask will also have to stop going out there. Alright, how long till we're gonna get mad about not having a raid? We got a little while longer. A Harbinger tree. Okay, we did cut down the other trees to get the bioferrite out of them. Because we're going to need that for de-aging until we can manage to secure ourselves a more reliable source. And the screen is shaking constantly now because all the chem fuel fungus around the map is one by one dying of the toxic fallout and exploding. Which is lovely. And Illispid... Right, you can also not craft because that's there. Bakaboom shrooms? Shrooms? Yep. The shrooms at Kaboom. Animals. Indoors. You're just wandering around outside the whole time. What are you hauling back? You are burning apparel. What apparel did you go all the way up there to burn? That's fine. Starvation on Illispid. Oh, right. I don't have food inside that ship. It's over here. So you're gonna have to both get out there and get your food. That might be the thing that ultimately forces me to move. Yeah, that's probably fair. I mean, this is the one for destroying stuff here. Yep, there goes another one of the mushrooms exploding all over my buildings. Yeah, and running out of stuff in here quickly. And they're making more meals, it's just the whole thing. How's Sentient Cookie doing? You're too high. But I need that marble cut. Blowback operation, there's gun turrets, or at least I can replace those when they get destroyed. Okay. So schedule, send your cookie back to restrict indoors, same with Illispid. It's just going to be a thing that I'm going to have them go back and forth. There's a good chance what I'll end up needing to do here is just kind of accepting we're not getting through all this stuff. We got a raid coming in. They're arriving from over here. Okay, it's a baseliner raid. Yeah, so we got 12 people. Mostly ranged. They're sappers, which I hate. That is not what I want. Okay, we got their attention, so hopefully don't keep trying to sap. We're just getting picked at the whole way here. Please stop sapping my ship. Got one guy got on the ship and is causing mayhem. Alright. We got bad hit to the torso. Okay, so we got some bad hits in the group, but otherwise mostly fine. Okay. What's your deal? Fast learner, body purist, chemical fascination. Could you, like, not do that? What? Why are you attacking my door? Alright, fine. I was gonna let you just, you know, bleed out in peace, but now we're going to just murder you. There. Meanwhile, Lardine. Please tend. Please tend. Make sure it's got weird medicine assignments. I mean, they got in. It's just I ran out there and initiated on them, so we didn't have to worry about that too badly. We basically drew them off the ship before they managed to do too much damage. Alright, Kraysk is officially restricted to indoors. As much as I don't want to do that. I'm just gonna run out of food here because we're not using it efficiently because it's all stored in the other building. Wizard's gonna be restricted to indoors because there's no point in you being out there right now. What's Lardine doing? Can you haul? You cannot. Nivik can haul. Please haul any and all fungus you can to at least get it out of the toxic fallout before it all disappears. And you two are getting too much toxic buildup. So I'm leaning towards potentially just launching and attacking the next place as soon as our injuries recover. Because this toxic fallout has absolutely screwed us on getting more food and all that. Let's cancel these shells for right now and go zone. And we're going to say this is our stockpile here. We're going to choose the settings I've got for this. Put him here. Colossal structure. What's going to need to happen is I'm going to need to drag the crap from in here. Let's delete that stockpile entirely. Everyone else has toxic buildup. Hey, Jonas, how's it going? So haul that. Haul this. Haul this. Change your roof overhead. I can. The problem is they're mostly needing to go stuff out here, and then the act of actually putting the roof on does also expose them to standing outside in the toxic fallout. But for this case, we're going to have them running back and forth. We can build roof over that area. Honestly, this will be fine. That should give them enough to be able to run between there. So then we can go expanded. Let's call it for right now. This whole area we'll consider indoors for our purposes. Okay, so let's get this stuff drug in here. Then you can haul that last little bit of nutrient fungus in. It'll give them a chance to haul the stuff from over there over here. Last time you had to do this, you let your builder build a path from the ship to the buildings. He laid down the rest of the map, but your strike team was able to do the rest of the job. Yeah. Just trying to retrieve what food we can. Yeah, we got some food in there. We're just gonna let them haul as quickly as they can, try and bring it all in. But we need to leave. I was really hoping to get more done here before we left, but we're just getting bullied out at this point. Like, if I was playing and staying in the map long term, there's stuff I could do to mitigate this a little bit. But, like, pretty much all the plant life is dying. And I could, like, normally what I would do is I'd probably build a wall out towards the fishing areas to, like, just stem things over. Honestly, I could build a ceiling over the mushrooms to protect the mushrooms and keep growing them in the dark, because that's what mushrooms do. But we were just trying to get our shelves built before we headed out. I'm just trying to haul as much of this stuff into our supply room, and then we got to get out of here, because we're not going to get new food. So we are going to go ahead and get our raiding going. We were going to get our raiding going very soon anyways. Yeah, practically bunker yourself in. Pretty much. That's what you do, just kind of ride it out. Being careful with that kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to do that one. And the warg sitting, well, I certainly wouldn't complain about those things. They are going to only eat my prepared stuff and whatnot. So how much longer till cookies better? That's the thing. The big thing I got to watch when we hit our next target is everyone here is a, like, minor buildup and all that. Like, honestly, with as many people as I let get that built up, it'd be very surprising if we don't have anyone have any adverse effects. I wanted to go down here and get the plasteel, but it's not worth starving to death over. Did you get those components? Did you bring the bioferrite back? And grab the plasteel. I'm trying to prioritize stuff here. Mad Megavore. Okay. Yeah, we'll see. Honestly, it's most likely gonna rot. Is this random follow mode? This is just random. Nope, unrefrigerated, so we can schedule, unrestrict you. Oh, hey, where's the butchering table? Go ahead and butcher that real fast. You're back in restriction. So a couple more things left in there. Oh, inventory's full. Well, there's nothing here else I think we care about. Flesh Beast Attack. So, hear me out. I don't actually care about that. Let's get out of here. And Cookie just got finished being healed. That's perfect. Alright. We needed to commit a violence anyways. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so... for the moment, we're going to grab ship over to this location. So you've got 2,000 corn, or a pile of leather and pemmican. Well, it's 9 people versus 2 people. You got 20 days and 16 days. You're going to have guns. You're going to have sadness. All right, let's just pop over here and grab the pemmican really fast. We definitely want that corn. But it's also 9 people are going to be rocking flak armor and guns. And I'm not against doing it. Cool. And we're down to the fact that we have, like, no friends in this world, really. There's the people in space who don't hate us yet, because we haven't had a chance to interact. But otherwise, this one's just 2 people, so we're just going to go ahead and pop right in here. What's that? Ruined crane base. Okay, so he overheated. You're just... I was like, you made a whole thing about prompting that you were going to start attacking, and then you just didn't. Was the door help thing? You know, I don't have a problem with people being religious, but like, don't just hop in and be like, Jesus saves! Come on, man. Like, isn't like... I don't know, it's just... to me, it's a weird thing, like, prolicizing like that. Actually, you know what? Let me take a step farther. Because I'm willing to bet that account is like brand new, isn't it? No, it's not. Still weird. Alright, well there's the food. So grab all that. Grab all you. Kind of like cat calling to you, and that never works, but yeah. Yeah, no, it's a sign, to me it's kind of a disrespectful thing. Like, again, it's cool that people have religious beliefs and all that. I've got no objection to that. You know, live that life, do your thing. But when you pop in and immediately start prolicizing on others kind of stuff, then it's like you're kind of disrespecting the other person. Hey, Billy Kirby, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go in. Are they still restricted? Yes, they are. Thank you for the reminder. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out. Never mind, Cookie's already on it. Playing some Stone Shard. But yeah, Billy Kirby's another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a whole lot of indie games. So if you like, you know, your indie games and all that, you can find it over there with Billy Kirby. But playing some Stone Shard and all that. But thank you again so much for that raid and all that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And welcome in raiders. Give me just a moment. I'm going to tell them to huck that body up here. Low priority. Clear all. Corpses, yes. Alright. Also, you desperately need to chop wood. Your kitchen isn't fueled. Yeah, you're not wrong. I didn't really want to leave that tile when we did. It's just that Toxic Fallout was just kind of like, you know what? I can ride this out and have a miserable time. Or we can just leave. And we chose to just leave. But yeah, new big patch for Stone Shard. Nice. That's one of those games I think I even picked it up with the intent of playing it. But like, you know, it's one of those ones that you're like, oh, I gotta check this out sometimes. But then, you know, finding that time is always the difficulty. Yeah, the recent one that we've hopped into that was kind of out in left field is after many years of people talking about it in a positive light, I finally did go and pick up and play what is the thing? Vintage Story, that's the one. So the one that's like, what if Minecraft was sweaty and try hard? It was fun, it was good. It was also if Minecraft was sweaty and try hard. Got some jade up here. But for one popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits at Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. Now, you notice there's a past tense on that. But I am a variety streamer. I play a whole range of games, and we've been binging RimWorld pretty hard. Normally, when I build my ships and all that stuff, they're asymmetrical and all that. This particular one is actually symmetrical, so it's disgusting and I hate it. I mean, it's fine. But, it is one of those things I just didn't have the means to go and getting our stuff done. Alright, so we got this shelf done. So this will be critical. Meals. So I've got food right next to all that. So I got all our shelves in this area. And I'm gonna keep kind of that. Ship looks like a ship. Yep, it happens. Yeah, no, it's a roguelike. I want to say it had, like, strong RPG elements and all that. If it's the one I'm thinking of, yeah, it was, it's one, like, I think, did I even buy it? I think I even bought it. Like, it's been sitting on that back burner. Yeah, I even bought it. That I intended to playing it a while back. I think it was, like, 2 or 3 major updates ago. I was like, oh, yeah, and I can't remember what game dropped, but there was another game that dropped right at the same time that was like, oh, I only got so much time. That's just not the one that's going to happen. Stone Shard is fun, but very brutal. Yes, no, I've been warned it's got a pretty significant learning curve. So I went ahead and butchered the animals they had there. Kraysk here is going to need to get a bunch of stone if we're going to plug in the geothermal. Because we did overheat, so we're stuck here for like 6 days. And that's kind of the thing, is I don't have a dedicated person who can mine. We can also turn these back up. So you'll be 3 on those 2. And honestly, that one, but keep it lower on the ones that can haul and clean. Gun turrets, so we're going to get the harpsichord next. We're getting pretty close to the point that research bench isn't going to do us any good. But that is what it is. We are on the unstable branch. We're not running much in the way of mods. But yeah, so the new line here for fishing, that is not a mod. That is the unstable branch of the game. Oh, we can also go in here. I no longer need you to make pants. Ooh, the jacket's the outer layer. And the vest was that inner layer? Or middle layer? Let's go to this bench. It's been so long since I've done formal wear. So details on the flak. So flak is the middle layer. So then we'd also go into here on the tailoring bench and say, hey, that's not the tailoring bench. Hey, stop making the formal vests. You just need the shirt and that. So cancel the formal vest. Because I want them to be wearing actual armor, not just a bunch of fabric pieces. Because then the shirt here should be inner layer, or skin layer, I think is what they call it. Yeah, it's a skin layer. Disease malaria on wizards. Alright, well let's just go ahead and play this safe and go right up for the glitter. Because we only got one doctor, and they're decent. But we're not really in a great situation with our food. That's actually the reason we're a raiding ideology, by the way, so we're going to be doing a bunch of raiding. We just hit this quick layover spot because they happen to have a bunch of food. Not good food, it's just pemmican. But, considering we're getting ready to starve, it's great food, it's the best food. But some of the best finds are fully open temp forest grasslands with a river for food growing layover. Yeah. No, I've definitely been enjoying a lot of stuff we got going on here. Oh, there goes our power. The batteries did die. That's because Kraisk is our construction person and our mining person, and they're really bad at mining. And we're just dealing. Also, we can go here. And choose zone. Do not allow corpses. And regular zone. Because we're stuck here for a couple of days. Was that a 30% tend? Oh no, 130. That's much better. I was about to say, like, did you use Glitter World and 30% tend? Because we're going to have words about that. You do have RNG that can just RNG you sometimes. Yeah, so we need to get this all brought in. Okay, so pretty soon you should have enough material that you can start working on the geothermal up here. And then with that, we'll bring the ship back online. Okay, let's reinstall those lights to be over one tile. And I'll probably put a door on this side as well, so we can go in the front or the back of the ship. But wait till they get the geothermal on, then we can do that. Because that'll just speed up the ability they can get stuff from any side of the ship. Alright, we got the harpsichord, so they're not got foam turrets. I don't think I have ever used foam turrets at any point in playing the game. You forget those exist? Well, it's one of those things that, like, it makes sense. It's got more range than, like, your fire foam popper. And I want to say they'll just keep shooting to put out the fires nearby, like at an okay fire rate. So in theory, they're really good, but when are you going to be looking at an open enough space where a turret makes sense? That you're going to want one of those. Let alone where you could predictably have it. You intend to use foam turrets for your livestock fields? I could see something like that. Having, like, you've got your big field of crops and just put the fire foam turret in the middle of it to just deal with that. That actually is a pretty good idea. Like I said, it's just one of those things I almost never need it. You might be too liberal with the pyrophobia gene. Yeah. You just took 6 max ghouls to a worship village and carved through the trials like butter. Oh yeah, no, the fully juiced ghouls in the games are absolutely brokenly strong. Like, don't get me wrong, you put a lot of investment, so I think it's okay that they're brokenly strong. But they all are also brokenly strong. Go here. Have to wait. No, I don't. Go marble shelf. Build a copy. And I'll wait till they get those actually constructed. Setting your ghouls to attack while not drafted. Move them into a group and undraft them. Yup. You got the craziest counterattack. Those are... Oh yeah, no, those are broke. That's one of the things that's changed in the unstable build. Is the unstable build. They have allowed you to land your grav ship at the tribal places again. Because they've gone and reworked it so it doesn't throw the entire world at you again and again and again. Transport pod crash. Okay. Staggeringly ugly and jealous. It is a shame. It is such a shame that they died on contact. Such a shame, that one. So if it's... Oh, I don't... Chronophagy is how much? 20 bioferrite? Hey, you gonna live long enough, friend? Hey, friend. I'll quickly patch up some holes in you real quick. Okay, so what we're going to do real fast is you're claimed and set to be a prison. We're going to capture them. And who is our oldest colonist? 50 years old, unsentient, and wizard. Do either of them have something that might heal? Oh yeah, Wizard's got malaria. Let's leave Wizard out of it. Okay, everyone but Wizard, it's time for a ritual. Where'd I put that? It's over here somewhere. There you are. Chronophagy ritual. We are going to use it on Tanner. And we are going to reduce the age. Oh, you're not psychically sensitive, so I won't be able to use that. Alright, I didn't want to get Wizard involved, but that'll give us more years. Okay. We're just going to use a little bit of ritualistic magic because, you know, Cookie here is 50 years old, and RimWorld seems to actively hate people over the age of 50. That they're like, oh, you're 52? Well, your spine is terrible now, and you have dementia, and you're blind in both eyes, and you're deaf, and you have dementia, and, you know, cancer and heart attack. Get wrecked, nerd. RimWorld's gonna be pretty aggressive in how hard it hits you based on your age stuff. Alright, now we go ahead and make that not for a prison. Because I got what I needed out of you, Tanner. See, and we didn't hard a child. They're clearly an adult. They're 23 now. We just won't worry about what age they were before that. And now Sentient Cookie is now 41. They're just a little bit younger than they were yesterday. Okay, and you're solidly good. Or minor brain damage. I mean, they were that way when I got them. That's the claim I'm going with. Kreska's trying their absolute best to keep up with everything and just not happening right now. At least Cookie is finally getting a bunch of that brick cut. We can keep getting these rooms done. And then what's going to need to happen is we're going to need to slowly work our way across the map. How's Wizard's illness? Oh, they were good. They were at like 80% last I looked. Yeah, so they're extremely far ahead. You're dealing with raids on 3 maps simultaneously right now? It's certainly one thing to experience all the time. Well, that's the reasons I made the comment that very genuinely, I strongly recommend people against doing multiple colonies. Like, you do end up needing to do 2 on the occasion, just with the nature of how some of this works. But very, very genuine, the game is really not built around you having 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 colonies. Like, it is a thing that if you go into the setup here, where you can have multiple colonies. Where was it at? It was gameplay, I believe. Oh no, I got rid of the prompt. It used to have a prompt here when you went to switch that. That'd be like, hey, just so you know, RimWorld's not built for multiple colonies. It's kind of used at your own risk. Expect weird side effects. It's just always been a thing that like wealth calculation and all that gets kind of wonky when you start having a bunch of different colonies going on. I'm going to make you go out of your way to finish building that. Because then we can keep mining and getting stuff hauled back. At least I'll bring the power on. And then with the power on, we can get more stuff done faster. The first time you crank up the colony number, it does that? Yeah. But it's just one of those things that the game is like, hey, you're doing this, you know, we'll let you, just so you know, it's potentially a bad time. The prisoner is escaping. Oh no. Not the prisoner getting away. I actually didn't expect them to get back up at all, so I mean... Good job, Tanner. I really expected you to die of malnutrition there. But hey, you get out of here. I got no ill will. Alina's problem. You won't tell me anything about you, so get out of here. Because we plan on, acquiring talent through direct means, as we travel around the map. Right now, we just... Oh, hey, animals, you can get out of here. You can haul. Yes, our home zone's gonna stick to where the ship's at. That's fine. Actually, I'll turn back on the thing where it automatically makes more home zone. Oh, I didn't check to see if there was an ancient danger. I don't think there was. There's compact machinery that I missed. And steel. And honestly, right now, I actually do want the steel. Just didn't expect all of this micro and pausing while all your colonists are split up? Yeah. Escaping prisoners is a bit of a common thing. It's just sad that you kill them by accident on these cases. Nah, it's... When the prisoner escapes, I don't even think you get, like, a mood penalty for it or anything. So, like, in that case, I was just using the prisoner for the chronophagy to make us a little bit younger and all that. So I didn't really have a reason to put much effort into it. Alright. We're getting all that sorted. Tension cookies cutting brick as fast as they can. We're just about to run out of research we can do without the high-tech bench. And our ship, we literally don't have any more tiles I can put down till I get more stuff. Do you mean buying slaves? Like, what are you talking about? I don't usually do any of the slavery mechanic. Like, I find personally that I'd rather just have a pawn than deal with it. It's also one of those things that, as a mechanic, slavery is just not a thing I'm particularly interested in engaging with. We want them in one piece and not flat on the wall. You just don't have good... Oh, you're saying, like, you have a prisoner tries to break out, and you really don't want to get rid of the prisoner. But when a prisoner starts breaking out, the odds that you accidentally end up killing them trying to capture them is actually not particularly low. There we go. Oh, the acquiring by direct means? No, I'm talking about when we're raiding places, if we happen to see someone who is a solid pawn, we will, we'll go ahead and, you know, invite them to stay, so to speak. They'll be taking prisoners, not slaves. Yeah, that's exactly what Barrington's done. Usually what I'll do is a lot of my melee pawns do that. Now granted, sometimes it'll be like the prisoner's escaping, they're a Neanderthal or a Yatkin with like particularly high melee, and you're like, alright, hang on. If they make it, they make it. If they don't, they don't. Like, I'm not willing to risk the rest of my people to try and make sure they stick around. Like, there's a lot of ways a lot of colonists can vanish in this situation. I need to get these shelves built. Okay, so storage. Grenades. Don't keep any of those in there. Give me where I go where it doesn't keep tainted apparel and all that. Okay, you're making flak helmets now. And then cutting brick. That's fine. We're going back and forth between them. You could tell this out here. Do not accept apparel of any kind. Or unfinished. That way they don't leave their good apparel outside. They'll just drop it on the floor here, and it'll just come along with us. Please keep cutting the brick, man. If we just get the brick cut, we can get these shelves built. It makes me miss an oxygen not included being like, hey, this bench is a higher priority than that bench. And not have to, like, babysit them and be like, no, I need you doing this other one right now. And the alternatives, I go through here and I go suspend all of this, which is what I'm going to do for the time being. At least try and keep them working. Because we get these shelves built, it'll increase the capacity of that room by 3 times. So I really want to get that done. And that'll be the last brick for a minute. Because then you need to eat and all that. Okay. They're also spending too much time here that we're running out of food again. But really like to get a bunch of shelves made. Okay, for our growing people, they can try and harvest the berries. And part of it's because I built this floor, it's wasting a lot of that marble. Is the mechanics workbench not smithing? And stone cutting just handworking? I have no idea what you're talking about. Both of them fall under crafting. So if you look at your work priority, both of them are crafting. Smithing is almost exclusively talking about the fueled smithy. Well, and the electric smithy. And learning's pulling up the berries, so we actually will have food, just hasn't been held back. Yeah, smithing is also the mechanator stuff. Yeah, that's always been a weird one. Mechanator always did feel like, while it's got lots of cool stuff it brings to the table, it also in some ways feels like it's kind of just bolted onto the side of what was already here. Didn't really get like a full implementation, just kind of got slapped on top of it, a thumbs up, and then send you on your way. Please cut the brick. Right now, I'll toggle that. Nah, don't toggle that power off. Suspend those. I do want people working on it, but right now, Cookie's doing everything in their power to do everything but the stone cutting, and I just need the stone cutting at the moment. Like, I can make the shelves made out of steel and all that, but honestly, I'm already at the point where I want to make them out of marble, so I'm just going to make them out of marble. The other downside is because these berries are all over the map that we're getting them. It's 1, inefficient. And 2, it's really hard to gauge how much you have because they're laying out there so they don't get counted on your storage. Alright. So with this, we should have enough brick that they could finish this whole thing and get these shelves built. The shelves are only 20 apiece, so every one of these blocks that Cookie is cutting is one full shelf. I'm just going to plan for you to get this all done, because the next wave of all this should all go to getting our storage built up. Are you Night Owl? No, you're Tough Ascetic. Okay. And with that, I believe this whole room is fully floored, which is certainly not the priority at the beginning. Getting some side tables knocked out, that's fine. We'll see if Cookie gets back onto cutting that marble again. Because it should just be getting, you know, 8, 9, 10 blocks, and then all of this will go in. We'll be able to drag all that steel in, the chem fuel, all that good stuff. You're doing your recreation real fast. A non-fungus cooked plant. Right. That is going to be our reality, I guess. Okay, and then that'll be the bedroom slash rec room done. Yeah, so what we're going to end up needing to do is we do love fungus. Honestly, with our we have hydroponics, right? Or is that the next tier up? No, we got the hydroponics. So honestly, when we do our ship growth, I can grow nutrient fungus in the hydroponics bench. And that just is the thing that works. So we could manage to keep the mushrooms coming in the whole time without even having to use a grow light. I went with dark because the underground one is far more limiting. Strange signal, I'll just keep for right now. We're not going to stay here long enough. Dip hydroponics powered by GravCell? Yes. Nivek's going to run us out of research very soon. They just got piano, mortars, gas operation, and then this bench gets taken apart because it's useless after that stage. Underground would not like being in space. Yeah. Darkness is fine. The big thing we run to darkness is just when I show up in a map, it's going to be blindingly bright. That's just how it's going to be. Alright. And all those shells getting built finally. Now once we get those all built, we can fix all of our things to no longer be doing other assignments. And we'll want to go through and clean up that inventory as well, but right now we're just restricted on space, so... Timeless one, okay. You are a jealous timeless one. That don't actually... I mean, having the thing where you can convert steel into any type, like in a random metal, has its uses, certainly. Let's gather everyone around. We need to have a conversation with this person. Because I don't want them. Jealous is annoying, and without being able to build a bedroom, it's just gonna be even worse. So Cookie, I need you to have a little conversation with this person. Tell him to piss off. Unnatural healer? Oh yeah, unnatural healers were ridiculously strong. Maybe switch everyone to a night cycle? You're probably not wrong. I probably should do that. Yeah, no, Joyous is really good. Honestly, the one that also doesn't need to sleep or eat is also really good. Generally speaking, though, the one where they, like, don't age and they can convert metals, it's got its utility uses. Because you can just find bunches of steel and be like, switch that, switch that, switch that, and it becomes a way of kind of getting a steady flow of random other materials. But you just end up getting so much uranium that you just go ditch it anywhere you can. Okay, do we still have berries laying everywhere, or are we getting low? It's called getting very low. So we'll need to leave soon. But we should have just one more day, we'll be able to get the last of this all moved in. And Wizards is just grabbing materials and dragging it in there as fast as they can. Then we'll check, how much longer are you here for? 5 days. So then we're going to go attack this one. This is going to be a bit of a juicy target because they are going to have guns and flak armor and all that nonsense. But that'll be enough corn to keep us going for a long time. I don't really care about these mining areas. They're going to give gold. But what I am going to need to do is then start working our way down. We've got all of these areas where we can get our grav cores. We do want to work our way down to those. We're going to kind of hopscotch around since I don't have visibility to see whatever, what's going on at all anywhere. So it is what it is. Yeah, when you wake up, we should have... Yeah, we should have enough brick to get just about all these done. By the time you get up. Yep, and they're grabbing all steel that we mined. We didn't see anything like compact plasteel, right? Yeah, it's fine. I'm only really worried about stopping to get compact plasteel as we move around. Yeah, that's gonna be hard for you. That movement speed's gonna make it harder for you to retrieve food. Alright. We're being attacked immediately and they're dropping directly on top of me. This is pretty bad just because it's separating out our people. What I'm going to try to do is get everyone bunched in here. We don't have an actual proper defensive position yet. Okay, it's only 4 people. We do have sentry guns right there. Alright, let's get behind cover. So Krazkir can take cover on that side. Lardine can take cover on this side. They're distracted. They just have the cover advantage because I've got no cover. Okay, you're moving up. You step down the open. Okay, you two go after Sophia. And then you two start shooting up at that guy. Lardine here is still working their way because they've got severe food poisoning. Alright, well that was not a smooth fight. We're split up, they had cover, we didn't. Boom, boom. Hard worker kind. Well, unfortunately, you know what? Right now, everyone's gonna have to be a doctor who can. Because Lardine's gonna take about 3 years to get home. Okay, so you're downed. How injured are you? Not very. Rescue that person. Yeah, and that was definitely, like, we had no defensive position here. And while the sentry guns did do some damage and all that, they also made it so the enemy wasn't moving. Please tend. Oh, you'll never do doctoring. You just got bruises, so tend to them. All in all, not too many actual injuries. A couple of bruises. It's only Illyspid that got pretty properly, you know, hit. Just because they're one of the few who doesn't have armor yet. Poor Lardine is still on their way back with their food poisoning. Your movement speed is 20. Because you're starving. And I need someone to feed you. Where are you going? You can't do anything, man. I know you're trying to save the dog, but you're literally going to collapse from starvation and all that before you get anything done. And you're trying your best to save everyone else who's already bleeding. Try and save the dog next, but I don't think it's going to happen in time because of how slow Nivik is working. That's because they have, like, no doctoring skill. Lardine's the doctor. But between their malnutrition and their food poisoning and everything, like, they're barely functional. Well, so you're still not gonna do anything. Alright, Krayska's up and trying their best. Okay. Are you gonna save the dog? Probably not. Well, the dog stayed with us for a long time. Unfortunately, in that fight, it didn't work out. And who is our people for growing stuff? Of course it's Illyspid. So for right now, you are now dealing with getting the food. Yeah, you're already fixing the hull. What are you doing? Oh, you're carrying a piece of steel into this room real fast. Okay, you're going to consume berries, which are on the opposite end of everything in existence. Have a nice trip, I guess. Okay. You should probably prioritize eating. Okay. So you grab your gun on your way back. Meanwhile, haul their medicine into our storage, because, you know, it's good medicine. Did they already get rid of the other husky? Who is our cook? Our cook is Illispid. It's safe to say they did not. Let's do that real fast, because that's some quick food. Yeah, so once people recover, we need to move on to the next site. We're, like, struggling to get trace amounts of berries on this map right now. Which, as we get farther and farther out into the extremities, means it's harder and harder for us to get our food. And I wanted to get these shelves done. We got most of them, so it's not bad. What else are you butchering? Forget the one squirrel that's on the very edge of the map. Yeah, because you both got pretty badly bruised up. Okay, meanwhile, we will try to console you over your bonded animal. They got upset by it. Excellent. But yeah, so when I get more tiles, what I need to do is make, like, give myself some cover along this area. Just so that when we're fighting, you know, in this case, they got cover, I didn't, and it wasn't really a good position because all my doors open to the front of the ship, which certainly doesn't help our cause. I could only walk out that way. I'm also going to add those doors I mentioned to the back half of the ship. That way, in cases like that, I could go out back and then give myself cover along these edges to shoot towards the middle if that happens. Alright, I've almost got people back on their feet. And we got doors to the front and the back of the ship now. And then research, I've only got 2 things left research-wise till the research bench is no longer useful. I don't have room for the bigger research. Distance survey. You're willing to give me a grav ship shield, and as much as I would love that, I have literally nowhere to put it. That is something I would love later on in the run, but at this stage, I have nothing I can do with that. Okay, so you're down to your last couple of injuries healing up. You still got a ways. Is there anyone else who can craft on that bench? Not that I'm willing to spare, I don't think. Okay. Alright, so you've only got 1 damage left to heal on your chest, and then you're good. And then a bunch of these have like 9 or so damage left on them, unfortunately. I'll go ahead and get rid of that spot. Sentient Cookie, of course. Got better. Immediately got food poisoning. Just to make sure that when it comes time to cutting brick, they can be as inefficient as possible. And so that when they go to retrieve food, it takes them walking half across the map to get it. And then they throw up on the way back. So then they have to go back out and get food. Yes, the moment Illispit here is healed, we're heading on to the next one. We're going to hit that area that had the corn. It'll be a bit of a messy fight because it is 9 on 2. And as they've kind of established, the front of the ship actually isn't a very good fighting position. But that's what it is. We did mostly get our shelves sorted out. Unfortunately, just food constraints again means we're going to have to go on to the next stop. How much longer till that stop disappears, by the way? 2 days. So I really need you to get over your nonsense, hopefully before that cougar tries to eat your face. Could you please stop projectile vomiting pretty much everywhere? Alright, this is probably a mistake, but to score some really fast food, we're gonna kill that cougar, we're gonna kill the Mega Sloth. Okay, so I'm gonna give a second for the cougar to get away from Cookie. Really? All of you shooting? Could you please hit the cougar? Tell me you didn't lose a limb. Alright, you just got clawed in the head. Okay. Well, that's not what I wanted. I'm still gonna follow through with it. Okay, so you go rescue the cookie. You go, you won't haul. Let's choose to butcher. You're already hauling that. And you haul the weapon. Okay. We'll get everyone rescued and saved. Because that Mega Sloth should get us a lot of food. Okay, what was Wizards carrying? You were carrying the hammer, that's fine. Please actually bandage the person you were dragging home. They did have a big gash in their head. Cool. So we got the meat and all that. Cookie's back up on their feet. And the downside is that means Cookie's gonna take a little bit longer to heal again. Go grab your hammer. But it still gets us several hundred meat. That should cover us for a good couple of days. More if we can actually get a chance to cook it, which is a big if. This has been surprisingly annoying of a tile. Okay. So Iliaspid is going to actually get some of that cooked. That's good news. Because cooking it'll mean it'll last a bit longer. It'll be a bit better nutritionally, and a bit lower risk of food poisoning. Okay. Yeah, so just gotta wait for Cookie to get healed up. Then we attack. How much longer till that corn goes away? 22 hours. So Cookie is not gonna be fully good for that fight. But it is 2,000 corn we're gonna get out of that. But it is a fight against 9. That is gonna probably have flak armor and potentially guns. The important thing is we got most of the good stuff out of here. Alright, Cookie, I'm gonna have you quickly cut a bit more bricks, see if we can't get just enough to throw that plasteel and the components on the shelf. And Cookie can go to sleep. You're good now. Wizards, you can't. You haul that in. Nevek. Haul in the components. Haul in the blue fur. Okay, and that's all the important stuff. Alright, how much longer do we have? We've got 12 in-game hours. Cookie is getting their sleep and all that. They're in relatively good shape. We might not get attacked immediately on there, so let's get there, because I figure if we wait any longer, I'm just going to miss it. I'm going to land an empty tile. So we're going to go here, because that should take care of our food problem. We just need to survive the fight. And then we need to be working our way east and south to get to where I can get the grav cores to expand the ship. Okay, the attack has begun. Alright, what are we looking at here? We've got a battery. They do have a sentry gun on the far side of their base. Let's deliberately give some range this time, so we're going to back up over here. That I can back around here, use that as cover. We have options. Now we got the geothermal real close by. I won't worry about actually cabling it in right now. For just a moment, everyone's restricted in the ship. Oh, are you all melee? Oh, yeah, that's what I like to see. That's a group we can handle. Okay. Get the party moving. This is a very doable situation here. So what we're going to want to do is we don't have amazing range on this. We try and bring you over here. Okay, they're coming in. Melee pawns get ready. Where are you going? Oh, are they deliberately trying to avoid my sentry guns? Alright, I can get behind this. I'll bully your back line. Okay. Now let's move over here. Since they feel like splitting up and just letting me harass them. They misplayed that fight about as badly as they could have. If we can knock this one, I don't know how I would take them, but I'm willing to try. Nope. Okay, so orders. Allow all. We're not quite done yet. What we're going to go ahead and do, I'm going to claim that, and I'm going to uninstall it. Because if we do that, then Cray should pull that battery, and then that sentry gun should go offline. We'll claim all these doors. They could deconstruct that for components and steel and all that stuff. I just realized that's going to power it back up in the morning. So for right now, we could shove a battery right there. But basically, I'm just pulling the power so that this gun can be claimed and uninstalled. I guess for right now, it'll just be a spare. I have no idea where I'm going to actually put it. We could just keep it on standby for if one of those other ones gets destroyed. Okay, so check that door, that door, that door, that door, and this door. Deconstruct those. They got a whole bunch of corn here that we don't care about. We're here just to steal things. And with that, we got ourselves 2,000 corn. Okay. So with that, let's go ahead and we're stuck in a tile for a couple of days while our things... Was it a good time at all? Yeah, no, it's been going good. That is not a convenient place for that. We don't have anything special here, so let's go ahead and set up some steel to be mined. How much steel? Yeah, we can mine like a thing of steel. Is there a better spot of steel? There is. Yeah, so mine that spot of steel there, and then this spot will cancel. And then we'll check to see if there's silver ore or any of the other ores on the map. Nope. Okay, that'll be fine. And do we see an ancient danger on the map? Not seeing an obvious one. That's more steel. We're not gonna need that much. Because an ancient danger can give me some really good goodies. And I'm feeling comfortable enough that we could probably take on most ancient dangers. Now, granted, we open one that's full of lancers or something, or a centipede. And no regular storage. Yeah, I should get the regular storage going here. Okay, so I got this. So let's zoom in, link you together. Storage. Do not put wood in here. Oh, that was a mistake. Low. That's normal. No well, actually, no human-like corpses and no rotten corpses. So that way they get these bodies out of here. Okay, so we do have about just shy of 3 days to do that. You've got a level 10 social skill, and you're at a site that has 2 enemies, 9 turrets, and 1 mortar. Depending on where those are lined up, that could be easy or could be hard. Because if I can get at the mortar without getting too much turret nonsense, then it's easy. Because then you can like systematically cut the power lines and just work your way around. But if the mortar is well established behind the turret line, there's not just a clear place you can get cover to deal with it, then it's potentially catastrophic. Okay, and we're plugging our ship in per the usual. We also need to go in here and say, for bio-coded, no, and no. And for tainted apparel, no. We can also go in here and say, for bows, no bows at all. Revolvers. Oh, did it take that as no ranged weapons at all? 1 second, let's make sure we didn't do that. Weapons. We did. Alright, so assault rifle, yes. EMPs, yes. Beam gazer, beam repeater, bolt action, chain shotgun, charge lance, do this. No EMP launcher. Heavy SMG and Hellcat, yes for now. LMG, yes for now. Minigun, yes for now. Sniper rifle, yes for now. Triple rocket. Okay, so how we get all those things like the repeater, like the revolvers and all that out of here. We can also go over here and say temperature. Plunk down a fire and tell it to burn all the tattered apparel. Probably shouldn't. Okay, storage. We'll wait on that. We probably won't wait on that. Storage. Blocks don't allow. Set backstone. Basically trying to haul all the stuff I don't want them storing in here and have them dump it outside. 1, so we don't drag it with us because we're not going to use it. And then 2, to try and keep as much of the good stuff in here as possible. And you're getting ready to finish our research pretty soon. But yeah, so what we need to do is we need to work our way down here. And we are kind of in a situation where I can't see... Oh, I don't think I can target the tiles that I can't see, which is fair. I can't see them. Alright, that's just a peninsula. That's got nothing special. That's a mixed biome and a bay. So, we're gonna have to, like, just hop tile to tile, working our way across. I want them to keep hauling those out. I don't care about disassembling anything in there. We've already got those components exposed. They just need to be drugged back into the ship. Okay, so it's basically just waiting on hauling and the ship's cooldown, which is still 1 more day. You can unsuspend you. We can unsuspend all of you. And we'll get that all working gradually. Okay. And then meanwhile, we'll have a bonus due to recent No recent conquest. We literally just landed here and attacked. What do you mean, no recent conquest? Oh, let me guess. They probably didn't update the raider thing. And so because you claim the tile when you land on your grav ship, it probably doesn't count as a conquest. Which would be deeply frustrating if that's the case. Because we're getting a mood penalty for no recent conquest, despite the fact that, you know, we literally just attacked this place. We'll try one more where we jump to the location. If that doesn't work, yeah, that'll definitely be one I'd want to reform the ideology for. Because I'm not sitting there landing next to a tile and then caravanning over every single time. Because to heck with that. That to me is an oversight. Okay, so getting the corn loaded up. That's good news. Let's have someone go out of their way to haul those components, so at least get enough components to replace what the geothermal took. That's gonna be a big bummer if that's the case. That's actually one of the things that's been a recent frustration for me with RimWorld, is the amount of, like, we got all these new cool things with Odyssey that have fairly straightforward and obvious interactions they should have with previous DLC. And they're just missing. And it's one thing where people are like, oh, we should have anomaly asteroids. It's like, I agree, but there's at least a lot that goes into that versus like, okay, hang on. You got this ideology called Raider, and one of the most obvious uses for the ship is to be like, you know, a mobile raiding ship. Animal disease, flu, that's fine. Make sure everyone's got good their medicine assigned correctly. Yeah, that's a bummer, because I was actually really looking forward to using the ideology stuff for this as well, so that we would be rewarded for just hammering away at just random locations. Now, the alternatives I could do is I could certainly land a shuttle, like have a shuttle just in the middle of my ship, and then land the shuttle and attack from the shuttle again and again. That doesn't let you haul that much back, and then there's a whole lot of effort. Let's see, you don't remember having issues when you tried raiding with the grav ship, but it was a while ago, so you don't remember the specifics. Yeah, we'll try it again. Maybe there was just something weird about this, because we definitely haven't been too long. But, like, because, like, a -6 is, like, 15-something days or whatever that we haven't done it. And we just cooled off our grav ship with us only being, like, 3-4 days cooldown on it. Can I have you go down here and haul this? Because I get all that corn just sitting there. If we get on the ship, then we can use it to make food and all that. But yeah, we'll try. Now, it could be I'm going to end up needing to hit, like, actual colonies, which is part of the plan. We're just trying to not jump directly in and, you know, get over our head. Well, I mean, they literally put out a bug fix today. Or yesterday, or whenever it was. I know you're all trying to sleep, but my other people won't haul, so I'm gonna keep rotating you through. Because the corn's what we're here for. There, so we got plenty of food. So everyone's gonna get a quick sleep. And then when they wake up, we launch. But yeah, no, they got the unstable version that's got a bunch of stuff. I'm not that worried about it. Okay. Launch the ship. Because we also don't want to deal with that grizzly bear trying to eat us. Yeah, so I can attack these things. I don't think we want to take on, like, an actual proper base. Now, these just give me gold. I really don't want gold. But I am going to need to work my way over to reveal more of the map. So I'm going to hop over to this one over here. That's 5 people. Okay, I'll just knock this one out really fast. And we're going to work our way down around, because we're trying to get south to these areas. Because once I get that, we'll be in much better shape. That's going to be the hardest part, is just the whole finding targets to keep moving our way around the map. Alright, so we got attack has begun. The same basic idea. I'm not seeing a sentry gun on here. They do have power there. So I think the same idea here, where I'm going to go ahead and drop the ship close-ish, but not where we're like right up against it, where they can use their cover against me. Okay, so we're going to quickly assign them all to indoors for a minute. Now we check on anyone's mood, Nivek's mood. No conquest recently, -6. And we're not going to build it right now. But that's for once the fight's done. Okay, knife. Ox grenades. Knife. Okay, and there's only 5, which means we've already got to... more than half of them are non-threat. Okay, we've already taken out one of their tox grenade people. We apparently bullseyed the raccoon that was running by. Alright, and we got that sorted, so unrestrict. Are you anything we care about? Hard worker masochist who's trigger happy with construction and mining. They are an impid, and they're frail and bad back in 94. Well, crap. You got right up to the finish line where you're sounding good, and then you tripped. You tripped right at the end there. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and do the thing where you read the map. Deconstruct that for materials. Claim those doors. And then Nivek here can just move between all there. Chronophagy time? I don't have the bioferrite. It's that guy you are? I have no idea what you're talking about. But also, maybe drop the all caps. Oh, we do have a fire foam popper. We can move that somewhere. It's weirdly positioned fire foam popper just out in the yard. Got some components to mine down there. There's the gold we came for. By that I mean it was gold that happened to be here, and I'm not super worried about it. We can go over here and zone, stockpile, low priority, that's fine. And then zone, dumping, stockpile over here. But do not allow rotten. And do not allow human-like corpses. And then a regular stockpile just in case we get surplus of low priority. And there's more stuff there. So let's go ahead and check to see if there's any ores we really care about. Okay, so we got a bunch of components all over the map. Okay. And is there any ores we care about? Nope. And a quick tour for seeing if there's an ancient danger we can see, fairly obviously. I missed some compact machinery right there. The steel I will hold off on for just a moment. We don't have much storage, so I want to make sure we don't accidentally take up what we do have by filling it up with a bunch of steel. We will definitely need a bunch of steel throughout the run, but it'll be one of those things to start really scooping up tons and tons of steel later on. Okay. No ancient danger that I'm seeing. You like the ship design? It's a lot less claustrophobic than the other designs you've seen. Yeah, normally I do asymmetrical ships. This one just happens to not be asymmetrical by happenstance. I just don't have the materials yet to make a bigger ship. But instead of a lot of the ships where I'll just have like you'll see a lot of ships where they do like the boat design or whatever, where it's just like one big area that's kind of all together, and then maybe a big opening in the middle for the engines or whatever. Usually I'll have something like, I'll have like a long area here on the ship, and then a bunch of kind of pods off the side of it with our various rooms. But we're messing with something different. All right, so you'll get the geothermal online. They'll mine some materials. We do have 3 days. Now, we did conquest this place, but as you notice, we did not get credit for conquesting it. So it does look like I'm probably going to have to attack actual settlements for this to count, which is a little annoying because that's not how Raider's supposed to work. These work sites here, they are supposed to give you like 1 point and count as, you know, attacking a target. So as far as I'm concerned, that's a bug. Which is very unfortunate, very disappointing that that's the case, because it really does mean your Raider ideology is not really well suited with the graph ship. I am hoping when we attack an actual colony, it'll work much better, because that would be okay. But right now, that's going to be a challenge, because what it effectively means is periodically I'm going to have to just send out our people to attack a random spot. It might give you a point after you leave. The Quest Ancient Complex completely... No, we just did a place, and I pointed out that, like, literally we went from a work site to this work site, and we kept the -5, went to a -6 debuff going from one to the other. And then this one, when we cleared it, it also didn't give us credit. Now, granted, that guy hasn't died yet, but you don't have to kill everyone for it to count. Yeah, no, you're all good. Yeah, no, it seems like an oversight on the devs' part that unfortunately this should give us the credit for that, but it just didn't get adjusted. Because it doesn't seem like a balanced decision. Like, I get that, yes, sending my graph ship to attack a base is a significant investment or whatever, but at the same time, would it count the same if you go with the shuttle first, then bring the ship in after? I have no idea. I haven't tested that. I also don't have a shuttle nor the shuttle technology. Go all the gold back. That's the only thing that we really had here that means anything. Alright. So the question is, do I caravan over here really fast, knock them down, and come back? That way, because otherwise we're dealing with a mood buff that's now at -7. It's going to keep getting worse until it becomes, like, a real challenge to work through. Okay, so he failed to convert, or failed to deal with that. Because if I land next to them... Alright, let's form caravan accept, return, accept. Alright, so. Nivik goes. It's against 7, so we gotta be a little bit careful. Yeah, so it'll be half a day there, half a day back. So we're gonna caravan them out of here real fast to deal with that mood penalty. Alright. And then that should count. Now, like I said, what that could mean is when I attack these things, I need to land next to it and then caravan over. And I'm really hoping that's not the case. A squirrel has chosen death, apparently. Yeah, it won't tell me what we're looking at here so far as threat. This is the same kind of thing, but without the shuttle. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not going to jump the ship over. Because this fight's going to probably be settled one way or the other by the time... Like, I don't need the ship to come over here and have to wait for a 3-day cooldown and all that. The whole point is you'd want to land, use the shuttle in your attack, or use the ship in your attack so far as be able to like, land and just have your stuff there. Alright, so you got smoke launcher and knives. Do you have a sentry gun that I see? I don't. Alright, so it's looking like I could just straight up attack him. But the biggest inconvenience is that smoke launcher could penalize my aim. Okay. Let's see, you've got really high shooting in there. Okay, we've got the smoke grenade handled. Okay. And are you any good? Not really. Alright, so we'll go ahead and we'll claim all these doors. And you do a quick pop into all these. You can just do whatever for a minute. Ground penetrating... Oh, hey. Alright, that was an unexpected turn. Wasn't really expecting any of that. Let's go ahead and check the rest of these. It's interesting that it was okay with that whole thing. Do we have anyone who can construction? Krace can do construction. We're going to disassemble that, because I believe that'll actually give us an advanced component. It said tribal, but... I didn't actually carefully check the faction. Oh, patch them up. Well, if we're going to do that, go ahead and deconstruct that one as well. You go about your day. Alright, and reform caravan, go back, accept. We're not bringing that person. We are bringing all of the food. We'll bring the components. I'll bring the smoke grenade launcher because we can use that against mech clusters. We'll grab the gold. And actually, we'll leave the steel. The steel is going to slow us down a bit. Okay, so now with that, if we check our needs, no recent conquest. Okay. That should have counted. Schedule, stay indoors. Oh, animals also stay indoors before one of those, the dog opens the door. Did they have any turrets? No. Unfortunately, they are going to destroy our sentry guns. But with just 2 people, I don't think we open those doors. When the other group gets here, we can certainly finish it off. Yep, and one bonus with the sentry guns is even if they just get destroyed. Your game is bugged. You just attacked the site with your graph shit and got the conquest. As a question, are you on the unstable branch? I'm wondering if it's potentially a bug on the unstable branch. Because that would suck if it's a brand new bug on the unstable branch. Do the other 4 get the buff? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. I actually don't know how to check my needs from out here. Nope, they did not. Well, it's interesting, because the last time we played, which was a couple days ago... Yeah, keep in mind there was a new update to the unstable branch today. Or, like, last night or whatever. So, like, it just updated. If that is the case, I will try switching back to the stable branch. Because while there is some nice additions to this one, I don't think it's anything that big. You can be unrestricted. So they basically burnt some steel and all that. Please don't stand out there. And get yourself corpse sickness for no reason. And let's turn that back off. Okay. Yeah, so what we'll do is when the other group gets over here, in just a little bit I'm gonna have to take a quick restroom break. And when I do, what I'll do is I'll quickly close the game, switch back to stable, and do all that. Because like I said, that'd end up really breaking the whole run, is if I'm a raider colony who doesn't get credit for raiding, which is like, you can see that the mood penalty is getting worse and worse. I can't remember if it's either 12 or 15 is how bad it can get. Which, needless to say, just enduring a permanent 15 mood penalty throughout your entire colony is not a good time. Royal Ascension. That's not a thing we're gonna do. We're gonna be killing the Empire. Yeah, minus 15 would be a tough one. Oh, you're still drafted? Why are you still drafted all the way over here? And just double checking. No recent conquest. That's getting worse. Alright. So like I said, in a couple minutes, I'm going to have to do a restroom break. Yeah, no, we have rating required as well. I imagine he probably just left the sentry gun the last time. It's fine. Okay. Oh, and we just got the ship ready to launch again. I'm going to let them quickly rebuild those sentry guns and all that. And then, like I said, what I'll probably also do is, since we're doing this, like, restroom break here in about 2-3 minutes is when the ad break rolls, and we're going to do it during that, I will revert to the stable branch. Because that, I'm guessing it's a newly introduced bug on the unstable branch, which is, like, a big thing. You're checking in your save right now? Oh, gotcha. You're checking on the unstable branch? Rating unstable? Yeah, no, I would assume stable was working, because it was working for us just the last time we streamed it. Which is only a couple of days ago. So, and I was on the unstable branch then too. But like I said, there was an update just like... to the unstable branch, I mean, just like in the last 24 hours. Because, like, for example, if you look at our schedule, or sorry, our work tab here, we have a fishing area now. That is not a mod. That is on the unstable branch. But they got a handful of quality of life improvements and all that. Now, granted, I wish it wasn't quite so far over. Yeah, so what we'll, like I said, what we'll probably do is in just about a minute, 30 seconds, I will step away for just 2-3 minutes, quickly use the restroom, all that stuff. Oh, got more stuff getting in here we don't want in here. Storage. Knife. No. Club. No. Here, actually, take that off. Weapons. Melee. So no to the axe. No to this. No to Gladys. No to the Equa. No to the mace. No to the spear. I am currently using a warhammer. We'll get rid of the breach hammer. I know the breach hammer has their place where they're good. Especially with us being Raider, there's definitely going to be those times where I just want to smack... Well, probably not Raider, but when we go to hit, like... You know... Some of the stuff up here, where they've got the walls that are like 4,500 health or whatever they are, the fortified walls. Those breach hammers can make that a lot less painful. But still. Okay. So what's going to happen here, chat? Well, actually... I'm gonna give you a couple more seconds to see if you can get that response. I don't care about a distress signal. Because it'll only take literally seconds for me to switch from one version to the other. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quickly use the restroom real fast, and I'll be back. I said I was gonna exit an update. I'm gonna wait till KLL to see what the response is. To make sure it's not like some weird thing like, you know, the Fog of War mod has a weird side effect or some nonsense like that. But anyways, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll see you in a few. Impressed that even with some pretty awful grabs, I've been able to get stuff back with this one. The truck, if I had anything less than a perfect grab, you just have logs get dropped out of the side of it or whatever. Now that I haven't had any escape this, we definitely have. It's shaking a bit. It's not happy about that. But I think it'll do well enough to get it over here, which is all I really care about. Because I need that sorted right away, because we're about to go into the Noctil event, and once that happens, they will be allowed to shoot at me, and I will not be allowed to shoot back. That's a regular hit. I need this to fly true. High Lord. This is you. Anywhere in the middle will do. That... I approve. You done good today, kid. Please, no. Yep, that's it. Runs over. Gray Zombie and Gray Street and Gray Rain. Yeah, so it's literally just the poor visibility of the rain. So let's, I want to see where that zombie was, like, just to see how it masked him. Yeah. I can see why I didn't see it.
And now, let's talk about what you've got under there. Holy Haha! You are impressed by my ceremonial weapons. Each of these weapons have drank their fill of blood in ceremonial combat, or of the blood of those who tried to remove them from me. Did I stutter? The blood of those who tried to remove them from me stains these weapons. Haha! You are indeed brave, little one. Brave and stupid. Let the combat commence. Kapla!
Okay, so you did get the recent conquest. Alright. So you got the recent conquest on the unstable branch and the stable branch. And I did not. And I was using the grab ship, just to clarify. Because because the other one we did caravan over. Huh. Let's try saving and quitting. And just re-entering the game or something. You caravanned over? Gotcha. I don't think there's any mods that could be dealing with that, because we got the Fog of War. The Vanilla Expanded doesn't do anything itself. That supports the Fog of War. That's a camera. That's just a UI thing. That supports stuff. It doesn't do anything itself. UI. Well, actually, sorry, that's unrelated. There's nothing here that'd make me think it wouldn't work. Let's just try loading, because every once in a while you'll get weird stuff, especially with ideology, where, like, especially if you change your ideology mid-run, you won't get credit for, like, the new ideology stuff. So, like, if you switch from disliking mushrooms to liking mushrooms, sometimes you just have to exit your save and re-enter, and then suddenly they get happy about eating mushrooms. Okay, and you're still going to have a penalty. That's fine for right now. We're going to give themselves a minute to patch up the ship, because I don't have another target right away. Because if I'm not getting credit for it, it is one thing when it comes to RimWorld, removing mods mid-run can have some really wild side effects. Unfortunately, the distress signal doesn't count for anything. I don't actually have another target in range. Well, with that actually in mind, Oh, hey, why is the smoke grenade launcher out there? We could, like, I don't like dev moding in my runs, even in, like, this testing kind of thing. I would be able to do that and then attack another one. Like, I'm physically capable of it, but I wouldn't want to do it. The moment you start messing with it, it makes the run feel illegitimate, even though, again, it's, hey, I have a clear bug. What's going on here? I generally don't like putting dev mode up on my runs at all. Barring, like, we had, when was we were doing the royalty stuff, and there's that brief window that on the unstable branch, the royalty stuff was just broken. You couldn't bring in stuff. Of all the games you played with mods, RimWorld has lots with mods. Oh yeah, no, RimWorld, Product Zomboid are both huge on mods. Terraria's really big modding scene as well. Kenshi has a really big modding scene. Okay, so with that, I think we're going to go ahead and launch. And we're just going to move on to the next location. I'm going to go ahead and do the distress signal, because that's as far as I can go. Because I don't have more revealed. So I have nothing to... well, actually... Oh, no, that's where I'm coming from. Alright. Yeah, Skyrim's a really big one. Any of the Bethesda titles are really big mod-wise. The real challenge is when it comes to time to attack settlements. I think we're going to need more people and more ship to do that. That's where our last attempt died, is I was like, oh yeah, I can hit this settlement, it won't be that big a deal. And, it was a much bigger deal than I gave it credit for. And then we were dead. Alright. So this won't be a conquest because this is the distress signal. Yeah. Yeah, we landed with our singular flak armor. Minor crash. That's fine. We're gonna gather everyone around. And really fast before we go on too much further, I'm gonna just blast the stuff by our one engine. There. Because otherwise it would have complained that the engine was blocked. And we will need to pipe the ship back into the power. Okay. Why are you so bad at hitting them all? Alright. So with that, let's scooch up here. Or no, they're going to drop over there. Please don't blow up my sentry guns again. They're not that expensive to replace, but it is kind of annoying to rebuild it again and again. Okay, well the front of the ship got destroyed that time. Okay, so you two can go deal with that. They have sentries here at least. The Pride of Watson, a revolver. It has incendiary rounds, it is lightweight so it takes less time to aim, and it's got a tactical sight that gives it slightly better long to medium range. I do think that's worth taking. I doubt we're going to be using that over a fully automatic weapon. Okay, so meanwhile, what we're going to go ahead and do is cancel rebuilding that one. We're going to claim you and reinstall you down here. We're going to claim you. Cancel rebuilding you. And reinstall you down here. And claim you. And I'll put you there just because right now. Alright. Meanwhile, I can go to orders. Allow all. You didn't seem to drop anything we cared about. There's a lot of goop here that could still have good stuff hidden in it. Don't worry about that. You're all unrestricted. Let me guess. Okay, actually, you are being treated. Right, you're being treated because I gave everyone doctoring because I got tired of the fact that with one doctor, no one is getting it done. Needless to say, having the front of the ship exploded was a little annoying. But it's fine. Do not allow rotten, and do not allow entity or human-like corpses. And set you to low priority. Let those sit for right now. We definitely want to haul this back. It is still a unique weapon. And for the heater... Oh, that's why the wall got destroyed, right? Because the ship crash landed, so it had a little bit of damage. Yeah, so put the heater inside that room, because we're going to need it anyways, eventually. Oh, I missed having someone poke in this room, so let's do that real fast. A plasteel flak helmet. I'm not going to complain about that. We can go to here and say harvest that, harvest this, harvest those, harvest what you can from their farms. Okay. Meanwhile, we need to go in here and say, all right, compact machinery. Got those two. Steel, we could use some steel. Actually, see, there's a better node to hit. Probably there. And then we can check for ore. There is silver ore right here. Alright, so do their best in the meantime. Yeah, so we're getting to the point that the moods are getting really hard to manage with the no conquest. We do have a silver mining camp up here. We are going to hit that with the grav ship and just hope for the best. Because I need a conquest, or these moods are going to become completely unmanageable. We can reinstall you. Be in there in case of fire. Please build that before the power runs out. Because then if that doesn't count, I'm not really sure what I want to do then. Because like I said, the problem is when it comes to removing mods, a lot of stuff breaks. And then it would be a question of the mods that none of them have anything to do with different types of sites, what could be causing the problem? Because again, we were running on the save and not having problems before today. Well, I guess the next move would be switch to the stable branch anyways. And see if it fixes it, and if that doesn't fix it, then we're in a bad position where the run's kind of scuffed. Because I'm not going to sit here and be like, dev mode, conquest has occurred, like, you know, manually triggered every time or something like that. What's wrong? We're not getting credit for conquests. Like, this map here isn't a conquest. But we did 2 work sites and we're at -9, it just keeps going down. We did do a reload of the save, and we can go hit the next target after that and see how it goes. That said, this is one new bit of information. We did get a unique weapon out of the site. It wasn't an amazing one. Like, if we were a little bit earlier in the tech, I probably would have taken it. I mean, we took it. It's in our storage. But I would probably have used it. Yeah, there it is. So it's a masterwork revolver. And it's got incendiary rounds, a little bit faster aim, and a little bit better accuracy on a revolver. But I would rather just rock a bolt action. Plus, incendiary rounds are as much a liability as a benefit. Okay, so we got 22 hours until the ship's ready to go again. Haul the cloth back. Masterwork black pants. Cool. Okay. I guess we can add that smoke leaf I'm finding, right? No, that's psychoid. Well, I think I already have you set to cook. It's IT if there's availability. So yeah, that's fine. It's also good that it's taking a while. It's giving Kraysk a little bit of time to repair all the damage to the ship. Because one of those ones I could definitely see overlooking, not realizing that the ship's getting badly damaged between a couple of little knocks and a couple little fights, and then have something expensive explode. Okay, only 3 hours left, and looks like we're just getting towards the end of repairing things. Oh, it looks like they gave the grab engine more health. That's good. Yeah, like that's when I wouldn't have noticed. That piece looks fine, and it was at only about a quarter of its health. Okay, and how are we doing on our mood debuff? Minus 10 and climbing. Okay, so Kraysk is digging. I'm going to take this as the cue that we need to get out of here. Let's go. Because a mood debuff's going to do us in if we're not careful. So we got a work site here for chocolate and a work site here for cash. I'm gonna go after the chocolate because I don't care. I'm gonna go after the chocolate just because it's less people to deal with. Yeah, and because chocolate. Like the cash is good too, certainly. And like I said, what we'll do is if this doesn't work and we don't get credit, we'll quickly revert to the stable branch. And then if that still doesn't work, then like I said, I'll have to figure out what we're doing. Because that means ideologically our run is utterly scuffed. Okay, there's no sentry gun, so let's go plunk down right here. We will be. Right now we don't have the ability to go in space without suffocating and dying. So while we shake our fists menacingly at the sky people, we lack the means to reach them. I did not check for geothermal, which is a mistake on my part. That's a bit of a trek. So you definitely have guns. So we've got one shotgun. Alright, so they don't have a lot of firepower, but they do have some firepower. Again, where are you going? Okay, we're going to shift to the other side so that... Okay. Rated worksite. Okay, so this time we definitely got credit for it. But we're not getting our recent conquest buff. So we got the ideology points for it, but we're not getting the mood stuff for it. And meanwhile, fast learner, sickly nimble, fast learner who's incapable of most things. So let's go ahead and claim all the doors. Deconstruct that for the materials. You go ahead and read that map. They just have clothing, so I don't care about too much. Okay, we've got you and you. There's the chocolate. There's some meals. I will claim and reinstall that heater in this room. All right. So meanwhile, I need to go orders. Cut down the trees to restock our chem fuel production. We can go here, zones, dumping stockpile. Storage, clear. That's actually not what I meant to do. Delete. Dumping stockpile. Storage. No human-like, and no rotten corpses. And then storage, dumping stockpile over here. Low. That accepts everything. And a regular stockpile. Alright, so we're still stuck here for a couple of days while we wait for that to recharge. And once this one dies, we'll double check to make sure we didn't get, that we do get the mood bonus, because there's no sentry guns. At that point, it'll be everyone is dead or gone. And I know if they retreat, you still get credit. You don't have to, like... Yeah, no recent conquests, still didn't get credit. So what we're going to go ahead and do is really fast. I'm going to pause the game. I'm going to save and quit. I'm going to switch us off of the unstable branch onto the stable branch, because right now we are dealing with a problem that if that doesn't work, then we're kind of scuffed on the run. It would only take me a moment to get that switched over really fast. Because if I can't get the mood penalty, like, if we can't get the mood thing, I'm going to be stuck with -16 permanently. And that's like its own challenge run in itself, having like just a run with a permanent -16 mood penalty and no other negatives about it would be a challenging run in itself. You'd have to go out of your way to keep, lots of drugs and lots of that just to manage the mood. Okay, so we're switching over here to the stable branch real fast. I am hoping there's always a possibility. Yeah, there's gonna be some upsetty spaghetti with their stuff. Because we did move to the unstable branch and then back. So it's a possibility this could brick our save by itself. And then, like I said, if this doesn't work, I'll either need to start a different run or something. Okay, and I don't expect we'll have any updates here, because we haven't done anything yet. The run did load. And it did get rid of our fishing thing and all that, which is a bummer. It was nice being on the new unstable branch and seeing what we could see about it. So we're going to quickly get through this tile as fast as we can. Get on to the next place to attack to the right, which is the silver, and then see if that counts. And that'll be the determining factor of, like, do we continue the run? Because I don't see a good way of pivoting very easily. Because, like, the whole point is I want to do a conquest run. And doing a conquest run without doing the raider thing, you know, that's kind of its whole gimmick. Is you actually get to do conquest and it means something. Inspired surgery, that's fine. Okay. Oh, I'm out of steel. That's why you're not getting anything done. It's not super surprising either. Okay. Because it basically said if there's any wood in this back area, process into chem fuel. That's kind of the whole idea. Alright. And I'll want to take this stove and get rid of it for an electric stove. But I'll need to wait till we get our steel starting to be stocked up. Be on Krace getting mining done. Or actually, honestly, with all these steel structures nearby, they're not a great source of steel. There's a lot of steel structures. Why is, like, all the structures on this map steel that aren't the actual base? I mean, that one's not. Yeah, so you got multiple locations where you got set to mine steel and all that. I think realistically, in this case, we're not getting that done. The power's just going to drop and we're just going to move on to the next tile. Because by the time they get the they get the material mined and the geothermal built, it'll be just about time to hit the next tile anyways. So, might as well just have them work on other things. Anything else in here we probably shouldn't have? Let's go ahead and get the fire built real fast and have them start burning apparel. Bill's apparel, burn apparel, do forever if it is not clean, and build burn apparel, do forever if it's less than 80 health, it's not armor or utility. That way they can hopefully clear some of this junk that's collecting in our stock room here and get it out. Make room for steel and all that. Oh, I'm just realizing. Without trade caravans being a thing that we're going to be interacting with, all that little trace bits of leather, I'm never going to get rid of. So let's go to our textiles. So leathers and wools, don't keep them. Because the reality is they're going to sit in there and I'm going to have a ton of pile of like 10 here, 8 there, 12 there, where it's too little to do anything about. I mean, I actually have some stacks in there, but I don't really need that much. Actually, let's look in here. So for right now, we look at our textiles. Blue leather and light leather will allow those. Why do I see blue leather? I see blue fur. Huh. Could do patchwork. That's a lot of extra labor, though. Nah, I don't need it that bad. And we also had the mink fur. I had a bunch in there. Yeah, I'll just leave those two in there. The other stuff, if I happen to get enough to do something, we do it. Alright, so as much as I'd like to do that, we can't go into space without suffocating. Yeah, no, the idea is we're going to go for, like, cotton, hyperweave, all that kind of stuff. The point is all these ones I've got, like, 11 and 2 and all those will all take a shelf spot. The 50 here, the mink fur, it's a little bit of a bummer that goes, but like lizard skin at 19. Yeah, the mink fur I actually have an okay amount. But yeah, I'll just keep the 1 or 2 that we have the most of, and everything else will go. And then, you know, as we get more, we can deal with more. Or what I could do... Well, there's not a way I can set it to an amount, because I was going to say I could have one shelf that's like, that's our textile shelf. But it'll probably have the same problem, where it'll just end up with a bunch of scattered ones and twosies. Area revealed. That's fine. Yeah, the important bit is we're clearing out a bunch of junk in here. Is there anything else in this closet we really don't want or need right now? It doesn't look like it. I do need just more material, more steel, more components, all that kind of stuff. We got 1 hour till we can leave. Components we're not doing particularly great with. No, you're still terrible at mining. We'll just move on and we'll just be short on components. You did not haul the cocoa back. Haul the chocolate. Haul the chocolate. Haul the chocolate. Haul the chocolate. That wasn't a suggestion. Haul the chocolate. All the chocolate. All the chocolate. All the chocolate. All the chocolate. Okay, we have recovered the chocolate. You take a quick sleep, we move on to the next target, because that mood penalty is up to 11 now, and it's going to keep getting worse till like it's at minus 16. And that will be pretty insurmountable. What are you making here now in the smithy? Nothing. Kraysk is pregnant. So we got a baby on the way. Okay. Let's... Why? You don't need power. Why are you not giving me the option to... Like, you literally don't have a connection thing. Why do I not have the option to launch? I really do need that. Reinstall right next to yourself. Reinstall it back. You don't require electricity. Why don't I have any of the options for launching my ship? Okay. I guess we are turning on the power because that's weird. Because it's not something it actually requires to operate, so... Huh. Because you've got chem fuel, you're full. The engines are attached. So hopefully that's not a thing where because we moved from unstable to stable that now it's borked and non-functional. Because that would definitely scuff the run. Try and reinstall a grav engine, maybe? Try and reinstall the grav engine? We can do that. Shove you outside real fast. And then reinstall you back in. Alright, still no go there. Because I would suspect if it was like the engine wasn't detecting, you would see it on that computer console. Like there wouldn't be guesswork about it. So I guess we're stuck here until that's sorted. There's 11 people here, so that's not one I want to caravan over with just 4 people. Like we could, potentially hold our own against it, but that's a pretty rough ride. And we should have enough steel scattered about the map, right? Yeah, we got more than enough steel. Okay. We'll try powering up our ship and see if just something got gummed up. Because it shouldn't matter, because it doesn't require power to run. Like, weirdly, I'm just not getting the choice to do anything with it. In the meantime, we can uninstall that. I can't really easily uninstall the chem fuel generator and all that. And then we can install it again. Not there. Don't deconstruct it. Please, for everything, don't deconstruct it. Do you have the option to inspect it? I shouldn't. No, it's acting like I've got everything. I'm guessing it's a problem with going from unstable back to stable on the same save, but we're gonna let the ship get powered up and we're gonna see what happens. Because we tried uninstalling and reinstalling stuff. And if powering up the ship doesn't solve anything, then maybe rebuild the console. We'll wait till we get the power online, because I kind of don't really have components in steel right now to spare. But that would probably be the next move. So it's looking like we may have gotten okey-doked by the unstable branch. That some's gone whacked, or a mod problem. The issue is I don't really have a way to peek under the surface to see what's going on with that. But it'd be weird for the mods to not have had any changes and then suddenly stuff stop working. What is the needs holding platform message? Needs holding platform? Where are you seeing needs holding platform? I was on unstable, and then we reverted back to stable because we weren't getting credit for conquests. On the side. Oh, the needs holding platform. That's anomaly. Yeah. You've been in and out today. Your own colony just moved tiles. Yeah. Yeah. No, this is anomaly stuff. That's it's talking about this. That has nothing to do with the ship. That's a different DLC. Okay, I'll try powering this up. If that doesn't work, we'll try reloading the save. If that doesn't work, I guess we revert back to unstable. But I mean, at that stage, we're kind of scuffed because being a raiding ideology who doesn't get credit for raiding and therefore permanently gets a mood penalty, is just a whole thing. And unfortunately, there's not really any mods that stand out as like, this is probably the cause, because I'm running very little on the way of mods. The biggest mod I'm running is the Fog of War mod. But I don't imagine that would make raids not count. And we are getting the development points for when we raid. We're just not getting the mood. The mood penalty is not getting reset. It wasn't something weird like our ideology lost. No, it's got rating required. Okay, and the ship is online. Okay, so we didn't get anything changed there. Craft ship range 40. It is detecting all of the tiles and all that. Alright, let's try save, quit to menu, load back into the game, see if it resets the panel. Yeah, because that... I mean, unless it's something like the vanilla expanded framework, which is a requirement of RimWorld exploration, is breaking it. But that being as big as it is, I'd expect people have complained about it or said, oh yeah, no, there's totally a bug with it. Normally, I don't even run those. Like, I actually usually, if it's got vanilla expanded framework, that's enough for me to stay off of it. Not because of anything wrong with it. It just usually means it's a bug with more. Okay, so we still have it where I can't launch the ship. So we're utterly screwed on that one. We have a non-functional grav ship. So I'm just going to go ahead and revert us back to the unstable branch. We'll try raiding one more time since I'm basically ready for it. And if that doesn't work, I guess we're starting a new save. Because at that point, like, if I'm to the point of removing mods, that always just bricks your save. So I'm wondering, like I said, I'm wondering if it's a thing where, because of the existing save going into the latest unstable, that something's gotten whack. Alright, so it's almost done updating. And it could be a mod. But like I said, I'm running pretty mod light. Because they usually do run very mod light. Almost all my mods are usually just UI and music. We just have the exploration and the self-dying for our only real functional mods. And I guess random research, no research. But those have nothing to do with any real game mechanics beyond research. But you never know. Mods are notorious for having changes that they don't document. Alright, so we're reloading in. Yeah, it had to be exploration. That's the only one. Yeah, as I was gonna say, the exploration would be the only one I could think of. It would still be a long shot, but I almost would think of it just because of vanilla expanded framework. Okay. So now I've got a weird thing here, because I can now view the range but I don't have a launch the ship button. Alright, we're going to try deconstructing it. So I can see where I can go to, but I can't actually launch. Alright. We're gonna go back out. We're gonna put it back to stable. I'm gonna rebuild the console, and we'll try that, and if that doesn't work, then we're screwed. Because I'm thinking with that the rebuilding the console is probably the fix. Because rebuilding and being exactly where we were on the unstable branch feels like I'm not actually testing to see if we can conquest on the stable branch. This is always the danger of mods, always the danger of unstable branches. So I do apologize for all like the interruptions happening with this, that we're not able to just progress forward. You guys have the thing. Have you been conquering though, Cookie? Because that's the one niche thing that's the problem. Yeah, and so this is getting upset because we did revert versions. Which is always a rough thing. Because I know Vanilla Expand is a very popular one. Yeah. Well, normally I don't like not running on commitment mode, and I understand there's an argument to be made for saying, hey, well, if something bugs, you can revert your save and all that. And it's a very good argument. Like, it's very genuinely a good argument. But I would much rather... Because low-key, if I'm not running on it, people constantly recommend that I revert. Like, I'll have a pawn who dies legitimately for a perfectly good reason. I'll be like, oh no, you should revert. That was BS. The RNG was against you. It's like, nah, man. It becomes a slippery slope where it's easy to get yourself into justifying more and more minor things as a reason to reset. So I just remove the option from the table. Hey, Infinity Simplex under 140 stream streak. Catch the last 140 streams, not miss a single one. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, we're going to try rebuilding this. And if people would quit walking through while Kraisk is trying to build it, we'd actually get it done. We'll try that really fast. See if the conquest counts. And then, you know, if it doesn't, then we're going to consider the save bricked and do something else. If it does work, then it works, so we don't have to worry about it. That I think I got to worry about. Okay, no, it's not. Barbosa's busted ship. So Belle would join. Nope. I don't... Gene Pack... Oh, that's cropped haircut, okay. Glitter World, 2 Cataphracts. I mean, I'll accept it, because worst case, even if I don't defend it, I still get plasteel components and steel and all that. So even a failure is a win. Alright. You think I've conquested before? Once you landed a settlement and killed them, they all showed reputation gain with the other factions. Yeah, keep in mind, Cookie, we're talking about this is something that was not a problem until the unstable update today. So it's literally a today issue. So if you say before and it's not in the context of the last 24 hours, then it's not what's going on right now. Are you all gonna defend yourselves? I'm glad I had to do all the work. Okay. Cool, and we got ourselves a ship engine, some plasteel, a little couple components and all that. Don't really care about the rest of it. And I don't have a launch button, so this brick is fully bricked, or this save is fully bricked. Even rebuilding it didn't fix it. Alright. that sucks. I'm gonna go back over to the unstable branch and all that, but yeah. No, this is just the normal unstable branch that everyone has access to. I don't have any special access or anything going on here. Yep, so we got okie doked. Because the ship was launching, and then we reverted back to the old and back to the unstable. And that wasn't launching anymore. Actually, we'll do one more thing. We're going to rebuild the console one more time, completely in the unstable branch all the way from the get-go. Because I really don't want to just abandon that save because we got bugged. I know that's a bummer, but, like, we've already done multiple streams on this. Did you uninstall the engine itself? I did uninstall the engine. I uninstalled the core. We uninstalled and reinstalled all those things. I didn't uninstall all of the engines, but one engine should satisfy it. The only thing we didn't uninstall and reinstall was the fuel tanks, because you have to disassemble and rebuild them. Yeah, so deconstruct this. Oh no, wait, because we already disassembled and reassembled it, and it gave us the view range and all that. Yeah, no, I guess it's just a bricked save. Is the save you played all stream today? And now it isn't working? Well, we played it for multiple streams. Like, that's the thing. We did the conquest on the previous streams and everything. Is there anything in the error log? Man, I don't even remember where the error log is in this. I don't like going through error logs on stream because you can spend hours in the error log. Oh man, it's been so long. Debug log. Key binding conflict, doesn't really matter. Loaded map from version whatever, we're running version whatever, that shouldn't really matter. Couldn't resolve, you know, that doesn't tell us anything. Like, it couldn't resolve an ID on something, but we can't see what the ID, like, I'd have to go and look up stuff. Yeah, there's nothing super here, obvious. I'm still gonna disassemble and reassemble it. Hold up. I'm not getting the button here, but when I right-click it, it says launch grab ship. Okay. Alright. I know I keep saving and going back and forth versions, but if I can right-click launch the grab ship, I'm okay with that for right now. Because I'm hoping maybe the button will reset on the other side. I want to be on the not unstable branch just to see if the conquest thing counts, because I can work around that. That's fine. As long as I can... I know we're just reloading the game again and again. This will be the last time. I'll just say it's going to be the last time regardless, because otherwise we could spend like the next hour just troubleshooting it. But we'll try launching, we'll attack that silver mine, and if it counts, great, we keep going. If it doesn't count, we chuck. You're so confused, lost track of what's going on? We're dealing with a bug. That ultimately we've lost the UI for launching the grab ship, and then we are a raider ideology who's not getting credit for raiding. Which is what started it. We weren't getting credit for the raiding. And that's because we reverted back to an older version. Well, when I say older version, the current stable version. And like I said, we're going to try this. If it doesn't work... Honestly, so the problem I'm running into right now and why I'm so committed to not starting a new run is I do travel in 4 days. And so if we get to the point of starting a new run, I'm probably going to be better off playing something other than RimWorld. Because ultimately it'll be a thing that I will just barely get into the run and then have to go. So it'll be a very unsatisfying time, because it's going to be 2 weeks I'm going to be gone. Versus if I'm already several streams into a run and continuing playing. Why would you update to the unstable while you have mods installed? I was already on the unstable the whole time. To be clear. Oh, you just didn't do it. We were reverting as a try and workaround. Yeah, so that's not working. The game you were playing yesterday was cool to watch. Yeah, alright. So we are fully bricked. The run is fully bricked. Whether it was a mod or whether it was the unstable branch or whatever a combination thereof, our run has been bricked. So therein brings up the problem. So the problem I have is I got 4 more streams until I travel. And that becomes a bit of an issue. We may just need to wait for an update. I mean, at this stage, I'm guessing it's some combination of mods or unstable that runs bricked. Because if I start a new run and we get that going, I'm not going to revert back to an old run. So now I got to figure out what we're doing. Because do I start a run that we're only going to go ignore the conquest of this map and try the next map? Well, the problem is I'm a raider ideology. And also, if you didn't notice, I can't launch the ship. The grav ship is permanently stopped. So like that run is bricked. As far as I'm concerned, that run is unsalvageable now. And sure, I could go into dev mode and maybe start changing a bunch of settings, and all that. But at that point, we could be here for 3 hours troubleshooting it to get no progress, and that's not very entertaining. I tried to right-click launch, and Chris stood at it and then walked away, which is why I was like, oh, we're fully bricked. That the interaction just wasn't working. And we already tried uninstalling and disassembling and reassembling and doing all that stuff. So that's the whole thing. Let me snooze the ad for a minute. So let's get a poll going. I'll let you all decide what we're doing. So what are we doing now? I'll put Vintage Story on there. I know people are starting to kind of burn out on that, but that's something I can at least just jump into and move forward. So the problem is with RimWorld, I always like to do slow burn runs. And I got like 4.5 streams that we do today on there, which isn't a lot of time for a slow burn run. And I know people can be like, rush that. You have been enjoying Vintage Story? Yeah, no, I've been enjoying it. The issue I was running into is just kind of like even with some pretty generous raids and all that, it was just kind of slowly declining in viewership, which is not an unusual thing when I switch games and all that. It either hits off and people get really excited or it slow burns down. And so it's kind of one of those ones, like, it wasn't doing so bad that I wouldn't, like, revisit it occasionally. I actually think it's a perfect game for that kind of thing. But just binging it was like, this is gonna slowly kill my channel. But right now I'm in that weird space where I know I'm gonna be gone for 2 weeks very soon. And I'm trying to decide what I do. And, like, I still want to do the Raider run, but now I don't want to start the Raider run. Let's do a quick science. Before we do, let's do a really quick science. I'm going to just grab a grav ship really fast. We're gonna super fast grab a grav ship. Do this. We're gonna dev mode and garbage with this because we're just doing a quick science here. I'm just gonna grab the grav ship. We're gonna land and attack someone with the Raider ideology and see if it gives us credit. To basically see, do we start a brand new run as a possibility? Because I don't want to put it on the vote being like, hey, we'll do a new run as Raiders, only for it to not give us credit, because then we're right back where we started and we've just out a bunch of time. Whereas if I do this, I could just do a really fast scuff, because I'm literally going to go in there, I'm just going to go and I'm going to dev mode and just choose kill on everybody. So create custom. They changed this UI. Create new custom UI. Do this. Wait. Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. That's what's happening. Create fluid. I never do with that. So Raider, done this. Required, don't care. Don't care who you are. You never use the Fog of War mod, but you wonder if it's related to the bug? Well, that's the thing. We did that just the other day and it was fine. Alright, so we're not going to bother collecting things. We're going to launch the ship. Okay. Okay. Weirdly, I can't see anything down here. And if I can't do a clean test in a couple of seconds, we'll just assume it didn't work and move on to their lives. Okay, so I do have another faction right next door. You can tell them just to run around. You've got 4 days. Is there a dev mode way to reset that? Engine cooldown, 4 days. Anyone know if there's a dev mode thing to do it? Because I just want to test this really fast and not drag things out. Engine. Odyssey. I'm not aware of a way to reset that, or to skip that cooldown thing, because I never use dev mode hardly ever. I just don't know my way around it. Alright, I guess... just stand around for a minute. I was hoping really for a really fast test, but it looked like it didn't give you the option of attacking someone on the landing. I believe with dev mode you can set it so you can go faster. Click on the launch... oh, click on the launch mode. Click on the launch console with God mode enabled, toggle left thing. Okay, thank you. Alright, so it says go into dev mode. I gotta remember how you even do this. It was enable God mode. Alright, so everyone get back in the ship. Launch instantly. Go there. Next. Yep. Because like I said, we're just dev moding right now to quickly test one thing to see if this counts. Oh, reset ability cooldown. Alright, so I'm gonna pop in here real fast. Okay, so we're Raider. We don't have anything pro or con for that. I'm going to go options. We'll go into the dev mode stuff here. Settings, turn off God mode. And then I'm going to do here real fast is kill. Oh no, we've won a hard-fought battle. Oh no, it's so hard. It's so difficult. Oh geez. If only we could have managed. Oh no, they're in retreat. We've won. Base destroyed. Okay. So, that would qualify as a conquest. Recent conquest, we did get credit. Alright, so with that, we're going to go back to the main menu, and I'm going to go ahead and get this pull up. So I do apologize about that delay. I just really wanted to test it, get this dev mode out of here. I don't like dev mode. It's useful. Alright, what are we doing now? Vintage story, which would be picking up where we left off there. Raider... run, say, RimWorld Raiders. Now keep in mind, we're only going to get a couple of streams on that Raider run. So if you're expecting to see like it get all to conclusion, we're going to get a couple of streams, I'm going to have 2 weeks off, and it's going to be 2 weeks till we see more of it. So just be aware that is one of the things being considered here. Which is my hesitation with doing that is jumping in, knowing that I'm probably not going to get to see it through because of time. Let's see. Other things I could put on that we can do today. We can get back to the Planet Crafter. We can finish that last moon. We could get the Planet Crafter there. Get a couple of other options on the table. Farming Simulator, I want to wait for the update. I don't really have a reason to visit that. SnowRunner is kind of in a weird place right now. I'd wait till stuff's, going on there. Roadcraft we fully finished. Starting a brand new game that's long format sounds like definitely the wrong move. Ooh, what else do we want to put on there? Crime Scene Cleaner, like I said, that kind of really... I very much enjoyed the game, but the DLC, or not DLC, the big update, I enjoyed it. But as far as, like, viewership, it really underwhelmed. Planet Coaster 2. That could be fine to hop into for a couple of days. And Hotel Architect. Don't chart. Oh, I am not starting a brand new game because again, I only got a couple of days. But starting and learning a game I've not played before, especially a game I know that's got some depth, I'm down to play Stone Chart at some point, for the record. But that's one I want to set aside some time for. Do I want to take the time to use my other tool? I'm going to quickly take the time to set up my other polling tool. That way, you can vote for more than one thing. It should only take me a minute. Not video producer, where are you at? There we go. Oh, come on. If it takes any longer to load, we'll just... It's taking too long to load. We'll just use the regular Twitch one. Okay, so I got to pull up for 5 minutes. If you do not see it, refresh your browser. That's just a thing that happens. But what we've got on the list is one, which is to go and play more Vintage Story, which is what I've been playing the last couple of days. We'll just keep going with what we're going. 2 would be continuing in RimWorld with the Raider run, keeping in mind we only have a couple of streams. So we're not going to get to really see it through. So if you're looking for any type of conclusive ending, that is not going to happen before, other than if we die. That's not going to happen before we end up having 2 weeks where I'm on vacation. The Planet Crafter, we would be continuing with the second moon where I had just started on it. And doing that whole thing. Planet Zoo or Planet Coaster, we would just work on a theme park. Because that's a game I could dip into for a day or two and move on. Hotel Architect is a tycoon game where you run a hotel. We played the demo 2 Next Fests ago or whatever. And generally it was a fun time. But it came out in early access and all that, so we would just play that. But I got that there because I'm trying to get a feel for it. Because for again, the RimWorld concern of what we got in here is that I do have only 4 more streams before I'm gone for 2 weeks. And realistically, with those kind of things, because I don't rush my runs, I don't enjoy playing that way. It does mean we won't be likely to be seeing any endings. For a conquesting the planet, there's 0 chance I'm conquesting the whole planet in 4 streams. That is something that would be an obnoxiously long run, which can be fun, but we'll get that going. So you're gonna want to weigh in because that's genuine what's going on. And if people aren't sure why we have this poll, if you miss what's going on, our other run got bricked. I don't know what happened. I don't know if it's a combination of maybe a bug in the unstable branch, maybe a bug in a mod, maybe a combination thereof. But we got to the point where we were a raider faction and the raids weren't counting, so we were just getting a worse and worse mood debuff. We attempted to revert to stable to try and fix it, and once I did that, it bricked our ship where I couldn't launch the grav ship at all anymore, regardless of which version I was running. So that run is fully bricked, unfortunately. And that's just one of the dangers of when you're running unstable, when you're running mods, those kind of things. They can cause those kind of problems. It's one of the reasons I tend to run very, very light on mods, is I do find, more often than not, when I run any meaningful number of mods, sooner or later, I either get a bug that really screws up the balance, or I get soft-locked or whatever. The example I usually give is Stardew Valley. I did Ridgeside Village and Stardew Valley Expanded, which are really great mods. But at the time, the first time I attempted it with Ridgeside Village, it's got its whole own story. We got up to the finale where it opens this portal and you go into this other area. And the portal didn't show up. And we tried everything they had in their testing to get that portal to open up, and it was soft-locked. And eventually we revisited and it worked a second time, but it's a full second playthrough on another day. But it was one of those things that I had already committed like 40-something hours to the run, 50 hours to the run or whatever it was, before we got soft-locked, and it's a real feels bad, man, when you're like 90% of the way through a game and then realize you can't finish it because, you know, it's just broken. But yeah, so I got a pretty close split between Vintage Story and doing more RimWorld. We'll go with all that. So it's plain to see that like the Planet Crafter, Hotel Architect, and Planet Coaster aren't going to win, which didn't surprise me. Those were all long shots. I figured it was going to be between the two since I've been playing a lot of Vintage Story recently. And then RimWorld I know is very popular on the channel. But yeah. If we do get, for the record, if we do get into RimWorld and we run into another bug that kind of keeps us from either, like, one, we hit a worksite and we don't get credit for it, that will immediately be the end of RimWorld for the day if that happens, if we do the RimWorld Raider thing. Just to be clear, I'll switch to Vintage Story and I'll just call it a day with that, because getting an hour or two into a run, only to realize the run doesn't work, is a real just kick in the balls when it comes to any motivation to keep moving forward. While that keeps going, I'm gonna quickly use the restroom real fast while we're waiting, and I'll be right back. And so I'll be back in just a minute. Ooh, I almost didn't get that swing off. I don't know why we didn't see her approach us. That was spoopy. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I could see nothing. Oh crap, I didn't see you. That was a back hit. No! No! I didn't see the zombie over all the bodies. Our run is over. That's a bite. That is not the way to go. I looked away for 1 second. That's Project Zomboid. Okay. One mistake is all it takes. So we did have RimWorld ran 1. So go right back into it. So we're gonna go pop in here, basic Lost Tribe, do that. Strive to survive, commitment mode. Get this whole thing moving, 100%. We will add in the other factions that are more interesting than the factions we've got. Yeah, so this is basically adding all these factions. I got like a bunch of different of the xenotypes, because they're more interesting. The big thing is I'm not going to be able to raid for a while. That's the catch. Is it's going to take us like an hour or 2 or something to get ourselves situated where we're able to raid. Because I'm doing random research, no starting research, we're not going to have the grav ship for a while. Like, that's very genuinely, it took us like 2 streams to get the grav ship set up the last time. But that's because the random research was really just kicking us in the balls the whole time, and just, it literally gave it the grav ship as one of the last researches we got. Okay. It does really suck though that the that our previous run got bricked, soft lock, whatever. But we did test creating a brand new run, just attacked with the grav ship immediately. And granted, I used the kill command to just kill everyone there. It did give us the credit for it, so it might be an issue with like existing saves from before the unstable to after the unstable having a problem. Okay. So, we have the Fog of War going on, so I do get to pick around here. Now we are doing no research, random research. And one of the big catches with no research, random research is... That's interesting. Oh, that's... Okay, for a moment I thought that was impassable. That had a road on it. But one of the big catches with that is it means you have to be very careful about hot tiles. And the reason for that is just the nature of hot tiles. Is if I'm at the earlier part of it and we get a heat wave and I've not reached a point where I have passive coolers or anything, because we don't start with that with no research, you just die. Your choices are you might be able to caravan off the tile if the other tiles are cool enough, but if not, you just fall over dead. I'm not going to worry about starting with the glow forest this time. Well, that's been a fun meme. We are immediately moving on and not having the mushrooms, so I'm not going to sweat it. We're getting hotter or colder? It looks like we're getting hotter. I'm trying to keep moving along here till we get a bit colder. Man, not even a grow around season, it's got an upper temperature of 90. Yeah, the elevation mattering more, it's made it a little trickier for me to know what does and doesn't matter so far as temperature. I'm looking for a place that's got a relatively long grow season, because I want to be able to get ourselves stable so we can start raiding pretty fast. Yeah, high temperature of 77. We go over this way. Yeah, high temperature of 77. Let me guess, you're going to complain about pollution nearby? There we go. Fluid ideology, ideological. We are doing a raider ideology. We are requiring raiding. And we're not going to mess with any of the rest of this here. I am going to take off the requirement for the various clothing items because I find them obnoxious. It wouldn't be so bad if, like, later on you could give them much better stuff and it wouldn't complain about it, but until you start getting, like, really fancy armor, it means going into a fight without, like, the proper helmet and all that. Yeah, so we're just a raider ideology, straightforward, we require raiding, and not a whole lot else to speak about with that. What are rewards on these? You will gain goodwill. That's not going to matter. You'll get potentially a random recruit. And you will discover an ancient location. Okay, and that's which one? That's fine. Like, I'll probably not do the gladiatorial duels. Okay. So we got great memory. Staggeringly ugly, psychically deaf. Let's run you down there. Undergrounder, tortured artist. Abrasive ugly. Quick sleeper's not too terrible. Steadfast pyromaniac is reasonable. Very neurotic, pretty and kind. Amazing at medical, social, and intellectual. Really bad at everything else in existence. Cannot firefight, clean, haul, violent, or mine. And you know what? I'm probably taking them. Because that is a solid stay at home and be base mom kind of pawn. They could just sit back at home and research. Yeah, they're getting shackled to the research bench. Okay, so let's try and get something. Okay, that works for me. All right, so what are we missing? Plants and mining. Okay, so let's actually go. So we got, you can be a cooking crafter. You can do construction and crafting. You can also cook and craft. You're a researcher. And you too can craft, but at least I've got 4 people to do the same thing's the problem. You can craft, and you can craft. So I think between these, and you can also cook and craft. So the great memory definitely wins that. You can do construction, mining, and cooking. Which is not bad. The big problem we're gonna have here is we're doing space things, and Undergrounder is gonna be a liability. I'm gonna re-roll that one. And we're looking for someone not too pacifist. Body modder jogger who's got extremely high mining. Cannot doctor. I will just do a run where we just aren't going to have a good plants person because we are going to be raiding. I can live with that. I think we got a pretty good like, we actually have a really good group here. We got great memory, quick sleeper with a couple of negatives they can't do. Quick sleeper, optimist, ascetic, body modder, jogger, very neurotic, pretty kind, who's a pacifist. A pacifist is a little rough for a raider group, but I think that's actually going to be a really solid one. We got double passion in almost everything and 0 passion in plants. But we're going to murder people, so, you know, we just won't worry about that. It means I'll have a really, really rough start until the rating goes. Once I get the... Well, I mean, it's not going to be that rough. We have a little bit of a rough start until the rating goes. This is an interesting map. So we got an insect hive over here. I'm not seeing an obvious ancient danger up here anywhere. Not that I should be poking an ancient danger this soon. Alright, so let's start out by checking our people, so you're shooting and melee. Probably make you one of the melee pawns. You're a pacifist. Alright, so Dragonfly here is probably going to be our one and only dedicated melee pawn, and then meanwhile, you grab that bow, you grab this bow, you grab this bow. We will allow everything. Is there any obvious really good places for planting? Not that it's worth going after. So this will just be where we plant. So we're gonna go ahead here. Man, it's been... We've been doing this mushroom colony thing for a while, and it stuck me for a moment. I was like, oh, where am I gonna plant the mushrooms? Oh, right, we're not doing that now. So we'll go here, and we'll do 7x7, and we'll make that rice to begin with. Go schedule. We didn't have any night owls, right? Boom, 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 boom. No night owls. So go ahead and go to our schedules. Recreation here. Work, set every one of these that they've got passion fors. And unset the ones they don't have passions for. Alright. Get all these set. So you're our cook. We have a lot of people who can craft. I don't think I've had a colony who has that many potential crafting people. You can craft that. You're going to grow and plant cut. You all can do that. You can have the priority there. That's fine for now, I think. Okay, we can figure it all later. Man, the number of people in this colony who could potentially work on that. Okay. Animals-wise, we got a crow. I believe it's a crow. Yeah, a crow. We got a Labrador Retriever and a donkey. And I guess this will be a diggy hole base until it's time to go into space. Since we actually have someone who's got really good mining. Alright, meanwhile, let's start getting people set. So we got our person who can mine. So our first contestant for the colony. We got Earth Rush. Earth Rush Stony. Welcome to the colony. And next up we've got, I believe, our cook. And so our cook here, it's going to be Rongor. And after that, we've got, I believe, our construction pawn. Will be Rambao. And then after that, we have... I actually don't remember who's what. We have our combat specialist, and that's going to be Zerx. And then finally, we've got our person who's going to be shackled to the research bench and do that, and that's going to be Apple Lords. What a head of hair on your pony have. Honestly, other than Rambo here, they all, well, these two here don't have the greatest head of hair. They're all sporting some pretty good dues. Okay, so you can go and add a wood door here. So again, the rice planted, we'll go ahead and get a potato field planted up there. And we can go over here for right now, and this will be the dumping stockpile up there. And we will set rules to not allow rotten and not allow human-like corpses or entity corpses. Okay, so we're quickly mining this out, and then we're going to go ahead and get some stuff in here. We'll want to get the research bench up and running as fast as we can. And the random research chose recurve bows to start with. That's not the worst possibility. Meanwhile, we can go furniture. We got sleeping spots indoors, so at least we don't take that penalty. Okay. All right, and 7x7. You're going to be strawberries. You're going to be corn. You're going to be heel root. You're going to be cotton. You're going to be dye. Why 7x7? It is a random square. It is not a strategic decision. It can be 7x7, 10x10, 8x8, 5x5, 35x2. I just made the first one 7x7, and I'm just going to make the other 7x7. And I'll do that until I find that I'm either making way too much or way too little food. But yeah, a lot of times it'll be something like 8x8 or 10x10 or something like that that'll do. So I've got all you set. I'm going to go ahead and give you all 4s for plant cut and mining. That way if you have nothing better to do, you chip in. Compact machinery immediately, that's not terrible. Alright. Okay, you just ask RimWorld people when you watch, you never heard anyone actually having set planting zone. Yeah, no, it's not one of those things that's like a big deal to be like, hey, you know, this size or whatever. I would argue if someone says, like, no, the 7x14 is the pristine size, or like whatever. The reality is, it's opinion, and it would matter, like, every other run, like, what is the best size. Like, it would not only change every run, but also change during each run as well. Yeah, it's one of those things that's like, pretty much you plant and go, was that enough space for the number of people I have? No? Okay, make more. Yes? Okay, make less. Or not make less, but like, is it way too much? Alright, I'm gonna put the butcher bench outside. Normally I don't bother separating it. There's a lot of reasons in your runs to not put the butcher bench in the same place as your stove. Because if you don't have people keeping on top of the cleaning, eventually it does become a problem. Normally I don't care that much because I usually have a lot of people who are set to help with the cleaning. Not that it never comes back and bites me in the butt, it does. Yeah. If your mind tells you to plant 20 crops in the same square, pop off. Yep. Until you start seeing something that's like, no, this is a problem. Okay, so we're gonna hit steel there, so just cancel doing that. You don't understand, is it too much? Ignore the 50,000 corn. It's for a bad winter. I mean, the problem boils down to the wealth. Is the only reason to care about it. Is when you're looking at this, and you know you're sitting up here at like 300,000 wealth, and you look at your cupboard there, and it's, you know, 50,000 corn like you're saying, and you're going, hang on, this wealth is gonna get me killed? Where is all my wealth coming from? Oh, I have 50,000 corn? That might be the problem. Might not be. Or you put down floors at all. Oh, before I forget, zone, manage, area 1. Right down here in this part. We're gonna go right down over there. Gonna actually bring it up here as well. And then we're going to go to expand area, manage zones, invert, danger, okay, choose, schedule, danger zone. And danger zone. And the reason I did that is I don't want our people running in here being like, ooh, insect jelly, and then running into the cave and getting themselves murdered. Eventually I'll want to deal with that, but it's not really something I'm that worried about. Did we already go through all of our pemmican? I think we may have. Sure not seeing it. Alright, well with that, sorry Slate, but you're made out of meat. And I like meat. So, you know. Actually, for that matter, let's make it a little bit on the long side. Alright, so there's a little bit of steel. As they mine down there, I should get it. Please mine that corner first, because I'm going to put the stove up there. Alright, so then production, the old stove, put it there. Furniture. Right now, you get to deal with really horrific seating there. It's fine. And you are mining straight into steel, which is absolutely perfect, because I need the steel for these benches, so you notice the very second we hit that vein, all this stuff's coming online. You of course botched it immediately, because of course you did. And you botched it a second time. Excellent, love to see it. A third time. Third time's a charm. Like building a castle in the swamp. The first time, it fell down and sunk into the swamp. The second time, it fell down and sunk into the swamp. But the third time it stood. Mostly because you built it on top of the remains of the previous ones. We fail upwards here. At least we were digging directly into a vein of steel, so like, you know, I got a pretty decent chunk of steel to absorb a couple of failures out of there. Production-wise, I'll put the art bench down. Okay, meanwhile, let's go here. Wood door, wood door, wood door. Eventually, I'll want to make stone stuff instead. There's a whole lot of bumkiss on that side for there. We do got some heal root, so I'll grab that as well. So is there a bad thing if you use chronophagy to take your colonist's age all the way down to 13, since that's the limit? The only negative is, I can't remember the exact age, it's something like 18, that once you go below that age, it actually will reduce the hit points in some of your parts. But that's the only negative. So, like, your maximum hit on your torso will be slightly lower. I can't remember. Do we have anyone who's under 18 here? I don't. Hey, guest. Oh, is the guest still here? Hey, guest. Are you under 18? No, you're not. Hey, Wolverine. I mean, if you're just going to fall over and take a nap, I'm down to exploit that. I like free food of a Wolverine that picked a fight that was a bit too much for it. Yeah, no, if we see someone who's under 18, I'll show you. Like, again, I don't know the exact cutoff. I don't know if it's 18 or 15 or whatever. I think it's 18. But like I said, the deal there being after a certain age or whatever. Alright, you are bonded. But it'll take like the torso and say, Shamblers approach. Most likely I won't have to worry about them because they're in this little cubby, so if they're trying to pass through, they'll either go that way or that way. Fallen Monolith, don't care about that. Where are you going? Oh, you're picking up the handful of stuff I grabbed over there. That's fine. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is really quickly get a bedroom and a rec room kind of thing set up real fast. Full of barracks. Then we're just trying to go quick on a lot of this stuff. Get it up and running. We are going to have to grab some kind of food. And trying to avoid having our people go off this left side of the map there. We'll probably end up needing to tangle with those shamblers. Alrighty, thank you to the info. You did make one pawn 17, so maybe you'll take a look later. It's not a combatant pawn, so you're not too worried. Yeah, even then, I'll usually just age them down till they're in that area anyways. It is a certain amount of risk that, again, if you reduce the max hit point of a limb, you have a higher chance of losing that limb, and considering one of the parts that I believe gets a reduced amount of health is the torso, which, you know, that's bad. But I'd rather not sit there and have to try and micromanage being like, oh no, I gotta wait till they get a couple more years so I can age them down. Don't want to take them below the threshold. I'd rather just not worry about it. Okay, so they're gonna both be dead by the time we wake up. They're transhumanists anyways, so everyone will have bionic limbs at some point. Yeah. When also transhumanist, if you get to the point where your rituals are, you know, are strong enough that they're taking like 15, 16, 17, 18 years and transferring them, there's not, like, if you wait to the point it won't put them down to 13, your transhumanists are going to be pissed off because you've let them get, you know, so old it's harming them or whatever the verbiage is it uses. Okay, and you've got 1 hour before you rot. You can do 15 years with extra casters? Yeah, I know exactly. Okay, so we've got that all fully planted. No, we don't. You don't have quite enough growing for that. What else do we want to plant here? Let's just assume we'll end up... Okay, so we got the colony name as well as the faction name. The colony name is temporary. We're only going to be here till we get the grav ship, then we move around, so I'm not as committed to the colony name. The faction name, you know, that's for the whole run. So the colony, the dawn of something terrible. Something terrible. I don't know. Like my brain is going to like door-to-door salesmen kind of things. Like the people unwelcome solicitors. I'm gonna misspell that. All right, let's check with the internet. Solicitor. Oh, hey. That is spelled correctly. Would you look at that? Alright, so we got drifters. They want pocket change. Oh, who has our highest social? It's probably you, right? Because your social is like through the roof. Okay. So you here, go give them some money. We're here to talk about your car insurance. Yep. But seriously, last night's session, you witnessed the horror of unchecked metal horror infection firsthand. Didn't know it can come from a melee of a different anomaly. Anyways, you're warned. To be clear, that's only partially true, Latch. If you don't know, the way metal horror works is behind the scenes, the game rolls the dice and says, is there a metal horror? And it goes, yes. Once that happened, it actually retroactively says, like, what was an event that could occur that could have given you a metal horror? Oh, you got hit by this anomaly 30 days or within 30 days? Okay, that's your source. Oh, this person joined your colony in the last 14 days? That's the source. It's not that that person actually was the source. They didn't come in and have that metal horror in them, with the exception of the creepy joiner that can trigger when the event triggers, which I'll explain in a minute. It's like art in the game where it references a past thing and says that's why. But if you end up in a situation where there isn't an eligible event that happened recently, it'll make a creepy joiner show up that will be infected with it. So here's a low key of when you know you get a metal horror. If you hit this, if you do the void provocation, and then like 10 seconds later a creepy joiner shows up, that person's got a metal horror in them. Like 99.9% chance that person's rolling in with a metal horror. Because that means you rolled metal horror and it went, oh, don't have anything here, bring in the creepy joiner. So if you want the creepy joiner, that's where you lock him in a cell kind of thing and just wait until the metal horror is handled. Otherwise, honestly, they shouldn't have been hit by a melee, but genuinely, you didn't know, it was a lot of sight stealers. Oh yeah, no, and especially sight stealers if you don't have your stuff to detect. I should have checked to see if any of them were below 18, because I'm pretty sure there was one. I think it mentioned there was one with a kid or whatever. Well, over 13, but under 18. We can check to see the health on their parts. Ooh, we got a hollow spot back here. So pro tip, so we got a tunnel back here. If you want to actually scout the tunnel, if you take a person with a melee weapon, notice where I'm on the wall, it's got a solid. If we go to that opening, it's got a cross thing. So it looks like there's actually a pretty decent space back here. It's probably a whole like network of tunnels down here. Yeah, so if we extend this hallway, we're going to run into it. But that's kind of a trick if you're ever trying to scout out, like, oh, I've got this really good tile. Do I want to punch through? Devil Strand will be the second one. It's a quick and dirty trick. It's been in the game forever. I don't use it super often. We did have our one run. I was abusing it quite a bit, just flying because I was trying to find ancient dangers. So I was kind of just going from place to place being like, is there an ancient danger here while I'm stuck on the tile? Yes, no? Okay. Major break risk on you. Alright, so we're going to prepare. Oh, do we not have any berries at all? Man. Well, I wasn't expecting you to come out that far. Hang on. Keep chasing Earth Rush. There you go. And your clothes matter to me? Nope, no they don't. Okay, so let's go over here real fast and have you do that. We will take both of those. Who is our cook again? You, Rongor? I'm gonna need you to very quickly grab that corpse, because you can butcher it right before it goes bad if you're quick about it. Okay, also, before I forget, let's go to our assignments, manage food policies, lavish policy, do not eat corpses or baby food. We can go here, regular medicine, which is nice to do that, because we've been doing all these ones in the glow forest or whatever, glow forest and all that, which means we couldn't do it, because you had no medicine. We will go to the social drugs policy, and we'll go to penioxylin, and we'll say take it every 5 days if you got it. Is this a new run? Yes, the old run, unfortunately, between Unstable Branch or a mod or something, got bricked. So we didn't die, the run became non-functional. At first, we were no longer getting credit for conquests, which is a requirement for raiders to not lose their crap. And then in trying to fix it, I reverted back to the stable version. And once I did that, the graph ship became non-functional. No matter which version I was running on, I had all the stuff there, but I didn't get a launch button. And then trying to, manually launch it also didn't work. Okay, we're right about to get our rice up. Just gonna hold out one more day for that. I go and plunk down our potato grow zone there. And you can be a much bigger corn grow zone. And strawberries. That's overkill for what we need. That's fine. Oh, I never build the recreation stuff. That's a fair reason to be upset. I honestly, I get in these runs that we've been in for so long that I quite regularly, when I start a brand new run, almost always forget to put down the recreation stuff. It is a real problem. Furniture. Okay, and we're getting hungry. So we're going to go ahead and do is we go to our list of animals. Sorry, you two. You're made out of food. And I don't feel like feeding you, because you're not very useful animals. I get you to snuggle a little bit, and that's about the best I can get out of you. We're going to need to go to MISC. Or, sorry, Ideology. Plunk that in there. Starvation on Zerks again. I like that they keep going over this tiny little pool of water and they go swimming. There's tiny little jacuzzi kind of thing off against the wall. It's just, instead of being a jacuzzi where you're putting in an obnoxious amount of chemicals to make the water not a biological hazard. Instead, it's stagnant water that's just been sitting there pretty much indefinitely. It's basically the same thing. They should add a pool for recreation spot. I could see letting you, zone being that's the swimming area. But I could also see allowing you to build an above-ground pool kind of thing. That definitely feels way more mod territory, though. Get that recurve bow. It's better than what you got. And that's better than what you've got. Okay. So we're going to let them mine that out. Was our mining construction two different people? It is, so we can actually get stuff going there. So you hate existence by trying to smooth out all of that. The pool already exists, and that, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that there's mods for all that stuff. A day that ends with Y is a day that a mod gets made that covers all those kinds of needs. Alright, so meanwhile, we're going to go to you. You're going to be our moral guide. Now, the catch is, when we make our melee specialist and our shooting specialist, it takes away most of the stuff they can do here. So I'm going to need to get a new person that can fill in those roles before I do any of that. Alright, so you got the moral guide. That'll help with a bunch of stuff. Okay. We didn't have any couples in the colony. Oh, that's a different faction leader. Oh no, it's not. Okay, so we do actually have one couple in the colony. Zerx and Rambo. Earthrush apparently is in a relationship with someone who's not in the colony. You are probably at some point going to be responsible for the death of the person you are supposedly in a relationship with. We are going to be conquesting, so you know. It is what it is. Okay, and then this room we'll go smooth everything. And then get rid of these spots. Alright, so that's going to be better than your bow. Okay. So let's go ahead and scooch this room over here a bit farther. And that's going to be your storage room. Hey, Kravik, how's it going? Why is that not getting planted? It's fine, we'll get there. Oh, we're probably getting to the point where a bunch of stuff's getting ready to harvest. And it's delaying that. We are going to need more to eat, though. I've got 12 meals, which is fine for the moment. That's good for about a day. And then the next day we'll end up needing more. And after we get that planted, need to chop down some trees for more wood. And then we're going to get Devil Strand. And Devil Strand is good and bad. The good of Devil Strand is clothes made out of Devil Strand are actually really good. Like, they hold up pretty well. Okay, that's another excellent bow. Okay, so with that, we're not going to bother making another bow for right now, so we're going to suspend that. And the reason we're doing that is everyone's got a bow. I got a bunch of, like, regular bows laying around. We've already upgraded everyone. I could have them keep crafting, hoping we get, like, a masterwork or a legendary or whatever. It's just not worth it. We are going to be betraying the Empire, so we're not going to be getting to be friends with all that. Are we committing a crime against humanity in RimWorld today? We are planning on doing the Raider thing. That's what we started with, unfortunately, whether it was a mod or the Unstable branch or something bricked our run. Or bricked our save. So we tried to salvage it, and when it was clear it was just not going to work, we started a fresh run. Okay. You know, you're kind of tired of peril deteriorating for no reason other than being worn. You're gonna find a mod to at least mitigate that. I mean, it makes a certain amount of sense that it does wear out. But yeah. I hear you. Honestly, give me your stack of pemmican. Because that should be enough to tide us over till this other stuff starts properly growing in. Yeah, and you're like in a permanent state of not quite pissed off. And that's because we have very neurotic on them. That minus that 14% to break penalty is pretty severe. But they also have a global work speed of 40% higher. The idea is that pawn is going to be allowed to just stay indoors in comfort and all that when the time comes. Yeah, and you're a crafter, so you've got plenty of availability. But yeah, no, clothes genuinely do just kind of wear out and fall apart. It is an unfortunate reality. I have many shirts over the years that I have absolutely loved that just utterly fell apart over time. Oh, right, I was going to point out... Yeah, here's one. So let's check this person. If we look at this person's torso, it's got 36 hit points max, that they are 16. So meanwhile, if we find someone else here who's a little bit older that's got a torso scar, 854, 40 hit points. So the one that was 15 only had 36, this one's got 40. So you get the idea. If you go below 18 years old, it does reduce the max health of some of your torso, like your torso and some of your limbs and that kind of thing. It can be a concern, especially for a melee pawn. Generally, I would rather just keep the age pushed down, like especially again if you're doing like transhumanist where they get to like mid-20s, they start getting really upset about it. The mood penalty to me is more severe than the health penalty, but it is worth considering. Yeah, degradation, yes, it does do a whole thing. That's actually one of the things as a reason to use black armor over, for example, Cataphract, is one thing that a lot of people don't realize is Cataphract covers the whole body. And normally when you look at that, that's a good thing. You want it to cover your whole body. Your whole body is made out of squishy material that doesn't like having bullets put through it. On the other hand, that means every single time you're getting hit, almost anywhere it hits you, it's taking a little bit of durability away from your Cataphract armor. It makes it a really big concern about a character getting swarmed with Cataphract, because you do run into the problem where you can lose a lot of durability from your armor in a fight versus flak armor or clothing. And so it's just one of those things that you'll be in the middle of the fight, you'll go from being really tanky to your armor literally just vanishes off your character because it ran out of durability, and suddenly they just get absolutely murdered because they're in a fight with something really dangerous and now have no defense. If your pawns don't want to wear clothes in the first place, they don't have to deteriorate. Exactly. Your melee tank went through a suit of Cataphract every 2 or 3 fights when he was tanking hard. Yeah, no, if it's like you have one person holding the line, and again, it's more, many smaller enemies is a bigger concern than fewer bigger enemies. Because one big enemy hitting hard does way less durability than like an army of squirrels just nipping at you. Because each one of those little attacks is just a little bit of durability it's potentially taken from you. Now that said, Cataphract's still worth using, but it is one of those things to be aware of. If it seems like your Cataphract and your marine armor is just falling apart, it's because it is. Because all those thousands of little teeny tiny scratches are just chewing it up. Alright, so let's get over here. So we can extend this into this room. And then shrink it from this side. So now they'll drag all that stuff into this room. That is our storage room now. There we go. That should cover all the stuff we need over there. And we'll need more wood. The moment they get this stuff planted, they'll get over there. They're making good progress towards Devil Strand. It's been a long time since I planted some Devil Strand with any intention on using it. I could see doing Devil Strand on this map. We won't be able to do it long term once we start doing the grav ship and traveling. It takes a long time to grow, and as a raider colony, we're just not going to have the opportunity. Speaking of which, let's see. Right now, we don't have any bonuses or penalties yet from our raider ideology. That will kick in eventually. The marriage is on. Zerx told Rambo that she wants to spend her life with him. Rambo agreed, and the two are now engaged. Aw. Excellent. If someone's wearing only flak, they get hit somewhere, let's see, where the armor isn't covering. Won't they get hurt and injury? Is that still better than armor than losing durability? Well, that's the catch-22. Like, the cataphract armor covers everything. Like, in layers. Whereas when you're dealing with the flak armor, the jacket covers certain things, the pants cover certain things, the vest covers certain things. I was trying to remember... I want to say there was the other consequence of the cataphract. I believe it's both the middle and the top layer, as opposed to Devil Strand. So we're making smithing next. So really fast, we're going to go over here and say zone. We're going to make bad decisions. I'm going to go for a pretty big Devil Strand zone. Way bigger than I probably should. Not that they're going to get to use it anytime soon. But I want to say it was the middle and the outer layer, which creates its own concerns with how the math works. Yeah, so it's middle and outer. So it's still when you look at like the sharp and all that being 120% and all that, and then we go over to say flak, which is usually what I'd compare. So you have the jacket as the outer layer, and it only gives 55%, and then we go to the vest, and it's 100%, so it does cumulatively get to be more for some parts, but less for other parts. And that's middle layer. So this one covers the arms and shoulders and all that, but then the vest only covers the torso. So you kind of have this pro and con with them. Like, ultimately, cataphract is better, especially when you're talking Odyssey. You can't take flak into space and survive. So you're gonna need marine or cataphract. But it is a thing that where people will poo-poo flak, it's kind of one of those things like, no, genuinely, in a lot of cases, you can make a strong argument in flak's benefit as well. Yeah, no, that's when you talk about like the torso, you have the skin layer, the middle layer, and the outer layer. So like a t-shirt is skin layer. Then you have like your vests and like that. So like the royal vest or the flak vest is the middle layer. And then the outer layer will be like your dusters, your capes, your cataphract armor, like your armor, like plate mail and all that will be outer layer. And all that kind of stuff. And that's mostly just torso that you're worried about that. Like torso's really the only one that has all that layers to worry about. But for those who don't know the way the calculation works, is like, you know, you've got your incoming damage. So, boom. Incoming damage. Oh no. It does the calculation, says, okay, outer layer. Boom. Alright. And it rolls the dice and says, okay, did you completely ignore the damage? Yes, no. Okay, did you partially ignore, like, did you deflect the damage, so you take half damage? Yes, no. And then, okay, then you just have your regular reduction. Then you go, and that'd be your outer layer. And then it does the next stage where it goes, okay, now it's time for the middle layer. So you go here and it says, okay, you already passed the outer layer of the damage that got through. okay, do your calculations for the same thing. Then you get to the inner layer, which usually doesn't offer a whole lot. And then one sneaky thing you have, so again, that's your skin layer. That's your t-shirt, whatever. You can also have like a stone skin gland and all that to effectively give you another layer. And they do layer where it will continue to reduce the damage between them. It's one of the reasons why having multiple layers of armor can be really big. Now that said, I would still argue Cataphract as far as raw defense is still better. So you dumbed it down to 2 categories: pre-marine, post-marine. Pre-marine, flak vest, duster, helm, devil button shirt and pants. Post-marine, just suit up. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, generally speaking, if you've reached the point that you've got marine and Cataphract and all that on as options, you're probably just doing that if you got the materials. We are starving again. It's not really what I want, for obvious reasons. Let's see. So you're planting right now, so I don't really want to bring you over here. If I could hunt something really fast, that would help. Okay, never mind. That's right about to grow. If we just give it a couple of seconds, you'll be able to harvest that up, and we should be fine. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff sitting at like 90-something%. Let's, pulling up a little bit of strawberries there. So that way I can run up there and grab a bite. Tide them over for a meal, because that's coming up soon. And we're getting right about to that stage where we're going to start having just the food on standby constantly. And meanwhile, they're working on all that. Okay. Got a new person showing up. They're a genie who would make everyone else around them hate existence. Cool, man. With that said, let's go run over here real fast. What was that hit? Oh, it was just you were a genie and you got hit once in the leg and it was too much for you. Okay. Got killed due to pain. Alright. So I just got a little bit more to haul back in here. With the grab ship, you'll notice I haven't accepted it yet. Basically, I'm going to wait until we have electricity to accept it, otherwise it just sits here at risk of being stolen. I'm honestly surprised that we haven't started to see any warning about our raiding kind of thing. Okay, so we got rid of the bonded pet penalty for killing their bonded pet. If you ever get back into RimWorld, you're probably going to need to rerun the math yourself. In the old days, full suits of Devil Strand or better, thanks to probability involved, actually offered better chance of negating damage. Yeah, I know people have done the math now. There's been like this whole heated debate on the RimWorld subreddit, where one person gave like entirely not accurate math, being like, oh, actually wearing armor literally makes your character... It was your brain literally isn't armored or some nonsense like that. It's like, no, that's not how it works. And they just misunderstood the math, which is easy to happen with like all the complexity and layers that go into it. But you've had a lot of people min-maxing the numbers about being like, oh, well, actually wearing this, and this is better. Well, no, because you can potentially skip the damage base, this, and this, so statistically taking a bunch of hits, you're more likely to get through, and yada yada yada. It can become this whole nightmare of math to deal with. The answer is, most of the time, you're not going to get to pick to min-max your armor anyways. You're more likely just going to be like, I got what I need to make flak, so I'm going to make flak. Okay, I've reached the point where now I can make marine and cataphract. I'm probably just going to make those instead. I wouldn't worry about being like, hang on, I need to, you know, the Devil Strand pants are slightly better than this, they're slightly better than that. Like, you know, do I make it out of whatever? Oh, Thrumbo Fur gives me this protection. Oh, Alpha Thrumbo Fur gives you peak protection. But also Alpha Thrombos are a big chore to get a hold of. And then, are you going to breed them so you can keep getting the material? The answer is yes. But that's almost making a run in itself where your entire goal is just to get Alpha Thrombos and breed them. You still haven't used any of your Thrumbo Fur? Oh, Thrumbo Fur is good stuff. You just survived Unnatural Darkness. If that had survived another 6 hours, the entire colony would have gone dark. A Nocturnal attack left almost everyone injured badly, so you're forced to do into a position of waiting for it to pass. Yeah, no, that's one of the things that low-key gets people with the Nocturnal event. You can actually just hunker down and wait it out kind of thing. It's just because it's Unnatural Darkness, all your crops will die. In a lot of ways, it's like getting a toxic fallout, except you just don't get toxic buildup. Instead, you just get little cuts all over you if you are in the dark, which will kill you. But, you know. I was working on a permanent Unnatural Darkness run, which is cool, except the music would get stuck on the anomaly music forever, which is good music, but not forever good music. But that was actually kind of the hardest part, is despite having a okay temperature, you really couldn't grow anything, because if you grew regular crops as permanent darkness, it would just die unless you had the sun lamp, which, starting with the permanent darkness, you don't have what you need for the sun lamp. And you can't grow the mushrooms because you need them to have no light, but if you're in no light, you start taking damage very rapidly. So, you know, are you going to let your people go out there, they go to harvest a couple of mushrooms and start getting all hacked up and have to heal up and then go back for a couple of more? So it was honestly the food that was the really rough part. But there's definitely you need a very good crafter ability to produce the precursor materials to take advantage of this situation. In your experience, you're already doing victory laps when you were doing that. Yeah, no, if you get to the point where you're, when you get to the point where you're, like, getting to the cataphract armor and all that, either A, you've got that, like, square, like, solidly set ahead and you're just good, or B, you're in a really bad place. Because it's just one of those things, if you don't have a good crafter by that point in the game, it can be really rough. But yeah, also, like, not trusting the math on Reddit, yeah, that's fair. That's a very good thing, to not just trust Reddit. Honestly, even the wiki for a lot of games, people give them a lot more trust than they should. There's some games that have really good wikis out there, and there's some games that they're really bad. Like, I pointed out historically that for the longest time, the Project Zomboids wiki has been, like, notoriously bad. Mostly just out-of-date information, but sometimes they'd give information that was never right. Like, for a while, it did list on the wiki that there was a very, very, very small chance you could survive a bite, because people kept rumoring it around. So people would edit the wiki and be like, you have, like, a 0.07% chance of surviving a bite, and they're like, that's not true. You know, there was only one time it was remotely true, and it was a bug with a very specific trait, but that's not what would be on the wiki. And so then people would correct the wiki and be like, hey, that's not true. And then someone would be like, hey, you know, stop effing changing this, it is a thing. And it just went back and forth, even with people doing code dives and be like, no, it's literally a Boolean in the code that you're like, hey, bitten, yes, no. If bitten, you start dying. But that was one that went back and forth for ages. The one place that Project Zomboid's wiki was really good was on the weapon stats. There were individuals in the community who were like, no, I'm going to get this information right. And, you know, would go into the code, check all the stats and everything and all that. But, and a big part of it was Project Zomboid is in active development. They do make, like, I would argue one of the things is that game does tend to have a lot of very sweeping changes kind of thing for a game that they will massively overhaul things regularly because of how they want to change the game, which does lend itself to making the wikis more inaccurate from just being out of date. Stationeers was one of the wikis where it's really good, but also massively out of date? Yeah. It happens. Okay, nicely done. That said, it's kind of funny when the wiki contains community faults, so it's mirroring lots of zombie fiction anyway. Oh yeah, no, there's been a bunch on there. Like the bite one is one that just kind of came back because that was one of those ones that was so easily disproven time and time again. But people would bring it up constantly on the subreddit, being like, no, 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 you can survive. It's like, sure, if you change your settings or mod or something. But anytime we're discussing base game, not really. That's actually another thing that always used to annoy me when I would help with the wiki and all, or not with the wiki, with the subreddit and all that. You'd pop in there and be like, so if I do this and this, does this happen? And you're like, yes, yeah, in those circumstances, this happens. And people are like, unless you mod, I'm like, well, yeah, but that's true no matter what I say. Like, literally anything I say, you can answer, but not if you mod it. And it's like, well, right. That'd be like going, okay, like the sniper rifle has the longest range of any of the weapons in the game. Well, unless you mod, no crap, man. Obviously. If I introduce new things, but it's not worth considering in the discussion when someone's asking in the game, does X, Y, or Z? They want to know what happens in the game they're playing. Ooh, so you got tough, and you would be a researcher. Oh, but they're gonna go fight some bugs and die. You know, you did knock down the one Mega Scarab for what it's worth. We're set up to not go in that zone. But you know, you did knock the one. I can't rescue without putting my own people in danger, and I don't see it as that important. The best one's the ones that are confidently wrong, and they're just been using mods for so long they forgot what vanilla is. Oh, that happens so much. Food got lucky because you got the first warning for the event. I was starting a mushroom harvest, so you had like 3,000 mushrooms started. Problem was electricity, and you couldn't go out and deal with the trees, kind of blocking your wind turbines. Insulting spree because low psychic drone. Yeah, because they're very neurotic, so a low psychic drone pushes them over the edge very easily. We're going to have some pretty angry people here in a minute because the insulting spree is going to mean everyone's going to have like the debuffs from being insulted. Let's see, the RimWorld Reddit is great for that. So many people have no awareness that there are people who aren't using their mod list. Oh yeah, no, and it's any game that's got like a very heavy modding scene, you'll have that tendency to have, you know, a bunch of people will make the comments like, unless you mod, or they'll do that whole thing again where I mentioned before where people will just assume something is vanilla, and you'll have like 8 or 9 of people agree with them, and then you realize it's just a common mod that is, you know, pretty ubiquitous within the community. Allow tool being the standout, we pointed that one out a couple of times where I had more than one case where people were like, why aren't you doing X? Well, because I don't have allow tool. No, that's vanilla. I'm like, I swear it's not. And then you sit down and show that you don't have that setting, and they kind of just stare at you like, what? It's like, yeah, it's the mod. You love how many people think twins and triplets are in the game? Oh, is there a mod that does that that's popular? I imagine there's a lot of stuff that comes from the RimWorld expanded, vanilla expanded, that people just assume is base game, because I know that's a very, very popular mod. Okay, so we got smithing. So smithing gives me some good stuff. We can make helmets, so that's pretty solid. Oh, are you my only doctor? Of course you are. Congratulations, Zerx. You're pretending to be a doctor for the week. Please feed them and then tend to them. Meanwhile, we're going to go actually to you until you can self-tend, because you're just so much better of a doctor than everyone else. Okay. But yeah, and it's just one of those things that happens. You learned you need to do a far better job of lighting up outdoor areas. Oh yeah, no, the Noctil events is definitely one that'll get you with that. You're not getting those people beds? How am I gonna do that? We're running no starting research, random research, and beds are locked under there. If we get some fabric, I can make the bed rolls, and we will make those, but I gotta wait for the fabric to come in first. Okay, so you're super angry about all of existence, so we're gonna console you. And I'll take one of those mood penalties off. Not gonna help that much, but, you know. But yeah, no, I definitely run where our research is just really in an awful place. It is a deliberate decision. I very much like playing like this. But it does lead to a lot of questions like, why aren't you insert thing? It's like, because I can't. Oh, okay. Which is fine. Not being able to. Fair reason of not doing the thing. Yeah, so you're minus 31. Now I'm gonna go sleep for a while, so you're probably gonna have a break risk. Well, I mean, break risk is the thing. You're probably going to have a break. The good news, if you go to sleep, you can spend most of that time going with that. Alright. So we're getting more of our production stuff online. Yeah, and they got carpet making is the next random one we got, which isn't a thing I'm going to do. They kind of need to rework carpet, I think. Like, it is just one of those things that the carpet is pretty cool. Especially, like, you've got some really fun patterns down here. Like, the mind bend carpet is really neat. And you got, like, the hex patterns and all sorts of cool stuff down here. It's just, unfortunately, the amount of effort that goes into it. And then if we look at the carpet, I want to say it's got an extremely high flammability. I mean, they lowered it. It's only 32% now. It was like 70-80% if I remember correctly. Maybe I'm thinking fine carpet as opposed to regular one? No, it's still 32. But, like, it's flammable. And it's just a lot of time and effort. So just a lot of times, there's almost always a, hey, I'm going to go ahead and put down stone, or hey, I'm going to go ahead and do this. That the material cost of getting all, like, the cotton you need to put down that much carpet is very, very hard to justify. Okay. I honestly should have a second research bench going this whole time. Because Apple Lords will end up having time to research as well. Considering they're the one who's supposed to be shackled to the research bench. But our crafter has nothing to craft really till we get like tailoring or something online. So they've taken over the research bench. And I could certainly see taking the time to do more with that, but we're not quite there. We'll go ahead and mine that jade. Because then we can use the jade for the art. So you can go here, add statues, do forever, details, clear all, jade. So anytime we get jade, we make a statue. And actually, for that matter, let's suspend that. Nah, it's fine. We'll let it go. I was going to say let's spend that and wait for a the mood bonus for art or whatever. It's like, no. Without having someone who's like, you know, a tortured artist or that, it's going to be so infrequent, it's probably not worth mentioning. Okay. Get some light to make them work a little faster in these rooms. How goes the mood stuff? So we're moving up to decent barracks and decent dining rooms, starting to get a couple more mood bonuses here. I also saw that apparently it's becoming a very popular strategy for people if they get a pawn with Masochist to get them the, oh, what is it? The Mind Screw, the thing that causes intense pain, because it's like getting a 20% permanent mood bonus. Which is pretty amusing. The risk is them dying from maxing out their pain, but still. There's something comical about that being like, I am in intense, like, insurmountable pain, just the way I like it. You're like, man, you're not wired up all right. You got things you got to be working through. Porcupine quills are really good. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, because I don't think those lower the health of the limb or anything like that. So yeah, no, with Masochist, you can just have the person go fist fight some porcupines so they get themselves all quilled up. And then just never surgically remove the porcupine quills. Yeah, no, you can remove them, but you're talking about keeping them in pain. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. Alright, we got 4 desperate refugees. They all are adults, so we are going to go ahead and have them drop their gear. That way, if they betray us, it won't be that hard to deal with them. We'll set your recreation. We'll have assignments. No drug policy. Work. Get all this assigned. Oh, we're not... Oh, maybe it's because we don't have fishing yet. It just doesn't list it there. Okay. Yeah, the one who's actually got some ability and research will go ahead, and the other ones you won't bother with that. Alright, so we're going to let them just do their thing. We apparently have a big fire up in that corner. That's fine. Oh, assignments. Before you wander over there and get yourself killed. As I saw you run down the tunnel just a little ways to grab something. Oh, and you here... There's some spare beds. Yeah, they're mostly going to sit here and just smooth out floor. Big numbers of people doing it. Because that'll help make it so the rooms are nicer. It's a very time-intensive thing. But when I don't have stone cutting available yet, nor carpet making, it's a way I can toss down a floor that won't just burn up the whole place. Okay. And even if that's all they do here is just walk around and smooth out all the floor, that's still a big win for us, at least in the short term, till we can get out of here. Because that means a much higher mood bonus from having a much nicer barracks and rec room. Man, it is taking you a while to heal up from that. Okay. And we're about to get a bunch of the potatoes in and a bunch of that. So we should be stabilizing on our food. We haven't quite got enough enough plant growing skill to plant the heal root quite yet. And then the Devil Strand is a bit higher. You don't actually want this on the game, but it'd be funny if you installed a Pain Stopper or Reduced Pain Gene on a Masochist, and they consequently got a mood debuff. I mean, I wouldn't be against it. They're like, pain makes me feel alive, like, that kind of thing. It's still messed up. But, I mean, I would also argue someone who's truly a masochist where it's like, no, pain, I love it. Yeah, no, you're genuinely properly messed up at that stage. Yeah, Rongo will be the one to focus on art. We're going to deprioritize, honestly, take you off art. It's going to be Rongo and Rongo alone because they're our best artists. Major break risk because you're ravenously hungry. Thinking of the follow, welcome to the stream. And also, the reason you're ravenously hungry is you're the one who's supposed to be out there getting the crops, but you're busy being in here because you're busy insulting people and getting yourself all roughed up. Not gonna name any names, Apple Lord, but you know, this does feel like it's kind of something you did to yourself. I'm trying to prioritize harvesting just to try and stave off starvation on them for a little longer. Because you should be over all your injuries soon. And then you'll have a lot to work on out there. None of you really... Yeah, no one's got any skill in the growing department. Okay, you're upset because you are a tortured artist. What do we even have here? So we got a tortured artist with an annoying voice, chemical fascination who's kind, creepy breathing, and pyromaniac. Ah! A big ol' pile of garbage is what we got there. Also, why is there a bunch of random weapons laying around here? Okay, and there must have been a caravan over here that got wrecked. What's the queue for? When we get new colonists, you can have a colonist named after you. You enter the queue, and then it gets, like, when we get new colonists, we do a drawing. Whoever gets their name drawn gets to have the colonist named after them. Okay, that is in the danger zone, so you can go out there and grab that flake. Okay, so now you're going to start pulling up all the crops and all that. I think that's where they dropped them. Oh, right, because the refugees. Yeah, the refugees dropped them there. That's right. Makes sense. I didn't pay attention to where the refugees got onto the map. So I got all the floors smoothed out. We're getting the walls. And they've decided this narrow section of hallway, the only not smoothed area on this side of the base, is where they're having their party. Cool, man. Yeah, so ugly environment, conversion resentment. Someone tried to convert you. Well, try to convert them back. It's only fair. And who is our cook? Are you actually getting it done? Yeah, you are. That's fine. Yeah, now because you've been down for so long because of that social fight, it's just going to take you time to get all the stuff harvested and replanted and all that. We do really need a second person helping out with the growing, but that'll be a later issue. Okay. How are you doing on your plants, by the way? Pretty close to hitting 8, which point you'll be able to plant the heal root. And then when we hit 10, it'll be the devil strand. And none of you had any growing skill? Of course not. That's the one thing we're missing in the colonies. We don't actually have a proper growing person. We just got someone moonlighting. I am happy that this map I have no reason to set up with the dryads. Because we were doing that on the glow forest because it's a way to get medicine on the tile, because otherwise you'd need to get to the point of having sun lamps as a way of doing it. Alright, a good statue? I guess it's acceptable for now. Do better in the future, though. Carpet making. Alright, so next up we're going to get fishing, which is a pretty cool thing to get. Unfortunately, the only place I could fish is here, which isn't awful, but that's pretty close to the edge of the map, so if I were fishing here and the raiders came in there, that's probably a dead colonist. Or a kidnapped colonist or whatever. Actually, you know what I could do? I could put a little box here so they can fish there, and that people can't shoot at them from there. Alright, so you want me to make... I'm gonna have to have stone for that. So unless we get stone cutting, that's probably not gonna happen. Alright, this could be interesting. Let's go right down here. Then we're not gonna build there. You know, let's make our little selves a little fishing shack. Pigs have joined the colony. Sure they did. Oh, do we have any animals I'd actually like? Not really. If we got some alpacas, I'd go for them. Not too worried about most of the rest. And we're getting our cotton. That's good news. Why go for alpacas? They give you alpaca wool, which is really good. They also are a caravanning animal, which is also good. In a pinch, if you need to eat them, they're also not too particularly terrible on the amount of time to food. They're not amazing, but they're pretty all right. So they're kind of one of the animals that actually has a pretty significant things they offer that are not high maintenance, which is nice. Because a lot of the other animals that do bring a lot to the table will eat you out of house and home, unfortunately. Like, thrumbos are really good, but they will absolutely eat you out of house and home. You gotta really bring on a good amount of excess food to keep them happy. What about buffalo? They're fine. They also will give you the buffalo wool if I remember correctly. Yeah, they'll also give you the buffalo wool. Buffalo wool is pretty good. They're a bit more costly on food and all that compared to alpaca. But, you know. It's like, between the two of them, it's not like, oh, this is definitively the better answer. It's pretty neutral. I do prefer the alpaca, though. They're just a little bit lower maintenance. There, because then I'll have like a little fishing hut. It's fine, we'll wait till that's done. Muffalo's pretty good, but they also eat a lot if you don't keep the numbers down. Yeah. The Muffalo, I want to say, eat a decent amount more. I don't know how it comes, like, their wool production, like, which one's better and all that. Because usually I don't need to worry about that. But those are kind of those things between the two of them. It's like, which one's better? It's like, they're close enough, it's fine. Why did I wall the fishing spot? Mostly because it's close to the edge of the map, and my concern is if I made my fishing spot right here, I would have someone with like assault rifles or whatever show up right here and immediately open fire on the person fishing before I had a chance to move them. So by having a little hovel here, I can at least guarantee they can't shoot me the moment they enter the map on, so I can drop down and go that way. Or if they show up here, I can duck someone in here, close the door behind them, you know, and either force them to attack that while I pick at them from this side, or, you know, skip that. This person just hides throughout the fight. And yeah, normally I don't enclose it. It's just that spot's a little risky. Oh, it looks like you got that all smooth, so let's go up here and say, while you're in the neighborhood, smooth out our production room. Okay, so we can open that way, which will open up, there's a cavern back here of some kind. We can see the gap right here. Alright, we got an excellent statue. Let's go ahead and drop it in here. Can speak from experience, indoor fishing is better than outdoor fishing. When you're talking real life, there's definitely arguments we made for when you're just getting, you know, rain shows up and starts dumping buckets on you, and you're like, well, I'm already way the heck out here. Like, you know, with your boat and everything. It's not exactly like I'm getting back and not being drenching wet, so I guess this is just what I'm dealing with now. Alright, and next we got beer brewing. Ooh, okay, alright. Abort cutting that tile for a moment. Abort that tile for a moment. Alright, that's interesting. What's the plan for eventual infestations? That's what this is for. These will handle that problem on their own without any issue. Just a choke point, you put some melee pawns on one part of it, and on the other part of it, you just put a bunch of range people. So, like, if we get an infestation in this room, I put melee pawns here, range pawns back there. One or two of them step out, they get shot, they get 1 on 3'd, or however many melee I've got here, and then we just pick them away. I've honestly not had a problem with an infestation in a very long time. Infestations are not as bad as they used to be, and even back in the day, as long as you made choke points, you could pretty easily trivialize them. Someone said they had 100 plus for one of their runs, so try more. Yeah, no, if you have someone who's like dealing with infestations of 100 plus things, most likely they're modding. That said, you could have a thing where you're dealing with some like extreme wealth and all that, but even I wouldn't expect 100 maxing out my wealth that much. I'd expect a pretty nasty infestation. But 100's a little extreme. Like you'll get the situation with the tribal raids and all that where they definitely will get up to those kind of numbers. But generally speaking, that's more... It's not normal amounts you run into. There's gonna be some really grandiose bedrooms. There you go. These bedrooms are way bigger than they need to be. How tall did I make that? 7 by 6? I normally wouldn't make them nearly this big, but... on that side, it's just what I've got room for next to that storage room, so it's like, I mean, I'm not using the space for something else. So sure, why not? Yeah, and that spot we'll leave blank for right now. Remember you mentioning a challenge run for using the entire map? Were those specific requirements of that? Oh, the whole tile challenge? Not really. Most of those challenges are thematic, so they don't really have like a dedicated, you must be running this, you must be running that, or anything like that. It was pretty much when you look at the tile, if you see that white border, I can't build outside of it, but any tiles inside, I must use it all, and I have to actually use it, so I can't just turn around here and go zone, grow zone, and then just slap the whole area to have it. That wouldn't count. If I'm using a grow, like I can have grow zones, I just have to actually be meaningfully using it, not just using as a means of deleting space or whatever. Ultimately, you will effectively get to a scale where you'll kind of be running multiple colonies in your colony because it'll just be that big. Beer brewing, drug production. Of course. We could be doing anything else meaningful, but sure, the drugs, that's what we're working on. Let's go pull up that floor. We got beer brewing. And we're going to be here for a length of time. Go ahead and chuck some hops in the ground. Which mods are you using right now? Exclamation mark mods, I'll give you the full list. It's mostly vanilla. The one big mod I have is we do have the where the exploration mode, so we have like a fog of war going on. Otherwise, the only other mods that affect things is I have no research, random research, and no research means I start with no research. Semi-random research means I don't get control of my research. It's going to randomly choose what it chooses, and I just gotta live with that. It does like to troll real hard, too. Not that it's, like, deliberately trolling. You'll just, you know, a tile like this, I'll get water wheel, be like, cool, man. Water wheel. But also, like, on this particular tile, we are getting beer brewing, and we're getting our drug production, and we're getting these kind of things that, sure, I'm not against, but is not really helping us out right now. Have you reached the point where you're starting to get upset about no conquest? Not yet. I wonder what's the thing that starts causing it to trigger where I gotta worry about the conquests. Because we are Raider ideology, and that will eventually show up and cause us grief. I would assume we'll end up dealing with that at some point. Yeah, so let them smooth out this room. We're going to need to make this entire interior area as nice as we can. Because very neurotic is one of those traits that most of the traits in RimWorld are either it's good or it's bad. Like, there's not many traits where it's like, well, it depends. Like Bloodlust is one that can be like, it's a depends. Like, it's situationally good. But very neurotic was those traits. It's like, no, you're getting something really good and something really bad out of it. And which, if you're not familiar with the trait, it's a 40% bonus to its work speed, which is really, really good, but you have a mental break threshold that's much higher, which means it's much easier to dip below that threshold and start having mood breaks. And if I recall correctly with it, if we actually look at these thresholds, if we compare it against another pawn, it's proportional kind of thing. So you'll notice the gaps between these are larger, but it does move them to the right a little bit. So it does increase the risk of all severities, but the lighter severities, it's slightly farther because it's proportional. What's the easiest ending in your experience? Probably Anomaly. Because that's one you can kind of do at your own pace. Alright, we won't worry about the Deserter. You can kind of do it at your own pace. Versus, like, the Ship to the Stars, building your ship, Royalty. Those are all gauntlet. That, you know, you've just got to hold on while the game throws the book at you. Odyssey has kind of a gauntlet aspect of it, but there is a certain amount of managing it. So I'd actually argue that the Odyssey ending is easier than your plain old Ship to the Stars, that kind of stuff. Or sorry, your plain old build the ship kind of start. I wouldn't say it's an easy run or anything quite that far though. And then Arco Nexus is its own thing that I would argue it's hard in the sense that you will likely have to deal with stuff with it. Alright, there you go. Like, you basically have to do multiple playthroughs worth, and it's hard in the sense there's a lot of time for something to go wrong. Do you speak another language besides English? Not fluently. Once upon a time I was near fluent, or like fluent-ish, in German. But then, you know, after years and years and years of not using it, not so much. We will tell you to make tribal wear, and only count if it's at least at 80%. Make tribal headdress, only count if it's at least at 80%. Oh, don't make the headdress, never mind. We already got better. Alright. Because that way, as we start getting tattered apparel, we'll have spares. But also at this stage, we can go ahead and say, get those beds made. And latch that door open. Now, good thing is, anytime you look at these existing hives, they'll always be dormant by default. Until you, like, the ones existing on the map are dormant, they just don't produce. Versus the infestation ones that you do have to worry about. Like, that's the danger of the infestation one, is if you ignore it, it will continue to escalate more and more and more until, if you can't handle it, your computer can't handle it. Like, that's the only way I've ever lost to an infestation, is I had one case where it was just, you know, the colony was already in bad shape, dealing with a bunch of stuff. We had an infestation, I'm like, I'll deal with that later. And then promptly ignored it, which is the only wrong answer with infestation. And by the time that I was like, oh, I need to deal with this, it was kind of too late. It was just, you know, it does like an exponential growth kind of problem. And it done exponentially grew. And it was every time something would aggro the hive, there would be this long lag as suddenly all the bugs started trying to work their way down to me. And usually they would de-aggro before it got too far. But it was definitely a whole thing. Alright, so we got the beer brewing station. So make wort forever. If I have the hops, make the wort. And we can go in here. And we'll go ahead and chuck some fermenting barrels in here. And then we need more wood. We got a bunch of people queued that can do plant cut if they've got the availability. Probably not going to happen very fast, but that's the reason why not many meals are happening. Is they're basically running out of wood. Let's have you go out of your way to cut down a tree or two. Just to get a little bit of wood here. Meanwhile, how are you doing on your plants? You're still not quite to 8. You're very, very close to getting to 8. And when you hit 8, you'll be able to do the heal route. We can also go in here, smooth this floor. I'm not going to go out of my way to move them in the bedrooms, because those will be awful bedrooms. So we're going to need to give them a little bit of time to get those bedrooms set up. But that'll at least give them their own bedrooms so we don't take the mood penalties for that. Also, what I am going to do is I'm going to make great decisions. You try for a baby. Okay, so no mood penalties yet for lack of conquest. Alright, you're so close to getting that bonus. Is that really our only growing person? It is. Because that was the one I specifically was like, oh yeah, you're going to just stay shackled to your bench. So we do have a kid. They need to be going into plants if we can make it happen. Alright. And I actually got Moses planted because I can't plant this zone or this zone. Those all are filled up. This one's about halfway. We might be able to trade away some of the junk as well. Our floors are getting all smooth, which is all good. Getting the stone all hauled out of here. Also didn't check anything exciting down here material-wise? Not really. There's some steel, but otherwise not much. Low-key, it might be worth me poking a hole through there. Or probably over here. That if I go through and I poked a hole down here to make this accessible, raiders would potentially go after them. It'd just be one thing I don't have to worry about. Okay, so what we've got here, let's go get rid of these tiny trace amounts of all these different leathers and the drugs that we had drop on the map. You'll give me a book on heavy bridges, which is nice. I am going to take the recreation book for right now, because I don't have any. A wooden styling bench. As fun as that is, I could just wait till we get advanced construction, it'll happen anyways. The horses can be really nice for caravanning. Like, really nice for caravanning. I almost never get the horses, but from the caravanning aspect, we're probably going to be doing that early on until we get our ship up and running. No, we'll keep the money. We'll keep the money. I like cash. Cash is good. Betrayal. This works out really well for me. Because you chose the wrong corner to go after me at. Like, get rid of you real fast. You're in this hallway by yourself. Rongor here is not going to fight this and just get the heck out of the way because those two are about to get lit the heck up by this entire trade caravan. Where are you at right now? Yeah, you just get out of the way before you catch a grenade or something. Wait, you're not gonna get involved? That's not part of the plan. Well, you run that way. I'm surprised that they're not doing anything to help me. Okay, we managed to get around them. We can get you in position here. And then you three can run over there. I really wish you wouldn't light our stuff on fire. Oh, rebuild stuff, please. Okay. I'm surprised that the trade caravan just staying out of it. Alright, so a couple of you won't firefight. So Zerk's here, go deal with that. You just do whatever the heck you want. You are the one who can't put out the fire. You go over here. You go over there. Do not shoot through all those people. There you go. Alright, so it's all handled. And you're still alive here? Yeah, that's unfortunate for you. Alright, so let's check out our injuries. I'm pretty sure it's just bruises. Yep. And you're still alive over here? Yeah, I don't care about either of them. Okay. So that's fine, so get people patched up. New instructor just randomly dropped in your yard? Till the cops show up, and then you got to try to explain. It's like, no. I didn't ask for these. Is that the? Oh, is that? Oh yeah, sorry. Raiders yet not wasters. Boo. Oh yeah, no, I just wasters are fine. You're not wrong. Wasters are really, really good raiders. Like, the go juice dependency is a whole thing, but not that bad. Oh, I need a body dumping zone. Alright, well, we can just go right up here. And low priority that. And they can just dump the bodies up there. Meanwhile, let's go up here and deal with our housing zones. And for those who don't know Arch Play stuff, absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly recommend checking him out. Good times over there. Also been playing a lot of RimWorld and all good stuff. So let me go ahead and do this, which is shout out for Arch and all that stuff. Fellow member of the House Kid Frequency stream team. Same stream team I'm on. But yeah, definitely someone we're checking out. Good times over there. But they have the Psychite. All right. Psychite, not Go Juice. It's easier to manage than Hussars. Yeah, no, that's they're fine. For me, it's mostly the aggressive trait. What happened to you, Jensen? Okay. I guess I'll rescue you, random person. You must have gotten a social fight and then really, really lost. Meanwhile, haul them out. Haul them out. Haul them out. And haul them out. Because those are the refugees who betrayed us. And unfortunately, their pump shotgun was bio-coded. Because I would have absolutely taken a pump shotgun right now. Yeah, those fights just before a mission are fun. What's the plan for this? We're going to be going like conquest raiding kind of thing. Okay, so we got drug production, and then random research decided the very next thing after drug production was to get Site T. So I understand what we're being told right now is that the game says you will drugs. That's just what the game just identifies as, is just a big old pile of drugs. But yeah, I know it was the same run we were doing before. We had like a mushroom theme going as well. Unfortunately, we did get our run bricked. I don't know whether it was the unstable branch or a mod or something, but it stopped counting when I raided people as the, you know, have you raided recently? Like that stopped working. And then when we tried to fix it by switching to stable branch, our grav ship stopped functioning. Oh hey, we got a map. Okay. Read the map. And have the game hang for a minute. There we go. And for those that didn't see, we are using a mod that adds Fog of War. So that map told me that there was something. Yeah, that map told me about this settlement way over here on the other side. Yeah, I'm really surprised. I don't remember when we got the maybe. Oh, we apparently defeated a hostile leader. That one of those refugees was a hostile leader, apparently. Okay. They set the bar pretty low on that one. Yeah, and that was a social fight that you got beaten the crap out of. Animal swans. A pack of 2 swans will attack, and they're willing to give me a masterwork nerve spiker and plasteel or 10 glitter world. I mean, I do really like the nerve spiker. The stun is really solid, and honestly, it's not too far off from our compound bows. That said, I think with our medicine situation and having no glitter, I might take the glitter world on this one, just because the event of getting hit with malaria or plague or something like that. Having a couple glitter in the pocket is always a good one for those situations where you're like, oh, this person's not going to make it, let's hit him with some glitter. And then these days, because of just the ridiculous unique weapons, I find myself spending less and less time, you know, taking advantage of the nerve spiker stun and all that. Because that's pretty much what I used to use it for, is I just have it in there to get random stuns and everything. Or if there was that one target of priority, you could make sure to shut them down from being able to shoot for a good couple seconds. So you've got like the Doomsday Launcher, you peg him with the nerve spiker, just take him down real fast. Just focus fire him out of the situation. Alright, Manhunter pack of swans. No big deal. They're not Canadian geese, so we can handle it. Alright, get everyone into position. Geese are mean birds. They know they're big, and they make sure you know they're big as well. And sorted. Would you... Alright. So, we just now got the penalty for not having a conquest recently. So, we're going to haul the glitter inside. Alright, so what did it jump to? Oh, it jumped all the way to max. Okay, we need to leave. Okay, alright. So, we need to conquest something. Alright, so we got berries, chocolate, and rice. So we're send caravan and return, except okay. Melee person is absolutely going. You've been just helping with research. I can never remember who does what. Your construction and all that. And you are cooking and crafting. All right, you three get out of here. Because minus 18 is no joke. So that was weird. It didn't, because normally it slowly scales up. It's like, okay, minus 5, you need to do more. Minus 6, minus 7, it works its way up to minus 18. But I guess for the initial, it just jumped straight to the max. It's probably whatever the threshold that makes us eligible for it or not just got crossed. And then it kind of looked back to see how long it had been. So that's fine. So we got 3 people on their way. They're going to go and murder the crap out of these 2 people for 1, 2, 3 chocolate. And then they're going to bring their ill-gotten chocolate. And Apple here is going to be dealing with growing stuff. Please do not insult the guest. And then you're going to keep smoothing floors. Please stop insulting. Look, we are going to betray them, but you don't need to hurt their feelings first. Okay. Got 1 punch in on their toe and then stopped attacking. I can live with that. Alright. Because in the moment we conquer this, we should drop that 18 penalty. And I'm really hoping we do, because if this ends up not working, it means we've wasted all this time. Which would be a real big sad. Because it would mean our run is utterly scuffed, and I'd have to do a bunch of testing of mods and unstable branch to figure out what exactly is causing that. But the big thing is I really want to get back there, because right now Xerx is effectively the only combat pawn left behind. But when you only got 5 people, it's pretty hard to split in a way that you don't leave one group very vulnerable. Okay. There's only 2 of them. We're going to go ahead and start rolling in on this. There are alpaca here. So you have a bow, and you're good with it. So I want to get you into melee. Were you good at both? Yeah, you are. And you got a club, and you're good with it. Okay, so they actually got some competent people here. So what I'm going to try to do is get to an angle where I can kick some shots off, then back off. Maybe do a little injury before things escalate. Now, even though it's a little tiny tree, it does give them full cover, if I remember correctly. Kind of hoping... That's pretty annoying. Come on, get the hit. Let's back off. You got better cover than I do. Was it a good hit? That is a solid hit right there. Okay. Alright. You're gonna have to turn and just fight this. Take him down fast. Take him down fast, please. You lost an ear and a toe. Anyone here able to doctor? Nope. So Rongor, congratulations, you are a doctor now. And I guess you will self-tend in the meantime. Okay, so you lost an ear and a toe. That's not super surprising. You got a cut to your eye and an arm. Okay, that's good enough for right now. You... start checking all these places. Reveal their goods. You finish that tend, and now you take over. Oh, there's a second room in that one. Claim. Now, I could steal their beds and bring them back with us. I'm not going to. We're just going to go ahead and do this. World. Reform caravan, go back, accept. Grab all their supplies here. And I don't care about any of the rest of the stuff here. And the reason I didn't grab their beds is those beds end up being very heavy. But with that, we should now please... Recent Conquest. Heck yeah. Because that's what wasn't working before. And so we're just slowly having the negative move buff go down more and more and more and just not have any way to alleviate it. So they're on their way back with minor injuries, and that's not unexpected. We are attacking with recurve bows. And that one, both the people we were attacking were actually pretty solid combat pawns. And I was hoping we'd get a better hit on that melee pawn when it started to run in, but not enough to slow it, which is when I was like, alright, just, get on it, fight it. Because the plan had been to try and draw it around the corner, get some shots onto it, slow it down. That way it could keep their ranged pawn busy, just having it get caught on corners again and again. But, he was just keeping pace. So I had to bail on that plan. You should be out of here relatively soon. My doctor any good? Because I'm honestly kind of low-key debating stealing that coagulator. But I also feel like how bad our medical situations, it's never mind, it's off the table anyways. As I say, I'd probably try and steal it, and I'd botch either the surgery taking it out or putting it in, and then just piss people off for no gain. But a coagulator on Earthrush would not be a bad move. That's fine, we'll get a little bit of reputation before we ruin it. Okay, and then Apple Lords is now finally able to start growing Heal Root. That takes an extra minute or so, and then we got this big area for Devil Strand once they get there. I'm not sure if they will get to a point of that being relevant before we're already moving on to the next tile. Because once we get electricity, we summon in the grav ship, and it'll just kind of sit in the back until we get the grav ship tech, and then it'll be time to actually build the ship to start our proper campaign of conquest. Okay. And pretty soon that room will move up to the point to be considered decent. Yeah, that's very impressive. Once this gets to decent or better, I think that'd be the point where it makes sense to start moving the people out of those rooms into these rooms. That's just going to take time. Smoothing floor takes forever. Okay, and low-key, let's poke the hole in that wall down there. I'm gonna go zone. Clear allowed area, danger. Oh, I can allow danger for right now up to there. Because then when we have a raid, there's a good chance they'll go after those nests. Alright, Cerise, you have a good one. Who was the person who was mining? Our mining person is Earth Rush. Yeah, so Earth Rush. I'm going to prioritize you mine those 2 tiles just to open it up. Because again, it's entirely possible when we have a raid, they will target those nests. And then it's a thing I don't have to deal with. Alright. So then we can go over here. Zones, clear danger. No down here. No down there. Honestly, just go like this. Because I can fight the nests, I just don't have a need for it. Alright, and we build a copy of that. Haul those out. Add yet another room we're not ready for to the queue to be smoothed. That way they can all sit there and every single one of them get about half to a third done, with none of them being finished. Per RimWorld tradition. That if you don't isolate to doing one room at a time, they'll just never get done. Did we get what we need for a wood drug bench? Alright, so I'm going to have you pop over here. Go out of your way to cut a couple more trees. And there we go. Get the drug bench produced. Yeah, and we're at the stage where basically what I need is I need more wood. But I've got too much field for apple lords to handle by themselves. Psychoid brewing. Psychite refining. I am sensing a pattern here that we could be going for, on our list, we could be going for complex furniture, clothing, the passive cooler, stone cutting, pemmican would even be good, tree sewing would be nice, pentioxylin I could live with, long blades would even be good, or electricity, but instead we did beer brewing, followed by drug production, followed by psychoid brewing, followed by psychite refining. So they got fishing, and then they're like, no, we just need drugs now. That's all we need. We just need drugs. Don't worry about the rest of the stuff. Just give us our drugs. That's just what we do here now. Hey, you know what? It's fine. We'll do it. It's fine. Whatever. If we get stone cutting, I'm willing to go this. Oh, also, before I forget, in case no one else has anything to do, there's a tiny little fish zone. And then with that, we can go to here and say, do not clean or put out fires on that side, and we'll just worry about a little bit of fire zone there. Make sure I don't have anywhere else that's labeled as a home zone that shouldn't be. Fair enough. Okay. And once we get stone cutting, this would be easy enough to just slap a wall up here, so we have like a defensive position there to deal with. And then Earthrush will finish mining that, and I don't see a reason to mine anything more right now, because while we do want a hospital and all that, realistically with these bedrooms, we get rid of this room becomes a hospital. Easy peasy. Okay, and we got more of those. Is this zone full? Not quite, but it's pretty close. But until we have stone cutting, that's just going to get worse. That's the other reason I probably don't want to mine more. I don't really have much to do with it. And we'll go ahead and tell them to smooth this room out as well. Alright. Okay, let's go here. Let's cancel smoothing this area out for right now. We'll want us to do that later. But right now, smoothing out a storage room that we don't really care about the penalties on, not where we should be allocating our time. Meanwhile, everyone's got stuff to work on, which is fine. And now food we're making way more than I need, finally. Which is mostly because we finally got that corn coming in, and corn is ridiculous amounts of food. That said, whatever, trade caravan comes up, we'll drop it off. If it just rots in the closet, that's fine. Regardless, that means Apple Lord is sitting here, spending their time growing more, getting that plant skill up so we can potentially get towards Devil Strand. And we'll see what else we can get happening. We're kind of in that wait for research kind of thing. I mean, we didn't... Like, don't get me wrong, smithing and fishing aren't bad. Devil Strand can be good. It's the fact that we got recurve, and then almost everything else has been drugs. Alright, we're not going to be doing Royal Ascent. We're going to be conquesting, so we don't need to worry about that. Okay, how is this room doing? Alright, that room's up to decent. Let's go over here. And you are a couple, so let's go ahead and put the couple in there first. So it's Zerx and Rambu, or whatever it is. Rambau. If you're still here and you want, like, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'd like to get it right. I'm going to go with Rambau. We can put you in here. Right, when you get married, Zerx will move in there as well. A mad bluebird. So just a mad bluebird, which is pretty much the exact same thing as a scrub jay. I know it's foggy rain, but if one of you could hit that bird. There you go. Convert the bird. Alright. I'm gonna start producing beer. Meanwhile, let's look at our policy. So drug policy, social. You drink on a schedule every 5 days, only if your mood is below, let's say, 45. Meanwhile, smoke leaf, same deal. Only 5 days if your mood is below 25. Ambrosia, same deal, every 5 days. If it's below 65. I don't even know if we'll have this at any stage, but put you at 35. Deal with that for addictions. 5 days. For 55. And yep. So basically you see like the whole thing. Oh, we got one more I want to add to that. Man, drug policy, social policy. And mind numb. I think it's every 2 days. I have to check that. If it bottoms out. Basically, if it bottoms out, I think Careful, that bluebird might just be a disguised Eldritch Horror. You had one tank 3 Zeus hammer hits. Just didn't actually hit it, kind of thing. I imagine they have it where because they're so small, it just has an absurdly high dodge chance kind of thing. No, they all hit. That's an experience. 2 Shamblers, don't really care. We're probably not going to be up there anyways. Meanwhile, let's also go to your assignments. You, if you see an enemy, you run at it. This is the same spawn fighting it, that had 1 tap to centipede. Oh, like it's... I can't remember what the thing... It's like the controller or whatever. It's the equivalent of their brain, where if you get 1 solid hit on it, you can just drop a centipede, but the chances of hitting it are pretty minuscule. It's where like the minigun strategy comes in of, if I dump enough bullets on this, something's bound to hit something important strategy. But it is kind of RNG. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back.
Find what you're looking for.
Very sad Santa Claus. Just be like, yep, world's ending. Gonna watch it burn. Hope your days go well, cause I'm gonna die, and I'm gonna watch the world burn. I'm not gonna make the world burn, it's just gonna watch it. Yep. That is one burning world out there. Let's get advanced lighting. That can be very useful for biotech. Let's move that so I can actually get around without dropping silverware, just like I did. Excellent. Perfect. I'll deal with that later. Go on. I'd like to see how this plays out. I feel like we have one major problem in this whole thing. I like this continuing to extend it, not like trying to back out and try and find a different route. Clearly the issue is I can't actually reach that spot. But you can see where it's putting the outline, where it's trying to do whatever that is. No. Your friends turned into weird magical cards? Oh, by the way, I'm taking literally every flower here. I know you need those to live, but I mean, look. Now, if only you kids could pick up litter this efficiently, we'd have the cleanest town in this side of Gem Sea. Vote for Mayor Lewis, my jokes are terrible. And now, the winner of this year's egg hunt is... Give me my hat. Do it. Jas and Vincent. Wait, hang on. Hold up. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we have managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. That's bad, that's really bad, that's really bad. Get up, get up, get up, get up. And we're safe. Whew. Nah, it's fine. We weren't moments away from death. Yeah, when I yelled, got it. Intro the Wilhelm scream. All right. Oh, change of the clips. Yeah, no. So like it was always on a random clip thing. I mentioned on the Discord. I was using Sidekick before, and Sidekick has served the channel well over the years. But it'd be about a year ago that they jumped on the bandwagon of being like, hey, AI. Which I didn't sign up for that thing, but they've also got a thing they set up where they would offer to inject ads in between your clips. That'd just be like, an image or whatever. And I'm like, I don't want that. And it's fine, but they've been really, really pushy about it. And you get it. They've hit that point where they got to make more money to keep themselves in business, and I understand. And that's the way they've decided to go. That they were trying to do a freemium model before, and clearly they didn't get enough people to sign up. So they're working on like the ad side. And it's like, no, I'm not subjecting my viewers who have paid Twitch to not show ads to then show them ads anyway. And I also can't imagine it pays well. And then on top of that, even with that, it's like, all right, well, I don't have to, so it's fine. But even though I had it set to do like random clips, it really was kind of grabbing a lot of the same clips again and again and again, and really not getting much of the breadth. Even when I set it to be like random clips that I've ever played on the channel. So it was just one of those things. It's like, man, you got too many things that I gotta find a better tool. And I've been trying this new tool. The thing I really like about the tool, like more than anything else, is the fact that it can have that like little details pane come out and be like, here's the game, here's the title, here's who clipped it, here's when it happened. Because it's got like two things. One, it's nice to actually give credit to the people who clipped it, because that encourages people to clip it. And then two, on top of that, when we get a clip there, like, oh, this is a big old nothing burger of a clip that I really need to clean out. Because you'll have people use clips as like instant replay, which means then I got to clean them out after the stream. It lets me know the title, so it's much, much easier to look at for later, versus being like, okay, what the crap was this clip in RimWorld from who knows when, over all time. Where was the clip of RimWorld where someone clipped me on an away screen or something like that? And so that's nice. The only downside I've had from it is if the title on a clip is really, really long, that details box gets like cover up half the screen in size. So that's not great. I believe nowadays, if I go back, I can take the clip and I can retitle it. We used to not be able to do that. But when they added like the featured clips and all that, we were able to do that. Because that's also, it was a thing that, say I had a viewer who clipped something and they're like, this is a great clip, and I'm like, oh man, that's one of our best clips. And then that viewer deleted their account, or account got it suspended or something like that. The clip would disappear because it was tied to their account, kind of thing. And they did change it so if you feature stuff, or edit it or whatever, that even if they delete the clip, it still stays. Was it the Psychite Brewing we just finished? It was. Psychite Refining. I'm probably not going to be using that. Like, don't get me wrong, some of that stuff can be really strong. Like, Wake Up can be pretty useful. I tend not to use it very much, though. And how are you doing on your plant skill? Getting pretty close to 9. We're just at this point where you're just harvesting everything because it's all coming up due, and then you're going to replant everything. So what I could probably do is switch the rice over to corn as well. Switch you to corn as well. Switch you to corn as well. And the reason I'm switching all these ones to corn is labor to nutrition. They're one of the best. You plant it and you don't need to do anything for a long time. Hi.
I'm gonna head downstairs.
Okay, that's a responsible-ish wifey.
Sometimes. Are you gonna play the RimWorlds?
I am in fact playing the RimWorlds.
That's good. Hi, Iconic Dork. Are they Rim?
I mean, I don't know about that, but they seem to be hell-bent on getting every one of the drugs researched before anything else on random.
Ooh. Hi, Star.
Is there a reason other than aesthetics to not have the corners to the room? No, it is purely an aesthetics decision. Objectively, it's worse than if I would have left those corners in.
Hi, Phil Baxi.
I like.
Yeah, what is that?
That is a really good emote.
Yeah, that's funny.
I like the CMS Numa. That's a really well done emote. I like that one.
Hmm.
Loud.
Maya, ooh, Maya, ooh, Maya, Maya.
But yeah, no, it's purely an aesthetic thing. When you played RimWorld long enough, you get tired of like rectangles everywhere kind of stuff. It's one of the reasons I don't do a lot of like the sweaty 500% stuff anymore. Is all these like little things that are like these minor inefficiencies. Yeah, you're not gonna win or lose a run based on having some corners, not realistically. Not unless it's like you're on that very edge of a mood break where that 2 extra mood would have been the difference between a break or not, and it happens to be something like an insulting spree, and you'd be like, okay, arguably, if I hadn't done those corners, maybe it would have been that tiny little bump. But if it's that close. But it is one of those things when you're playing on like 500% naked brutality, you kind of have to play with a lot of not solidly like min-max, but you got to kind of be like, all right, we're going to try and be very strategic about a lot of stuff and being very cautious with that. It's not that you can't do anything that's like suboptimal or whatever. It is just the game can absolutely punish you very hard for it. It's a classic with any game. The harder you set the difficulty, the narrower play styles you have options that can succeed there. You don't like wealth management, so you don't go 500%. That's basically what like the big things that got me to stop doing, you know, losing is fun and 500% naked brutality kind of runs. CMS is a Dead by Daylight streamer. He passed himself off as Mike Myers parody. That's an interesting choice. I could see it. That could be fun. But like when you're doing like the 500% thing, the two things that got me to not really want to do those runs anymore, because I used to do that all the time, is like, not this is before content creation I was doing it. I'm not going out of my way for a single mind numb. That's just weird. But like the runs I would sit there and do is I would do like lots and lots and lots of like losing is fun, naked brutality, 500% naked brutality once that got introduced, Ice Sheet, before Ice Sheet got nerfed. And for those who don't know, I'm talking about the Ice Sheet got nerfed. Ice Sheet used to be a lot colder than it is now. That like literally you would sit there like standing in the door with a geothermal, like the tiniest little box over it, and that'd be like on that fence between being too hot and cold. So you'd end up having this weird little room where you'd have your geothermal in a box, and you make a tiny little separate box for you to actually live in. And then you have like a roof just to put all the bodies underneath as you needed them. You could just grab a body, butcher it, and eat it. And all that kind of stuff. But it was just kind of one of those things that your bases all started to kind of feel the same. It's not that you'd have like literally the same defensive position, but you have like 2 or 3 or 4 different workable strategies, whether it was a burn box, a trap maze, or, you know, whatever, like having where you could take the traps around the corners, those kind of things. You just had to, because when you had one person running around with a pointy stick or a bow, you know, you needed some stuff to deal with when 3 raiders showed up and one was a jogger who was nimble, and you're just going, what the crap am I supposed to do with that? And so your bases all started to kind of feel very samey, because you had to lean on, you know, some trick or another. It's not that you had to cheese in any given way, but there was some stuff you had to do to stack the odds in your favor in your defenses. And there was that part of it. And then the other part of it was it kind of really limited what you did on your bases, because you would build up a ridiculous amount of wealth if you actually did try to make a big base. So it kind of really limited to what you could do on that side of the run as well. And just over the years, I was like, you know what? I also make a big fancy base as we're going along. And we're still on Strive to Survive, so not a super hard difficulty, but not a difficulty where you could complete snoozer it. Oh, don't put the chunks here. You're just walking too far for that. That's because that's full. So it's not like, I pointed out a couple of times, when you go to the difficulty settings, it's really not until you get to that first or second difficulty setting, the peaceful, and I can't remember what the other one, not adventure story, community builder, I think it was. It's not until you get to those one that actually turns off a bunch of the harder events. Otherwise, you still get all the same general events. The big thing is you'll have slightly higher disease chance. You'll have slightly harder to manage moods, just like a couple of points here and there, which adds up. Like right now where Apple Lords is on the fence here. Oh, you got food poisoning, didn't you? Yeah, that'll do it. You know, those kind of things. So it does make it a little bit harder. I'm not trying to say it's not harder, but the big thing that's the major differentiator between those is the severity of raids. That if you look at like a regular run with like 100% severity, you might end up with 5 people who show up. 5 people with spears. Then you go up to like losing was fun, which is like 220%. It means instead you get like 11 people show up with spears. And then if you're at 500% naked brutality, you get like 20-ish people show up with spears. Now granted, the reality is you might actually only get 12 people show up, but instead of spears, they've got better weapons or armor or whatever, because there's a whole point system. But you get the idea. You just want to be able to say, yes, that Archotag leg will make my pawn better, and not, no, the wealth increase of that leg is not worth the added efficiency. Oh, even at 500%, I never would do that. Like an Archotech or a Bionic leg or something like that, I'm taking and shoving it on a person. Anything that upgrades the pawns directly, I would almost always take. It was, you know, again, like with 5 colonists, if I was doing 500%, my base would probably be, this room would probably be of this size, and then I might have a room this size. And the entire rest of the space I would not be remotely doing. I probably also wouldn't be smoothing out the floors in the general room for like just whatever. I might smooth out the floors in just the one tiny little room. That's going to push your wealth quite a bit because floors are weirdly expensive. Like weirdly, really, really expensive. So it'd be one of those things that all in all, my base would probably be like this big for 5 colonists, because going much bigger than that is a whole wealth situation. And right now where I've got these almost 3,000 food here, that, like, if I was doing 500%, I wouldn't want that. So my fields out here, I'd probably cut it down to maybe that size. And you do all that stuff when you're doing 500% because you have to keep your wealth down. Like, your wealth starts to get out of control, everything goes sideways. Because for those who don't know, your raid severity is directly tied to the number of pawns you have and the total wealth you have. Okay. You had a pawn with decent animals, fail so many times, and being trampled by rhinos, he's angry, or his anger. They decided that to no saves come after his last failed attempt, got him trampled by a small crash of rhinos. That's 2 bionic legs, a bionic arm, and a bionic eye in a freezer. Yep. The one where you get someone a pair of Arco legs and like an Arco eye, and the very next raid, they get 1 tapped and brained, and you're just like, you know, just like that, all that time and effort, just gone. Thanks. RNG rolled the dice instant kill. That's actually another reason to not have very large numbers. For those who don't know, under the hood, by default, RimWorld has a couple of things it will finagle to try and keep the number of pawns you have down. And some of those things are, you early on when you have below a certain threshold of pawns, the game has a higher frequency of giving you stuff where it's effectively giving you a free pawn. So Wanderer, Joins, Drop Pod, like the drop pods that give you a person, Paralytic Abasia pawns, those will happen at a higher frequency when you're on a much smaller colony, so far as number of people. The other thing is it'll do the reverse too. When you get to a higher population, not only will it reduce those events, but behind the scenes there's a thing where you can randomly roll the dice, and if you're not over a certain threshold of armor on a part, it will instantly kill your pawn. It doesn't even bother like doing the full damage calculation. It's just like, no, you died. And then on top of that, it'll also make it so colonists that you're fighting, or sorry, enemies that you're fighting, even though they should have been downed by an attack, it'll instantly kill them. That very few will survive when they should have. And it was a thing they did because a lot of performance considerations and all that in the past. it was a way of kind of soft capping the number of colonists you had. Because you could overcome a lot of them by using a lot of careful strategy, making sure you're not getting shot at without getting the drop on people, that kind of stuff. So it wasn't a hard cap where you hit 19 colonists and then suddenly one of yours just has a brain aneurysm and dies or something like that. But it does very much push its finger down in the scales pretty hard. Now that said, while those mechanics are all still in existence, we do have a lot more things that we can do to get more pawns now than we used to. Like having kids. If you've got extremely well-defended base, you can continue to grow your colony, a lot. Where normally you'd be begging to get a new colonist, all the raiders are dying that are worth anything. And you just wouldn't have enough stuff to like knock them down without killing them. And then, your occasional loss would do that. Okay, so you're only gonna be here for 5 days, and you're willing to give me glitter? Yeah, 5 days for some glitter. I'm down. Let's see. So you're not gonna work. That's perfect. So you're gonna be recreation your whole schedule. Stay in the danger zone. Let's check your ideology. Do you hate drugs? You are fine. All right. Yeah, every 20 days or so, you can get like 6 new colonists with rituals. 6 new colonists with rituals. Every 20 days. Because I know there's kidnapping. The kidnapping one. That gets you 1 person. 6 new colonists. Like, don't get me wrong, it is those things like, he means ideology rituals. Oh, okay, I see. Yes, that makes sense. When you're saying ritual, my brain went to anomaly. I'm like, yeah, you can kidnap, but like that's 1 person per, I think it's like 10 days or something like that. For some bioferrite, which is not that big a deal if you're leaning into anomaly stuff. Okay, let's have you cut down more trees. Okay. Yeah, and 60 bioferrite. Yeah. No, but if you're reaching that point, usually what you can do is you get like 3 or 4 anomalies locked away, and you can usually make 60 bioferrite happen. Yeah, no, it takes a little bit to get that going, but it's not too bad. You learn to thank Tynan for fertility research. Gotta get those IUDs into the girls after they pop out kid 2. Oh man, if you get like a young couple in your colony, the speed at which you can end up having babies in your colony gets pretty insurmountable. There's been multiple runs, because they usually won't do the IUDs, but there's definitely times where you're sitting on like 10 colonies, like, alright, I'm getting stressed out by a number of colonies here. It's like, you two, this one couple in this corner, one of you needs to stop. Like, you'll even be like, don't try to have kids. And it's like every time they comes off cooldown. So, well, not even cooldown. Every time they're no longer breastfeeding and all that, it just immediately happens. Because like, man, you're really bad at not trying. Like, you're actively creating a pretty big problem here. Cool, passive cooler, long blades. All right. So passive cooler at least means that we get a heat wave, I can deal with it. Alright, second mechanator on a non-violent pawn or capable of violence pawn. Ooh, I'm trying to remember. I believe the non-violent pawns could still use the combat mechanators, or combat mechs. I was trying to remember if you could do that or not. Because remember there was 1 or 2 weird interactions you had with stuff like mechanator that were somewhat limited. Okay, so with this, we need to get our stuff set up. So it's time for pants. I know, everyone's disappointed. Time for button-up shirts, which will be our skin layer. And I always forget, was it a sash here? Was sash outer or middle layer? Middle layer. So we can add a sash. Because we got skin layer, middle layer, and then outer layer. we can go ahead and make a cape. And before anyone's like, why would you make a cape and not a duster? Because of aesthetics. Everyone knows if you're going to be doing Conquest, it's far more important that you look good doing it than if you actually have good armor. And then a face mask. Because, I mean, gotta keep those germs away. The reality is, that helps tremendously with toxic buildup. So I've just gotten to the point I always make face masks. Because whether it's toxic fallout, or you're fighting wasters, or anything, it just gives you a flat resistance to toxic buildup. It's really nice. And I'm just going to assume, if we get down this far, make some kids' pants. We did tell our couple that, you know, once they get married and they're cool about sharing a place, you know, the babies are totally welcome. We will be doing what we must. But, alright, so we got a cold snap, so that's going to kill whatever crops we got. So we're going to say, don't plant anything while the cold snap's going on. Non-violent pod that controls 8 Diablos. That's very much in that whole... Wait. Oh, well, don't blame me for the Timberwolf eating you. That's a you problem, friend. Okay, low psychic drone, we could do that as well, that's fine. Alright, so it's probably going to need to happen here. Probably more than one fire. Oh, you're already cutting trees. I'm just getting in your way now. Construction pawn. Who was our construction pawn? That'd be Zerx. You're making wood doors and all that. How about you prioritize that fire? Because it is getting a little nippy in there. And we are just wearing, you know, a piece of fabric kind of thrown over our shoulder. It breathes real well, which is not what you want when it's really cold. Okay, what temperature can you handle? 45 is your minimum. Okay, that temperature's coming up. Okay, we're good, we're good. If it went below 45, then we'd start losing the beer. We can't have that. Actually, don't really care about the beer. But on the memes, we can't have that. Oh, wait, that's the guest. I was like, I saw someone else's ideology. I was like, wait, what? All right, and you can be assigned to that room. And we're slowly getting people moved out of here. Honestly, when Kaz gets out here, Rongor can take that room. And then I would like to make this a hospital. There's not really much point in making this a hospital while we're still sleeping on the floor. But once we get complex furniture, we can do a lot with that. Now, the added bonus is I already have the smithy sitting there. Oh, right, I have multiple people who can sit here and do crafting. I totally forgot we had a bunch of actual decent crafters in this colony who couldn't do anything because there was nothing to craft. But now we've got tailoring. It's going to be as fast as we get the cloth. Okay. Oh, it's getting too cold.
Hmm. You can put in this room for right now. Meanwhile, we'll go in the ideology room. We'll say burn apparel, do forever if it is not clean. Burn apparel, do forever if it is below 80%. I should say below 90%. It is not utility or armor. And we'll also say only if it is vaguely in range of the base. So they don't go running half across the map for it because it doesn't really matter. Okay. Cool, so temperature's coming back up. So we're keeping the beer in the acceptable range. That's a decent amount of wood we're using. That's okay. At least now you're free to just start chopping all of that wood. We've honestly not had that many actual raids here. Like the raids we've had have been pretty minor. We've had, I think, 3 rounds of shamblers that just wandered around. Alright, they heard me talking smack, and that's what I get. Alright, so you're not bad. You don't have any passions, but you could make a solid hauling cleaning pawn. Meanwhile, Miss Andrews can go die in a fire. That said, I'm probably not going to get them because I'm going to run to this bug nest and die. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. So, how well do they do? This is the one I would consider taking. But, it's looking pretty bad for them. I'm honestly surprised you're not downed yet. You are bleeding from your yes. Literally bleeding out in 3 hours. So they've got the big bug there's probably done. The littler scarabs. The littler scarab is potentially going to die of hypothermia. Yeah, no, that's what it's like. It's like, man, I'm actually surprised you're still standing. You're bleeding out that hard. So the question is, do I think we can go out there and get involved? That's below the minimum. So you're probably going to die on your own. Okay, the cold snap is over. So allow sewing again. I'm going to let that blood loss really set in. And I just have the 2 little ones to deal with. And then that would let me finish off that hive. Yeah, because you got some minor bleeding. You're about to be downed on your own. Oh, that is not great. You are way far away from any help. Start running. Oh, good. You have Porcupine Quill. That's got a little bit of pain. That's going to slow you down the tiniest bit. It might buy me enough time, because Earth Rush here... So you're at 96%? No, you're at full movement speed. I'm actually surprised you're managing to stay a little bit ahead. Okay, Earth Rush, you just run along here. Okay. Now, before they get too far, there were some decent items dropped over here I would kind of like to go after. And you're basically done. We got 2 weaker enemies there. We got some Nutramine. I do have some poor quality guns going on here, but that's still probably an upgrade from our recurve bows. I should probably set those to be harvested. Okay, so let's see here. You have an excellent quality, a normal quality. Go ahead and grab that revolver. I'm going to assume that's better, generally speaking. Than a recurve bow. Okay, let's make it so at least can all participate. And then meanwhile, how's your recurve bow? Yours is good. Okay. So have you grabbed the machine pistol? That's pretty annoying that you're still down there. Alright, let's deal with this before it ends up running up and catching someone and spitting all over them with acid. Could you not keep ducking around corners, please? There you go. Alright, so with that, we'll go over here. Orders. Allow. And then go to our zonings. Allow zone. Danger. So this area is now free to use. No longer has dangerous stuff in there. We will have our people go and haul this out of here. Haul that out of here. Haul you out of here. Honestly, I don't care what you do. And this thing's just gonna die anyways. I'm not worried about it. We grab the good stuff we care about. Cool, so we got the 2 nests back here we're still leaving, but that's okay. Meanwhile, I got plenty of food. It's going to take Apple a while to get everything planted, but that's fine. We're still waiting on research anyways, because we're just not getting electricity. That's okay, though. Do we have any uranium on the map? Nope. We can go compact. We have lots of components in steel. We won't worry about that too much right now. We have silver ore. That's down there in their cave system. I'm not going to worry about it right now. I'll mark it, but we don't have that as an area we can go to. No more jade. Two and a half years. I know, right? Time is upsetting. There's been a number of clips since we started showing the date. It's like, that clip was taken at the beginning of year 2002, and you're like, oh, that's been a while. There's a lot of old Product Zomboid clips from back in like 2022, and you're just like, oh my. All right, and baby is on the way. What's up, Lux? We're getting old? What do you mean getting? If you think we're getting old, that ship has sailed, friend. Once they invented dirt, we knew we were getting there. You feel older? I mean, that's how that works. Generally speaking. Okay, so stop fueling this fire. Begin the Festival of Theft. Excellent. The Festival of Theft. I didn't even look at the names. What are the name of our festivals? So we've got the Festival of Theft, the Ethical Fair, and the Duel of Ethics. Okay, well, Festival of Theft is the only really comical name. Sure, let's have the Festival of Theft. Also, how are we doing? Do we need another conquest soon? Not right away, but probably relatively soon we should send out for another conquest. And it was a beautiful festival. And her relationship with her neighbors has slightly improved. Oh, don't worry. Being a raider colony, you don't need to worry about those staying up. All right, so you've got rice. I don't really care about that. You got berries. I also don't care about that. Well, I figure... Why did hitting send that take so long? I figure I might as well get our people over there. So Earth Rush, you two, you're gonna go that way. The travel time of 1.5 days. Ooh. Versus if we go the other way. It's half a day. So I can kind of do one or the other. I'm not really attached to either one of these. Are you badly polluted? No. Alright, so we're just going to go ahead and hit the berries down here. As much as I was going to like meme and go after both of them, I think the reality at this stage is I just need to hit one. And the one that's 1.5 days each way is a little risky for me to take that trip. Just because of the fact that it means we're going to have not much people still back here. For the moment, we still got our recent conquest at 5. That is going to start dropping off soon. Alright. It makes you feel better. Kids born at the release of Minecraft are now in high school. Oh, it gets so bad. Okay, it's just the one. Unfortunately, all my combat pawns are way over here. And poor Apple is by themselves. So Apple, please run. Okay, there you go. Trying to keep me from doing my caravan. You're 28 and you remember buying Minecraft Alpha because some stoner at Walmart told little you that his underwater base was cool in this block game called Minecraft. Yep. I was already solidly adult when Minecraft came out. And check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of RimWorld as well. Definitely someone to check out and all that stuff if you like RimWorld. Which I assume if you're here, you probably do. You can find it over there, definitely that. Also, for those who don't know, Treacle's the latest addition to the mod team. So, you know, that's fun stuff as well. You have customers that were in college when you started and now have kids in high school? Yep. Yep. It is one of those things where you turn around, it's like, oh yeah, my niece or nephew, yeah, they're born just a year or two ago. It's like, oh, by the way, they're getting ready to go to middle school. Shut up. Stop talking. You're not. No. It's illegal. I demand they go back to being children. Young, small children. For my own feeling, not old sake. Yeah, the kids you used to babysit as a teenager have kids who are teenagers. Yep. Yeah, about the late shift. You're getting up at this time. Yeah, no, I gotcha. Just kind of sharing that people need us to know. Time is crazy. It needs to slow down. I know, right? I still like. It's not even because it gets worse than that. Like it's not even a little bit different. The one I used to point out when is just like the classic. Hey, want to feel old? Is the moon landing is closer to the original release of Jurassic Park to theaters than Jurassic Park to theaters is to today. But it's been long enough that it gets worse than that, I'm sure. Because that's been true for a number of years now. As it used to be a primary school teacher as Mortify, when you went clubbing and recognized a kid you used to teach. Oh man, for me it was teaching college, and I had one of my my students there, and running into a student at the bar for the first time was the thing. Now granted it was college, so there were people in my class who were, you know, they were just drinking age to begin with. But like it was one of these kids who was, you know, dual enrollment between high school and all that, and being like, oh, this person's just old enough now that, like, them here at the bar is just totally fine. Betty White was older than sliced bread? I have no idea when sliced bread became a thing. Because there is a lot of stuff that is unintuitive how old it is. Like, one of the ones I like to bring up when people talk about sharks, because sharks, you know, they're cool animals and they've been around for a really long time. It's kind of one of those things that nature figured out sharks and they're just like, why change it? It works. But the reality is sharks are actually older than the rings on sand. Ooh, a steadfast optimist capable of plants. You're coming with us. I'm going to take a quick peek in this room. And Dinosaur here is a new member of the colony, is what Dinosaur is. Sliced bread is after World War II? I would not have thought about that. Alright, welcome to the team, Dinosaur. Willing or otherwise. Steadfast optimist. Okay, so you get the crappy bedroom. Betty White was born in 1922. Sliced bread was first introduced in 1928. That sounds about right. Oh, you need to actually leave. My bad. Just been sitting there being like, you're gonna let me go, right? I just wanted to visit. Christopher Lee saw last public execution by guillotine. I mean, a lot of that just goes into what feels like really, really old history is very often not that far back. Like one of the classic ones that comes up is every time you see like the black and white footage of the civil rights movement and all that, and you're like, here's a hint. We had colored cameras at that time. A lot of that stuff has been made black and white. But you look at a lot of that, and that was only the 70s and 50s and 60s, that era, that a lot of that happened. That's not that long ago. You ever thought about that's kind of crazy? Yeah. There's a lot with a bunch of that. We don't need to get into the politics on that, because that's a whole can of worms. But yeah. Samurai could have sent telegram to Lincoln. Yeah, there's a lot of like really fascinating things you start digging into a bunch of that. You're going out to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles tomorrow for its 35th anniversary of the theatrical re-release. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I definitely grew up with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, a movie when it first released and all that. Like, it came out in theaters, while I was a kid and all that. But, I'm not going back to see it again. It's a good movie. Like, it generally is a good movie. I've just kind of learned over the years, going back and seeing stuff that I have a nostalgia for is just a really good way of ruining my nostalgia for stuff. Where's your prisoner? Oh, there you are. Like, there's been a number of cartoons that I was back. It's like, oh man, I remember this cartoon. This cartoon was amazing when I was a kid. And then you go, wow, my taste as a kid must have sucked pretty bad. So I'm gonna work on converting you. Because we are going to want to recruit this. What is your ideology, by the way? Is this something? Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually skip straight to recruiting you. And we can just convert you as time allows. Like going back and playing the OG Modern Warfare. Oh man, it wasn't that one. The one I went back to play many years later because it's like, oh man, I loved this game. Let me check this out. I remember losing incredible amounts of time to this. Was Perfect Dark. I went back to play Perfect Dark, and that was borderline unplayable. I was like literally at the point, it's like my eyes hurt. Like just faces nothing but tears down the sides of trying to look at it. It's like, my God. And it wasn't just like, pixel graphics or poor whatever. It was just that specific like time frame of graphics and all that, where they were trying to go for like that much higher fidelity, but also kind of crap at it. That a lot of those games you go back to try and look at and go, my poor eyes, just please. Let's switch this bed over to Rongor. Okay. You hit drinking age this year, but your body feels ancient. Aw, it's just a wee little baby. No, it absolutely is just one of those things that time is weird. Well, will hit? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like we all start young to get old. That's how this whole thing works. But yeah, there's definitely one of those things. Yeah, so we're definitely going to try and bring this person because Optimist Steadfast. This is a person that I could absolutely see ramming the Psychic Harmonizer or whatever it's called on them, because I shouldn't need to worry about them being in a bad mood, because that is a pawn that is not going to give up easy so far as that. Now, granted, it also means they're a little bit more of a pain to recruit, but I can live with that. We'll just work at it. It'll be a practice of social. Let's see, what was the thing? You're turning 41 this year? Yep. I know this feeling. You don't think Steadfast helps with the Psychic Harmonizer? Since it only increases the break threshold? But Optimist, nice, yeah. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. The big thing is they're unlikely to have a break. I should be able to manage their mood a lot. Regardless, they're probably... Because I was trying to... What did they have? They didn't have, like... Oh, no, they had plants. That's right. So we could actually have someone competent with plants. Alright, there's Go Juice. Just what we all needed. Okay, so I'm going to put the longsword on here. And do it until you have one. And we're going to say Bioferrite and Obsidian. Or Uranium. Don't bother with the steel. Yeah, 1.1 per pass. They're going to get through that pretty quick. You're closer to 50 than 40. Yeah, I'm not quite to that point, but we're not far. Optimus Body Modder is great for harmonizing once you can get to Bionics. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of good stuff. Joy wiring and then harmonizing. I think you could do both of those. I've not done it. That seems like it'd be really strong. Weirdly, if you have a masochist, you could give them the oh, what is it? The thing that causes pain. And potentially the thing that boosts moods. I don't know if those take the same slot or not. That'd be a pretty... was it Pain Spike? Nine Screw, that's the one I'm thinking of. Mind Screw. Put a Mind Screw and a Masochist and a Harmonizer. You once had a Sanguine Bloodless Brawler, you put a Harmonizer in it. The colony was very happy after raids. Alright, so we've almost got the last of those bedrooms floors smoothed out. Then we'll get the walls. You don't like joy wires? Minus 20% conscious? Oh yeah, no, generally you don't want to joy wire people. Joy wire is one of those things you do, like, if you've got a pawn that you're just going, this person's gonna be unmanageable any other way, then you might consider a joy wire, but otherwise you usually don't want to touch joy wires. Where are you going? Oh, the Ambrosia, that's fair. Yeah, we had a blizzard that temporarily made things cold enough they stopped planting. How are you doing on your plant skill? You're at 9. About 9 to the third way to 10. And once we hit 10, we can put down some Devil Strand. You put Harmonizer in a Tortured Artist, Depressive Impid, in a Body Purity Ideology, and feed them their venerated animals. See how long the colony lasts? Not long. To be fair, more than likely they would die very early from just social fights and all that kind of stuff. That it probably wouldn't bring the colony down very long because that many breaks. A Joywire Janitor with a Psychic Harmonizer who does nothing but sweep all day is a classic, though. Yeah. Someone who's just going to be chilling at base and usually not have to worry about a lot of mood penalties. Yeah, we have public execution. Yeah, so you're going to do plants here. That's going to be what you do. Yeah, so you're going to be a melee pawn who does plants. Which will clear you up to not do plants anymore. And unfortunately, you are my pacifist. Which doesn't help, because I do have 2 combat roles that are really nice. And I can't really give them to someone else without taking away a bunch of stuff. We do have a leadership role, which isn't too bad. I just don't know who I'd give it to. Like, there's lots of options. But I get a couple more people, we can start splitting responsibilities, get those combat rolls, because getting the extra bonus chance to hit and dodge and all that, both of the melee and the shooter are good. It's just they disable a lot of things once you give them the roll. Yeah, if we look at here, so the melee one, if we give it, they can't cook, hunt, construct, grow, mine, plant, cut, smith, tailor, or craft. Which means they become a hauler cleaner, is basically what they do. And then the shooting one, it's the same kind of thing. Now I can hunt, though. Just stepping away from for your morning walkies. Will literally be back there. Yeah, no rush. You have yourself a good walk and all good stuff. Alright, all floors are smoothed. For the bedrooms, now they're working on the walls. So generally speaking, we should start seeing the impressiveness come up. We'll reinstall you over here. Because you just sitting in the hospital doesn't do me any good. Hospital being used very relatively in this situation. Oh, hey, do not allow biocoded, and do not allow tainted. And then, meanwhile, we'll grab you, convert dinosaur. And just chip away at them. Now, we did break Dinosaur's nose in our fight. So I'll probably want to try and deal with that later. Actually, it's going to we'll add steel as an option. Later on, we'll definitely want to switch that up to get better longswords like obsidian or whatever. Yeah, I said a recent conquest from the mood boost. That's good. We got food. We still got chocolate laying around. We're getting all our stuff planted again, so that's good news. A gentle cobra. Okay, for 21 days. Also, let's go to reward preferences. I don't care about the reputation, because they're going to be tanking it over time anyways, because we're raiders. Okay, and the animal assignments, you're restricted to the home zone. Sneak. I didn't check. You didn't have any health things? Cool. Hey, Warren! Thank you so much for the raid! I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out. For those who don't know, Warren333, absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly, highly, highly recommend. But does play a lot of RimWorld, does like a bunch of like no pause, 500% naked brutality, all those kind of things. So if you like RimWorld, and I assume if you're here you do, you can definitely find it over there as well. I do hope the rest of your stream went well and all that. I was lurking here a little bit earlier, but I do hope your run has been going well today and all that stuff. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. Oh, gotcha. Raid and run, no problem. Absolutely do that. But again, check out Warren. But I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, it's past tense. But I do play a lot of RimWorld. I don't know if it's my first or second most played game of the channel. It's somewhere along that line. But I do play a bunch of varieties, so we did like Vintage Story recently and all that kind of stuff. Do lots of simulations, city builders, all that kind of stuff. Warren just lost his third family and is down to a shuttle at a few parts again. Oh, geez. Yeah, no, when I was there earlier, Warren had to get away on the shuttle, like, way earlier today. And basically was effectively New Game Plus. So, what you're saying is, started to rebuild and then got knocked down to it again. Am I understanding that correctly? But yeah, it's good. But yeah, so we actually had the unfortunate thing today that our run got bricked. Like save file bricked kind of thing. I don't know if it was some mod or if it was the unstable branch, but we are a raider ideology, and it was no longer giving me credits for raiding people. So I get the development points, but I wouldn't get the mood bonus thing. And it's really hard to survive as a raider when you're slowly moving your way towards a negative 18 mood penalty that's permanent, and the thing that's supposed to make it go away isn't working. That said, I started a new save and it's working now, so didn't change any mods, didn't change what version of the game we're on or anything. No, I take that back. We're on the stable branch now, because I would have fishing as a column here. Either way, it's working now. But I had to start a new save, because what ended up happening is it wasn't working on the unstable branch. I'm like, alright, well, this usually doesn't go well, but let's go ahead and revert back to the stable branch on the save. And then the grab ship stopped working. I didn't get the launch button, and right-clicking on it, it would give you the launch prompt, but you'd right onto it, you'd right-click, the person would stand there for a second, and then walk away without the window popping up. It's just like, okay, this run's properly bricked. Which I run very little mods. The only meaningful mod I'm running right now is we are running the mod that gives us Fog of War. But otherwise, we have no research and random or semi-random research. Otherwise, pretty much everything else is light UI and music mods. But that said, we are working on that. Yeah, I very much have been enjoying the exploration mod. It's also interesting as a raiding group, because I get the little camps that appear nearby, and so we hit those. But very genuinely, if I want to go after someone else, I have to kind of find them. This is a neat map. Yeah, alright, so we do have a raid and a trade caravan showing up at the same time. There's a good chance they are going to interact with each other, and I won't need to be involved. I'm okay with that. Schedule. Let's get you all back to the home zone, so no one gets caught out by themselves. But yeah, that said, we are doing Strive to Survive. I used to do a lot of losing is fun, 500% naked brutality, that kind of stuff before I started streaming. But it is one of those things when you play in those difficulties, it can be a little bit limiting on your options of how to play. And so I ended up kind of going with reaching the point that I would much rather have the breadth of gameplay than Alright, so we got the book. Stone cutting. Honestly, we're researching fast enough. I'm just gonna not worry about the schematic books. Is there anything I want to get rid of? Not really. I probably should get rid of the Nutramine for right now. I got no use for it at the moment. I want to trade for it later. We can get rid of the trace amounts of that. Let's get rid of some of the food. Okay, and they told me where... So we have our relic. It'd be fun to go after those. Yeah, we'll go for the... We'll see what the Timeless One's deal is. They're still walking over to me. But the Timeless One is a disturbing, trigger-happy, and joyous... Hey, buddy. No. Why are you walking over there? Oh, it's something down there gets set to the home zone? Alright, so let's be careful about home zoning them until we get this cave cleared out. And Rongor, you just keep running straight on by, because that caravan's gonna start shooting, and I do not want you to get winged by some random gunshot. Okay. But yeah, and I used to do a bunch of this stuff. This is back in the day before, Ice Sheet changed. Alright, I'll grab a spear. That spear is going to be better than my Equa. Alright. Did the Timeless One get angry? No, I haven't interacted with them yet. We had a raid going on at the same time. Okay, so they have Disturbing. Disturbing sucks. Disturbing really sucks. But, Trigger Happy and joyous. And you do bring a decent range of stuff. I think we're going to accept them and their tongue is going to fall out. Is I think what's going to happen here. So yeah, let's go do that. They're just going to have a wee little bit of an accident where their tongue is just going to... They're just going to say the wrong thing, and it's just going to fall out of their mouth. You know how it is. Sorrow, the joyful one? Yeah, it's like when you have, like, the big guy named Tiny. The classic. So we're gonna let's see. Sorrow is barely more than a child, but her thoughtful eyes, you sense an ancient wisdom. When she speaks, the words seem to come from an unnatural knowledge of the endless time. She says that the stars brought her to fulfill her destiny, and she wants to stay you and help. I'm struggling to read. Sorrow is a bringer of joy and serenity, whose abilities go beyond mere charisma. She lifts the spirits and inspires others by telling jokes. She's not going to be doing that. And spreading blissful thoughts. I actually don't know if I cut out her tongue. I actually don't know if the joyous still works. Because we alluded that it was along the lines of a psychic thing. Is that an anomaly thing? Yeah, that's an anomaly thing. But I would like to find out. Oh, it will disable it? It's fine. Okay. And so now's where we definitely botch the surgery and anger them greatly. And while they're probably fine, I'm just going to assume that... Yep. Okay, you ripped out their eye. It's not exactly what I was aiming for. But we'll go ahead and we'll just double down on this. Wait, am I all out of medicine? Oh, I am all out of medicine. Okay. That's caught me by surprise. Let's go ahead and harvest a couple medicine. And do a round 2. Because if they die, that's also a satisfactory outcome. I mean, I'm sorry. Wait a second, what? There we go. First try. My organ was harvested minus 30. Hey, what if we just talked about that with you? And maybe you didn't worry about it? I also didn't organ harvest you. I removed your tongue. That's different. I maimed you. I didn't keep the organ. Okay, and dinosaur will be over in a minute. So I was going to console them, but I also just realized they're not our ideology, so that's not going to get us very far. We'll see if there's someone who's going to convert almost instantly. If so, great. Well, we guess we won't worry about it. They're confused right now. Alright, so get you a moment to get over your confusion from the anesthetic. Because it's 8 days you're going to be mad. And then you're also upset about not being able to speak. But, you know. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, if I were to try and convert you, 28%. Let's just keep working on Dinosaur. We removed their tongue. Because they have disturbing, which means they say a whole bunch of creepy stuff that upsets everyone. It's like having a nearly permanent insulting spree just wandering around your colony. It's not quite that bad, but it's pretty bad. Now, if they still give the joyous presence thing, yeah. We still get the bonus from joyous presence without the consequences of disturbing, and the only one who's upset about it is Sorrow. Which feels weirdly appropriate, actually. And I took them off cooking, and just because, well, I'm pretty sure it's not a metal horror situation. You never know. I mean, sometimes you do when you do like the whole provoke anomaly, and then immediately a creepy joiner goes. You're like, I know what's going on here. You don't fool me. Get out of here with your metal horror. Sorrow is sad they're missing their tongue. Yep. That is just the way it's gonna be. New recruit Dinosaur. Alright, so you're a colonist here. So Dinosaur we are going to bring into the fold. So we will go ahead and give them a name. And that's gonna be Code Sage DMC. So welcome to the colony. You're intended on being a melee pawn. Let's grab you that steel longsword we made. And then meanwhile, that means I finally got a grower. So let's see here. You're going to be low priority on those. You are the new grower, which means you are free from growing responsibilities. You just do whatever the heck you want, I guess. Man, this is the weird... Like, I have so many crafters. I am not used to this. At a colony this size and already having four crafters is just weird. You didn't convert them? No, so their ideology was something that isn't too uncompatible with what we got going on. So I opted to push for recruiting them first and then converting them. So it's not going to take me too much longer. They're already a pretty good ways towards conversion. They're like halfway there. Most of the time I will convert them first. But in this case, I just kind of really wanted that pawn. And for those who don't know, I'm running no starting research, random research. So if you're like, wait, why aren't you using shelves, using beds, insert something else here? Most likely the reason is because I can't. Because we started our colony and we got a couple of cool researches here. And then they were like, you know what? You should get drug production. It was beer brewing, then drug production, then psychoid brewing, then psychite refining. They took a minor break to give me complex clothing, and now Go Juice. So they're just like, no. This is RimWorld. We want the drugs. This is why we're here. But the plan is to be full-on raider ideology. We plan on using the grav ship to go rolling out there and raiding. But I do have to wait till our research gives us electrical. Then we will drop the ship. Is that a Cobra? Yeah, it's for a quest. It's going to give me Glitter World. I'm not worried about any reputation stuff because people are going to stop liking me after a little while. Is there a reason you run random research? You see you use it all the time. Oh, I really enjoy it. The thing I found with random research is it forces you to play differently, because I have found what ends up happening is if you don't have it, you've got patterns you'll fall into where it's like you value this over that over this. And so you'll be like, okay, beeline, I'm going to grab electrical, then geothermal. Well, I mean, for me, it would usually be, depending on the map, stone cutting, furniture, clothing, electrical, geothermal, then start dropping back to our stuff. And you find yourself almost always following these similar patterns again and again and again. And by having the random researcher like, all right, this run I just don't get that, so I'm going to go do something else. But like, for example, penioxylin is extremely good. Like, being able to just say, no, I don't feel like getting malaria, and you just don't, is a really good thing to have in your colony. But it's one of those things, it's pretty rare you go out of your way. You almost always value something else more. But with random research, anytime penioxylin, because it's like, all right, drug bench, make all the penioxylin you can, because I'm sure not going to complain about just not having plague or malaria or sleeping sickness or whatever. Especially when you have like that really, really terrible mech cluster that's just landed on the map. You're like, all right, I got to get out here. And then you get the prompt. It's like, the following 6 people would have gotten malaria, except they're on penioxylin. You're like, oh, that would have probably killed the colony trying to fight this horrific mech cluster with more than half of the colony trying to also fight malaria. Okay. I'm glad that didn't happen. I made the room slightly too large, chat. Don't worry about it. We're only here temporarily. We're only here temporarily. You don't here. We'll make the other side also slightly longer, so at least it'll be symmetrical. I'm not changing the other rooms. These are the nicer suites, that's all. Even though they're already too big, that, like, the size of those rooms, we've already gotten past, I believe, the maximum bonus you usually deal with on those. There's pretty much no value in me making them that big. Alright, and... change the other rooms? Can't do it. If I make this room longer, it's now part of my storage room. So, we are cursed. We're stuck. It's fine. It only hurts you if you look at it. You blame chat for not telling you fast enough? That's fair. I think that's a reasonable thing. You know what? Chat volunteering that we should blame chat, I can get behind this. I'm glad you're taking accountability for it. Do better in the future. What is that? Excellent. You're used to chat abuse? That's fair. Oh, hey. Oh, right, because you're... I was like, when did apples get enough growing to be able to plant the Devil Strand? Oh, right. Apple isn't doing it anymore. We got someone who's dedicated to actually doing that, so we now have 2 people doing the research benches so we can go even faster. Because that was the whole reason we got apples at the beginning, is they're very neurotic. Tree sowing. Okay, that's fine. Like, apples here is very neurotic. It has a whole lot of negatives going on for them. But they have extremely good medical, social, and intellectual with very neurotic. I can get behind that. They get to stay back home at base and make the research happen extra fast. And struggle to not be miserable the whole time. As you do. You did say something about it? Why can I not... There we go. Yeah, you think your new rooms are taller? Yep. You did say something about it. You got your receipts. Alright. Yeah, so there's going to be no managing Sorrow's mood right now. We did cut out their tongue, and they're really upset about that. So if you look at that, the mood penalty we got for that was 30, 8, and 4. So minus 42 is the penalty we took for doing that. But it's short-lived at least. So we're just going to have them endure the minus 42. Surprisingly, despite being minus 42, we are actually kind of managing that mood. And that's because they are joyous and all that. I'm actually surprised they're managing that mood with all those negatives. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. Yep, I'll see you tomorrow. Well, I mean, technically it's the same day, yes. But a sleep is occurring in between now and then, so I'm gonna say tomorrow. Because to me, in my head, it's tomorrow. Even if it's not really. Getting stone cutting would be really good just to get rid of all these bricks piling up. Well, all these stone chunks piling up. These rooms are way bigger than they should be. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm kind of looking forward to having some Devil Strand. I can't tell you the last time I had it. Devil Strand's good stuff. It's just, since Odyssey came out, all the stuff we're doing, I'm moving around too much. That you're not going to sit here and wait for the Devil Strand to grow in. But early game, while we're waiting on research, you know, we're kind of grounded until then. Yeah, so you got 3 days till that goes away. Yeah, both those are 3 days. Once I get the beds in, that'll be good there. That's the cotton plants there. Right, I already planted the psychoid and all that, so we're just solidly good. Just gotta wait for them to grow. That whole part of the map clearly burned down at some point. Oh hey, I got a bunch of ship chunks I forgot about. We'll go ahead and disassemble those. And did we get another sword made by chance? We did, and it's excellent quality. Alright, so with that, before we accidentally make another, let's go here. I tell him, for the long swords, don't make another sword unless you get some obsidian or bioferrite. You love how it's winter and it's 21 degrees Celsius? Yeah. Insane rambling, Can you insane rambling? How do you insane ramble without a tongue? Are they just making mouthing noises? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Your birthday was yesterday? Are you gonna stockpile Devil Strand? We'll see. Well, happy birthday and all that stuff. Yesterday you got the release. You also got the release date for the Dawn of War Definitive Edition. Yeah, I noticed that. Where they it mostly seems like they repolished the graphics, like, you know, just brought them up to modern times and made it 64-bit. Early game, you lucky to have enough land in an abandoned colony that had Devil Strand growing and Devil Strand bedrolls. Nice. Alright, the baby's almost here. I also like how the baby is in the wrong bedroom. The crib, I mean. Oh, we need to go here and add onto the bill, make baby food. Alright, so we got a bunch of beer. Oh, you can't afford my beer. Give me your medicine. We can't make those happy. You can have the Molotovs. Oh, right. I don't need to be making the hats. We already have helmets. We can also get rid of the tribal wear. You'll chuck in just a little bit of beer. Go tailoring bench, and you do not need the hats, because we have helmets. Are we getting upset with the rambling? Right now, no one's nearby, Sorrow. So I can't answer that. They have to have someone nearby. Alright, tree sowing. Okay, so Sorrow's here. Okay, so you did supposedly do that. Oh, weird. So, even though you have no tongue, I was still penalized by the rambling. Interesting. I mean, I guess I could, like, laugh and make all sorts of weird noises and all that, and that could still be deeply upsetting. The big thing is we're not taking the penalty from disturbing. At least not that I've noticed. Oh, right, and I was in the middle of switching you over to do until you have 10 with the top priority. That way you've got food for the baby. Is baby food more efficient than breastfeeding? Either way, there's a nutrient cost as well. Yes. So, generally speaking, if you use baby food, they cook the baby food, and then anyone can feed the baby, and when they feed the baby, that's done. If mom feeds the baby by breastfeeding, mom almost always has to eat immediately afterwards. It's just the way RimWorld works is as you breastfeed, your character just gets hungry. And so it ends up being one of those kind of things that it ends up kind of being a double the time and the mom's time by breastfeeding versus if anyone runs up and just, you know, gives baby food, they can just move on to their next thing. They don't have to stop working to go get some more food for themselves. It's not a huge deal, but generally speaking, you'll lose more time dealing with breastfeeding versus the baby food. Also, if mom isn't breastfeeding, she'll stop producing milk earlier and she'll get pregnant again. Yes, that is another thing. If you're trying to use having kids as your way of growing your colony, the sooner you stop breastfeeding, the faster your, mom will have a decent chance of having another kid. Because RimWorld does have it that while you're breastfeeding, your fertility rate is massively penalized. You can still technically have kids while breastfeeding in the game, but it does massively nerf the chances. Noah, buddy Noah, what are you doing down there? Oh, we did this again. I need to go down there and deal with that. Let's make the home zone not auto-expand again. Because if those wake up and they're hungry, that snake I'm supposed to be taking care of is 100% getting nommed. Yeah, it's real low. Yeah, and that's not super unrealistic either. And we're getting the heavy bridges. Not really what I needed, but that's okay. It'll be good to have for later. We can go to you, switch you to corn. Go to you, switch you to corn. And if you're wondering why I'm switching these all to corn, labor to output, like the output nutrition, corn is the best. It just is very vulnerable to stuff like blight and cold snaps and toxic fallout, because you can get 60% of the way there and then lose a lot more time and get 0 out of it. Whereas like rice grows just way fast. Rice is often the better choice. Why don't you take a closer look at your 2 rooms? Oh no, I noticed. I noticed this one's longer than that one. It's fine. It is what it is. I'm just not going to fuss with it. Once we get the ship, we're going to take the ship out of here, so it doesn't matter. And if you're wondering why Sorrow I haven't bothered naming them, we don't know what the deal with Sorrow is yet. Being a creepy joiner, there's a lot of things that they can be. They could have a metal horror in them. They could, which is very, very unlikely they would have the metal horror at this stage. Because we haven't activated the monolith yet. I will activate it, but I usually wait till after we get electricity. What was the bad trait that Sorrow called again? Oh, the bad trait is disturbing. This is a whole bunch of disturbing things to people around them, but if you cut out their tongue, then they no longer have the, they no longer have that penalty. You're also not cheesing the creeper joiner aggro on friendly fire thing, you see? Oh yeah, no, I don't typically do that. My luck is I would deliberately do something to cause a friendly fire incident on them, and then brain them on accident. And I'm not worried about that. But yeah, no, it's the whole thing that they could have crumbling mind, they could have the failing organs, they could betray you, they can have it where they turn hostile on friendly fire, they can just leave after like 20-something days or whatever. Anesthetize them, punch them manually so they aggro, imprison them, re-recruit them, is what you saw done. Yeah, well, creepy joiners don't always go hostile on friendly fire, if I remember correctly. Because I've definitely had cases where that wasn't the case. I've definitely had it where it was the case. But yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Whatever they bring to the table, but that's kind of the thing. That's part of the reason I don't do like the ridiculous difficulties. Is it's just one of those things that I don't do a lot of the cheese strats to like circumvent a lot of the mechanics. Like when you're playing in that, and again, this isn't me being judgy when people do that. It's just when you're playing on that level of difficulty, that becomes necessity. Like, to survive, it's not that you have to go like full cheese or anything like that, but you do need to go through and go, well, this is this situation, here's how I deal with it. And a lot of that's kind of counter to the way that would make sense within the game. So, like, you know, capturing people and immediately cutting off their legs. Well, I mean, putting on the peg legs and then removing the peg legs. I tend not to do that. The only time I do that is if I'm doing a Sanguifrage run, because otherwise blood bags are too annoying to deal with. Okay, so now we're getting plate armor. Plate armor is actually very strong. I usually don't use it because the movement speed penalty is pretty severe, but it will absolutely save your life in a pinch. How are we doing? We haven't raided in a little while. We have neither bonus nor penalty, so we need to get a raid going. So our target, let's see, we've got berries, we've got pemmican and leather, we got pemmican and leather. So honestly, that's probably the easiest to get to target right now. Oh, we also have wood. I don't really care about the wood. Let's form a caravan. So that's 1 day. That's 0.8 days. That's 0.8 days. We can hit that one down there. Alright, so with this, Earth Rush is going to go. Rongar will support. You'll support. And the other 3 will stay behind. Because we are a raider ideology, so I have to go do all stuff. Yeah, according to the wiki, with 0% talking ability, the disturbing trait cannot cause the rambling debuff. I mean, yeah, no, so the rambling debuff, yes. So the rambling debuff can occur, but the rambling mood break is a separate thing. Because otherwise what would happen is we would look at other colonists around them, and you'd see listed down here that they would get the rambling debuff down here. They had a mood break that caused them to do insane rambling, which surprised me that they could have insane rambling without a tongue, but that's probably just an oversight kind of thing more than anything. All right. Yeah, so I'm switching everything to corn, and like I said, that's mostly to reduce the amount of labor required for stuff. Yeah, if they break, they're supposed to always ramble. Ah, interesting. It could be something, because we did just... Well, actually, no, I'm not on the unstable branch anymore. I'm on the stable branch because the unstable branch we had problems. If they get that break again, can you take another colonist to them and see if they get a mood debuff thing? Well, no, we did get the mood penalty. That's one of the things I had noticed, is we had gotten the mood penalty from people being around them. But like I said, it's one of those things that otherwise normally just being around the person, you know, could cause problem. Alright, so it's time for a minor raid right here. Caravan ambushed Manhunter pack right before we arrive. Okay, so we got 2 sparrows. Sounds like a sparrow thing to do. Okay, and reform caravan, go over here, accept. And nothing to bring. That was a weird skip in the music. Alright. So what do we got here? You're rocking a shotgun, not loving that. And you're rocking a knife. So you're okay with the knife and you're okay with the shotgun. Now there's no sentry gun that I'm seeing, which is good news. So let's try to get a couple hits in on you real fast. Cool, and that did not cause them to retreat, which I'm appreciating. Because now we're going to mush ourselves into this rock real fast. We're going to let them run to me. And when loser gets close, we're going to slap them with a sword. And you got yourself a brand new shotgun. Okay, and you just got some bruise. You lost a finger. Cool, man. Real helpful. But that's fine. It is what it is. We will claim these doors. So anyone here able to do doctoring? Congratulations, Rongor. You have been promoted to doctor. Meanwhile, you go check all of these doors. See if they got any goodies. Do we have our construction person with us? We don't. Probably won't worry about that solar panel then. It's worth a couple of components and some steel, but we're talking like 2-3 components tops. That said, I'm willing to take up that fire foam popper. Yeah, you're still tending, so give it a minute. Are you any good? Do we want to take you? Nah. Like, Jogger's not bad, but I need to not take everyone with me. Because I don't actually have the bedrooms and all that. And it'll be a thing that when we get the ship, it's going to be very cramped at first. Okay, so we got that all set up. So, reform caravan, head home. Accept. Grab all of the food items, grab the components, grab the fire foam popper, grab the bow that we dropped. For 0.1 days, we're just going to leave the steel. Reform ideology. Cool. I have no idea what we're reforming the ideology with. I'm down to reform it, though. So let's check our ideology. We are raiders. So, I could see doing pain as a virtue, which would make us tough against temperature. We would be willing to do slab beds and ignore comfort, and then pain would make us happier. We wouldn't want to do charity, we would be okay with that. So the big negative here is it would require scarification, which lowers your total hit points on limbs. But I could see going for that, because that would make handling moods a lot easier, and we're going to get scars whether we like it or not. As far as the other ones, is there anything else that feels like it's a good fit? Like Ritualist we could certainly do stuff with. I'm definitely not Raider Blindsight, because that sounds awful. Yes, you know, there's the Cannibal, there's definitely an argument to be made there because all that stuff. Well, the problem with the Grab Ship one is the Space Habitat Preferred means you really need to be, like, when you're on the ground, you just take a mood penalty. The Eating Nutrient Paste is fine, the Indoors is fine, the Temperature Tough. I'm kind of leaning towards Pain of the Virtue because that also gives me the Temperature Tough. Human Primacy is just generally a good one. Human Primacy is like, oh, the only thing is if I take both the melee and the shooting specialist, I can't have the production specialist as well, so I'd have to choose between them. I'm leaning towards Pain as a Virtue because I haven't done that in forever. So let's embrace the pain. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Production specialist is super strong. Scarification Extreme. Scarification, 5 scars required. That is a lot of scars. That is straight up disassembling people levels of scars. Do we lean all the way in that? So it's 3. Let's see. So minor scarification is just 1 scar required. Do we go extreme? Do we do that? It's a terrible idea. Start with minor and then each reform escalate it. I can get behind that. Yeah, I can get behind that. That's not a bad idea. So we're going to start with minor scarification. And each time we reform, which is going to happen because of rating, we up it by 1. And suddenly Code and Sorrow here are like, wait, what do you all believe in here? I should have done the ritual, it's fine. You do what now? Hang on, can I reconsider joining this place? Okay. Now, one thing I'm guessing we're going to probably have to do for this to take is I have had it where whenever we change our ideology as we go, I've had to, like, exit the save and re-enter the save before it takes effect. Like, we're not having any negatives because of not having that. Can you build slab beds, or does it still require conflict? Honestly, I have no idea. No, I need advanced furniture for slab beds. Yeah, and there's just the comfort gauge is just gone. You think for missing ideology thing like scars and body modding, you get a grace period before you get it after it's added to ideology? Yes, we have that. We had a run where we were transhumanists and we took it away, and it never did update. Like, I actually had to, like, exit the save and re-enter the save before it finally... No, actually, that one we kept the buff even when we did that. Well, what? There was... Oh, no, was we changed to an ideology that likes fungus, and when we kept eating the mushrooms... And this is like we started with one ideology, we got darkness, and then liked fungus. And it was one of those things that we were still getting the mood penalty when we ate fungus until we reloaded the save. Yeah, not scarified. I lack the appropriate ritual scar. We'll get you there, buddy. Don't worry. It is interesting. So random destroyed limbs and all of that don't count. You have to have specifically... Yeah, you specifically need the scars from that. That'll be interesting. Okay, so once you're healed, let's see. Begin the slicing of pain. Started at an altar, started the lectern, and knee pillow is what it wants. Alright, well, I can't do all that in this room. Scars equal pain, we like pain. Yeah, so we need to get them out of this room, so we'll get that sorted out. But that's kind of what I was figuring, is we're probably going to end up getting a bunch of injuries anyways. Disease gutworms on a pretty wide number of people, unfortunately. Why not make the rec room also a temple? If I remember correctly, let's check our religious symbol. That's always the catch. I want to say the religious symbol quite often did not... Oh, I think that might be ours. Okay, that's one says no work assemblies all that. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, let's make sure we get the right symbol. Because I'm assuming it's the thievery themed one. Law figure. Yeah, we could do that. So get the symbol here. We've already got the ground smooth. Starvation on you. We'll go eat something. We have it. We just need people to cook. Could you treat people? And then ideology. We'll have the kneel pillows. So that way we get, like, proper stuff from that. And then we can also go for the lectern. Do I have enough jade? I don't have enough jade, right? No, I don't have enough jade. Plate armor, penioxylin. And I guess for right now, I will put the fire popper in our room. We stole that from the other base. Neopillows are greater than any chair in RimWorld. I never actually looked into it. I imagine they would be, that they have a high comfort. There's like weird stuff in the game that like that just good. Alright, so if we get a lectern and kneel pillows, we get bonuses there. I definitely don't want to steal lectern if I don't have to. Wood's not amazing either, but still. Don't care about that. High beauty too. You're using a mod that adds nutrient pay system, so you have special meats and fun as a set that goes in the system, and any special meats in the system contaminate the entire system until you empty it. So you have a constant small boost from no meals, and you're also transhumanist. Interesting. I'm gonna have you prioritize harvesting those trees because I need the wood. Because then what we could do is ideology. Okay, they got one revolver between them. They're gonna prepare for a while. Which I'm fine with because they're gonna attack before that trade caravan leaves, so not a me problem. Schedule. Restrict to the home zone. Cool, and you did not add any of that to the home zone. Okay. So we're gonna get Nutramine, so I want all of that. You can have the tiny bit of blue fur I've got. You can have the die because it's not doing anything. I will buy your complex furniture book just in case you start getting past that. You can have the beer. And I think that'll do. Cryo Sleep Warriors, who possesses a unique masterwork weapon. Are you not? Oh, there you go. Thank you for setting my crops on fire and then immediately putting out the fire. It's very appreciated that you would actually put out the fire when you're done. Nope, please don't shoot past all of our friends there. And I am deliberately wanting them to lose a bunch of people. Okay. And would you look at that upgrade? Just straight up jumping from pistol to assault rifle. Love to see it. Really good times. What do you got going on? You have no gear. Bio-coated assault rifle. Or machine gun. Bolt action. That'll outperform your revolver. It is like it is Christmas in the colony. And back to the danger zone. Haul that back. Haul this back. Haul this back. Haul that back. Was the flame gun bio-coated? It's still equipped to the person. That person didn't die. Yeah, they're right here. Tail. It just got one hit to the leg or whatever. It also takes bioferrite to refuel, and we don't have a source of bioferrite quite yet. We'll get there. The important bit is we got a significant upgrade. Oh, let's also check, see if they'll trade for those weapons we just dropped. They will not. Okay, so they've got to build more of that. Okay. You're thinking the flame gun is more than pistol? Well, it's an assault rifle with that. Yeah, you're not wrong, but they didn't get knocked down. And I'm not looking right now to attempt to I'm not looking right now to attempt to kill the caravan to go for it, because honestly that caravan will probably put up a pretty good fight. I think we actually win against what's left of the caravan. They've only got 5 people standing. If I ambush them and I go after probably that assault rifle, it's mostly short range after that. And effective. Not quite enough to force convert them, but made a good step to that. What's more biotech information? Yeah, more biotech information. So when you go to do the thing where you make a new xenotype, what it lets you do is I can actually sit there and be like, okay, I don't think I have anyone who's not a baseliner right now. But pretend I had like a Yetkin in here. I could be like, okay, choose Sorrow, they're a Yetkin, and it puts it on top, and then you can see what the end result would be when you add stuff. Because otherwise you have to sit there and go, okay, well, they have the naked speed. If I give them the very fast runner, that gives me this many points. And you have to like do all the math in your head. This way it'll just be like, here's the result. They'll have this % hunger, this % complexity, yada yada. So it takes all the guessing out of it. Zerx is in labor. Okay, gather for baby birth. The only thing missing from that is showing the skills as well. Yeah. No, I'm very happy with it, because I don't do the biotech a lot of runs, but when we do get the super late game run, especially when I get my hands on something like Deathless, like, then I will go out of my way to do the biotech stuff. Because it's really fun when I can get, like, you know, very fast healing, super coagulating, Deathless, jogger, or whatever, or fast runner. And we got a healthy baby in the colony. Gotta love that when we have a healthy baby. Alright, and our brand new baby to the colony is gonna be Pulverizer. And anyone is available, take care of it, and never. Now, please, for the love of everything, feed mom. Why do you need tending? Oh, you have gutworms as well. Oh, man. Breastfeeding kid while having gutworms is just misery. But the beauty is, now we're kind of into it. Like, if we look at this, where are you at? Serious pain, +5. Little uncomfortable, but you know. I'm gonna need you to cut down some trees. Muz called more gene information. Do I have the name wrong? Okay, so eat your meal. Go grab your weapon. Yeah, did I have the information wrong there? I thought I verified it. Because I don't mind editing the command to have it correct if I do have the name wrong. Okay. We've just given birth to our precious baby. A light in the darkness, a symbol of innocence and hope. We shall name him Pulverizer. Okay, some more gene information. No problem. I do make mistakes. So let's go ahead and while we've got all that going on, I can go to commands. We can go to the mods command, edit, conditional effects, if RimWorld, chat. Where are you? More gene information. Save, 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 save. And there we go. Grab you, and now grab chat and put it back where I can see it. And the command should be all updated. Alright, meanwhile, we're about to get Pennyroxylin on the roster, which is why I grabbed all the Nutramine. Oh, I meant to go to these two bodies, strip that one. Oh, there's the other one. Strip that one. And the reason we're stripping them is that's a free fire foam pack and a smoke pack that we can get. Then I have to spend resources. And with that, we go to this bench and Pennyroxylin forever. So we can manage to get all those things to not bother us anymore. Little baby Pulverizer. The innocence of youth. Let's have you not go swimming right now. Okay. All I can think is the Flintstones and Bam Bam. Honestly, probably appropriate. Starvation on Zerks. Flash Storm, that's fine. Okay. So we're missing the Neil Pillows. We're about to get that going, so I'll get our Neil Pillows, and then we'll start going through scarification rituals on everyone. Ooh, hey, buddy. Are you putting on tainted clothes? Don't do that. Drop it. Bad. Think about what you've done. Assignment. Manage apparel policies. Anything. Do not allow tainted apparel. Don't let me catch you doing that again. Like, I would certainly like the defensive bonus from that, but at the same time, that mood penalty can get real nasty real fast. And I'm pretty sure you don't have anything that gives you a counter to that. Granted, with Optimus Steadfast, you probably could get away with it. Why don't you have some people carrying herbal medicine? I probably need to. Right now, the one who needs that is probably you. Because you're my only doctor. But you are correct. Alright, we got the distress signal. Low meds. I mean, still, it's good to have it being carried. They're not wrong. Having a few people who can doctor in a pinch running around with meds means you don't have to carry people back if someone's bleeding from their everything. Manhunter Pack. We've got links. 3 of them. And Sorrow's indoors right now. And you're indoors right now. I was just like, oh, I should have gone to a choke point. Where are you going? I mean, I don't mind you're just doing a dance around me versus actually fighting me, but it is slightly confusing. Alright, I mean, that's a choice you can make. Yeah, no, it's, I was trying to remember how that bites into your carry weight and all that. But yeah, you know, you're not wrong. It's not a bad idea to have people carrying the meds. Right now, I'm going to keep it mostly on the doctors until we get more. We are growing some. We don't have a particularly large med grow zone, which I probably should fix. But that is one of those things that the more stuff I'm growing, you know, the more of an issue it becomes. Oh, we got tree sowing, didn't we? Again, I'm used to doing the glow force like we've been doing recently. And so it's just been one of those things that I've gotten so used to all the limitations you have on that biome. Oh, you're high on Site T while having gutworms. That's the reason why you're throwing up absolutely everywhere. That's fair. We're getting about a third to halfway through our gutworms. It did hit 4 of our colonists, which is, not a trivial amount. And we're getting a lot of Site T and a lot of beer and all sorts of things that probably shouldn't be the priority, but you know what? It's fine, I guess. Alright, Pemmican. Complex furniture. It's about time. Pemmican forever. And meanwhile, convert. Try again. Convert on you. Okay, probably 2 or 3 more goes. I definitely will want to, like, if we can get our ship set up, I actually would like to go after the relics. I haven't done it in a long time. But it would be fun as we're raiding and all that to go around and make it a priority to get our relics as well. So we can have, like, a proper reliquary on our ship. The best part being, imagine stopping on a tile. It's like, some guests are coming to visit. It's like, are you sure you want to do that? You do know what our ideology is, right? You do understand what we believe in. Is this really, really the kind of place you want to visit? We do kind of steal from and or murder people. Like, and we're pretty open about it too. Okay, that's fine. All right. So pretty soon we're going to start harvesting the giant mountain of corn, which would be good. Really excited for the complex furniture. The reason we got that is because I bought the book. The moment we bought the book, you knew that research was coming up. You've never seen a colony so happy to have gutworms before? I know, right? Alright, well with that, cancel these 2 beds. You're surprised the bugs haven't eaten through into your rooms? The bugs that naturally occur don't tend to be aggressive in mining. It's only when you get infestation where you see them start smashing down walls normally. Yeah, no, if these were an infestation and I ignored them that long, this whole thing would be Nest by now and I'd be dealing with like game lagging levels of bugs. But yeah, no, they're naturally occurring bugs. Complex furniture? Alright, so now it begins. Furniture. Double slab bed. I guess we're making it out of steel. Let's tell them that they're welcome to mine that now. Did you not strip that person? Okay, that's a choice. I don't know why they're choosing not to do it, but that's alright. I can set you to deconstruct that. Do you have any other ruins on here that are well placed? That's pretty far away because we have to go the whole way out and around. Take apart those 2 ruins and see what we get from them. Getting some stone block would be good. But in the meantime, start moving some people to some slab beds. And you're gonna hate that bed. It's perfect. Deconstruct the bedrolls. And to slowly kick them. Actually, I forgot. I keep forgetting that now in RimWorld we can literally just be like, hey. Work on replacing those beds. And that'll also give us a bit more cloth to keep the other things moving. And we're good for the scarification. Alright, so begin scarification. Moral guide present. Why would the moral guide not be present? So moral guide is apple. I guess because you are the one who's being subjected to it, that's fine. Rare thrombo. All right. Boring. Yay, it's fine. So what do we get up here? We got a stack of eggs. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And then we got rare thrombo. Wait, 3? What's the third one? Alright, whatever. There's some components in the eggs by the field? Yes, we probably just disassembled that a minute ago. They're actually in progress of disassembling them. I want to haul those back, but I'll wait till we get the whole set because I'll be able to do it in one go. Okay, let's let them get the slab beds all made. Meanwhile, you got your scar. Scarified +1. Slept in a slab bed. +2. Yep. And that one works out especially well, is because that scar is on their nose. That's not a big deal. It's when you get stuff like scars on their neck and you're like, alright, that's not really a place I want to scar if I can help it. Lowering the total health of your neck is never a good move. Hungry prisoner. You'd be attacked by three raids of roughly 2 Cyclopses. You would give me someone who is a kind, trigger-happy, fast walker with 14 shooting. That is not a bad pawn. So I got 7 days to decide to do this. Let's get people set up, because that actually isn't too terrible of a thing to fight against. Cool, and I grabbed that. 53 is fine. For that, we can knock it down. Yeah, Yatkin, yeah. No, Yatkin does have its negatives, you're not wrong. The aggressive trait is definitely not my favorite. What are you working on right now? You are resting, waiting for someone to treat your gutworms. And then you're going to apparently eat some raw eggs, as you do. But that's at like 99%, assuming the thrombos don't eat it all first. Yeah, some of that's ready to harvest. They just need to get to it. Oh, right. Slow wound healing, and sleepy, and aggressive. Yeah. I'm definitely still going to probably consider them. Because that's certainly not bad, all those. Yeah, because, like, the slow wound healing sucks. Aggressive is pretty annoying. And then sleepy is pretty annoying. But honestly, for those, I'm also suddenly going, wait a second. We already have 8 people. And I don't even have my spaceship yet. Alright, we're getting our corn pull up. Doesn't kind of nullify aggressive, though. I thought it went the other way where your traits are overridden by your biology stuff. Disease malaria was blocked by penioxylin. I freaking love penioxylin. Because you know what I don't want to deal with gutworms? Malaria. Do you know what I'm not going to deal with gutworms? Malaria. We've almost got them converted. Meanwhile, let's begin another scarification. So the target this time will be Rongor. So let's get that knocked out. Gotta get people all them scars. Get those mood bonuses. Get that pain bonus. Scarred their right eye. Cool. Satisfying. But that's interesting that their sight isn't actually penalized despite that. Animal disease plague on Noah. Well, that's cool. That's the animal I'm taking care of for the Empire or whatever. I don't remember what the reward is. I think it's Glitter World. Let's see. Your game changer mod for Odyssey is the loft bed mod. It's really simple. It lets you put a double bed or a double single bed on top of another. Even the top dressers, etc. Really good for space saving. You know, no one asked. Yeah, no, I get that. There's a bunch of those type of mods. I'm not running any of them, but I can definitely sit there. Okay, like, you know eye tattoos and decorative implants are a thing, but scarring? Yikes. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could, like, turn the eye and, like, mark the white of the eye or something, but that... Ugh, I hate that. That alone just makes me feel uncomfortable. Yep, but now we're gonna have more corn than we know what to do with for a while. Oh, you still have tribal wear here? Hey, don't do that. We got all our priorities set, right? Yeah. People did remind me of all the negatives. If it wasn't for the ship, I'd definitely take this person. Because Trigger Happy and Fast Walker together are solid. Kind is also good. And they got some solid stats. But I keep just thinking, now that people brought it up, that slow wound healing is the one that gets me the most. Like, Sleepy's obnoxious, Aggressive's obnoxious, but slow wound healing means you get into a fight, you catch one hit, and then your character's down for, like, 4 days before they're back ready for another fight. It is really annoying. I might pass on that. And I don't care about that book. The Psychic Harmonizer is fun and all that. I don't... Well, no, wait. Didn't we have, like, a Steadfast Optimist? It's unlikely this person's going to have much in the way of negatives. And with the aggressive trait, they probably will social fights every other day. Yeah, I mean, at that one, they're kind, which should help mitigate that. But yeah, and for those who don't know, Belinar, absolutely a fantastic content creator as well. If we could just shout out for Belinar. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. Plays a whole bunch of indie games, film member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, as well as also has been playing a bunch of RimWorld. So if you like any of those things, that's a thing you definitely check out. Either way, it just saves so much on the spaceship. Yeah, alright, so we got Noble Apparel, Stone Cutting, I'm actually okay with that. But yeah, so again, check out Belinar, playing some Hell Clock recently. Alright, let's go ahead and get you set to auto-load. And where's that snake? Carry the snake out there. Oh, we've got you here, so I'll talk to you. Take all these things we're not going to use. And the book we're not going to use. You actually didn't play, you took the day off and said, oh, so when it checked your category, it just wasn't right. Yeah, I've seen that one before. I've done that one before on accident. Yeah, that's probably fine. Did you get the snake out of here? There you go. Starvation on multiple people. And a tiny trace bit of uranium. Yeah, I know how that goes. I've done that before, where, plan to do stuff. Yeah, that was for Glitter World. I thought it was. I couldn't remember. So haul the Glitter World, then haul the other medicine. So it doesn't just rot out there in the rain. Why are we not feeding the baby? Why are we out of baby food? Oh, we're out of that. Well, that's an immediate problem. So let's get you over here to cut down some trees right now. So that our cook here can very quickly make baby food before the baby starves to death. Because that is not the way to go. And as soon as that's done, the baby's already set to urgent feeding. So you. 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 There you go, feed the baby. I just need someone to feed the baby. I don't really care who feeds the baby, just the baby should be fed. Oh, let's reinstall the crib in here, just so they're by the seat. We can do that really fast, too. Who is our building person again? That's fine. Okay, Zerx is already on it. That way, the baby's in here right next to the seats and all that. So yeah, you're setting up the stream and everyone... Let's see. Yeah, you use TTK, so your colonies always are pretty huge. You need all space you can get. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, you're setting up for stream and everything. It was already very late and kind of tired, so you decide to rest instead. Correct choice. Absolutely. It's honestly one of those things that once the stream, like, is running properly late, you're usually better off just kind of calling it. In my experience. Why oh, you're right, because I prioritized you to cook. So you just kept cooking even until the point you were starving. That's fair. Meanwhile, once you're done taking care of the baby, we'll go ahead and get our next scar going. Baby crying at the dinner table? Yep. Alright, so... get the next scar going in the colony. Little by little, we'll get all of our scars out and about. But baby giggling at the dinner table too? Baby giggles make people happy. Yep. And boring. Don't honestly really care that much. And you got scarification on your right arm. So one by one, we're just getting people their scars. How are we doing on our conquest stuff, by the way? Let's see. Recent conquest is still at 6, so probably need to do a conquest relatively soon. We've got leather and pemmican, and wood. And I mean, wood would be fine if it wasn't for the fact that it's so heavy. I just need to actually get over there, which means honestly cutting back in this growing area a lot. So don't sow this one. don't sow that one. We got the stone cutting, so let's get the stone cutting bench built. Because now it is time for someone to have no more time in their lives anymore. Because their existence will be stone cutting. You know what? People mentioned the Neil pillows. I'm going to go for the Neil pillows instead. Alright. And then we can go to this one up here and say no more sewing. So we're going to cut down all that a bunch. We can leave the others alone for a while. Okay, convert you. Keep working at it. Alright, probably 2 more times because they'll recover a couple of points in between. Your life will be all rock and roll. Sadly, not the way you think. Yup. Meanwhile, gonna need you to cut down more trees. Medical treatment needed on Zerks. It'll also be good when this gutworms are done. I do not have the run command. I'm assuming for run command you're expecting to say what the run is. Basically, the intention with this run is we are going to be a raider colony who basically just starts doing conquest. So there's not a whole lot to it. We're just going to start attacking group after group after group and all that stuff. That was great. Hey, Avic, thank you so much for the raid. Let me see if I can't snooze that real fast so we don't get caught in an ad right away. But thank you so much, Avic, for that raid. Can we get a shout out for Avic, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform I definitely recommend checking out. And I do need to stretch and posture check and do all those things. But our fantastic content creator, how was your stream? Playing some RimWorld as well. So what kind of run are you getting up to and all that good stuff, and how was your stream? And you got a raid and run, like, don't let me keep you, but obviously you know you're welcome. Let's go ahead and fill in that spot. And all that. But, it's good to see you and all that stuff. Thank you so much for that raid. And welcome in, raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. My kind of big claim to fame, what I'm known for, is I used to hold a world record in Project Zomboid for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You'll notice there's a past tense on that. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole bunch of different games. And lately, we've been playing a whole heck of a lot of RimWorld. I do tend to play, like, it's probably my most consistently played game on the channel. But I am a variety streamer. I do play, like, a lot of simulation, settlement builder, city builder, tycoon, the occasional roguelike, that kind of stuff. Slice of life, whatever you have you. Good times, and there's a Manhunter pack. Let's see, our tribals are just getting to the point of building the grab ship after 12 years in game. That sounds like my last run I did, where we were kind of going towards an all endings run. Got through 5 of the endings, got to the Arco Nexus, and then found it was like kind of dodgy at the time. With the rain, let's bottleneck him. That's probably the more proper way to deal with this. And honestly, with the rain, I'm probably just gonna miss him a whole lot. It's fine. I'll deal with that in a minute. You two, you inside? Where are you at? Okay. You two stay indoors for a minute. I don't want to deal with zoning. Okay. But yeah, no, we did one where we were tribal ritualists, so we had the stacking penalties. That took us a long time to do literally anything. That was a very long run. I very much enjoyed it. But by the time we started rolling endings, we were almost 20 years into the game. Okay. Alright, so you were the only one who took some hits. And you got pretty badly thrashed, actually. Oh, we need to get our hospital to actually be a hospital that we finally got complex furniture. Boom, get that tending. Yeah, tribal plus slow research on top of that, that'd be rough. Yeah, no, I'd sit down and be like, yeah, we're taking the 25% research speed and the 50% research speed, put them together, rocking our 12.5 research speed. with the no starting research mod and the semi-random research set so I don't have control of my research, it was certainly something. So haul that one out of here. Haul this one out of here. Haul this one out of here so we don't have rotten animals sitting inside our building. It was fun, but it was definitely one of those ones that the research drug on, because one of the last things we got was any of the armor. We were solidly like ready to take on the mech hive for the longest time and just kind of dragging it out, because running up and trying to fight a mech hive in vac suit sounds like a fast way to lose a lot of people. Just get plugged by a bunch of charge lances, that kind of thing. Okay, so we got the stone cutting bench. So we tell them to do that forever. And we're going to go here and say blocks. Nope. And up here in this disaster, blocks. Yep. And we'll be able to finally start getting some of all that stuff there. For right now, we are a raider ideology. We are planning on going, like, conquest the map, that kind of thing. We also are now up to, what is it? Pain is a virtue, so we are going through and slowly scarifying ourselves. And we kind of made the decision that what we were going to do is every time we reform the ideology, we were going to escalate the scarification until we're up to extreme. Which is probably an awful idea. But I almost never run scarification or raid or any of these kinds of things, so why the heck not? Okay, so we're finally cutting brick after all this time. Because our random research we got going on does not believe in electricity. It does really believe in drugs. We got almost all the drugs back to back to back to back. And it's like, I get it. You really want the drugs. File it under content for stream, basically. And that absolutely is part of why I like the semi-random research. Is when you're sitting on a desert tile and it goes, how would you like the water wheel? And you just kind of stare at it going, what am I supposed to do with that? And then we got our baby pulverizer here. It's going to show the world what's for. That needs to be drug outside. It's fine. Right. So you definitely use more steel and components and all that. We'll worry about that. I'm not putting a priority. We are going to be using the grav ship. I haven't summoned it yet. Usually what I'll do is I'll wait till we get electricity researched. Then I'll bring in the grav ship so that we're eligible. No, the baby is named Pulverizer. No babies have been pulverized. Correct. Normally when I do my runs, generally speaking, we run our colonies like we're relatively decent people. You know, it is RimWorld, so take what you will. But with all that said, you know, I will absolutely use the de-aging ritual because it's just too strong. It's just way too strong to not use the de-aging thing. The bioregeneration pods needing to sit in there for like half a season and all that stuff. You know, versus just smacking a person into the de-aging pod. Or sorry, the de-aging ritual and just being done with it. You just can't. Okay. Alright, so let them start getting some shelves built. Because we are going to want to store a bunch of stuff. Quest expires. Yeah, we had this person. And kind, fat, trigger-happy, fast walker with actual combat skills and everything is really tempting. But we don't have her ship yet, and it's a Yatkin. And Yatkins are pretty awful. I might say no to that one. I was very much like, I'm going to grab that right away, and then people reminded me that they have slow healing and everything. And I always forget about that. Because, like, usually I'm worried about aggressive because I find aggressive obnoxious. But I always low-key forget just how awful low healing is. Where you take an injury, it takes them like 4 days to heal from it. Yeah, we'll forget it. Because I'm also remembering we're going to get this grab ship. We're going to have like 12 colonists and try and shove them in the tiny little grab ship. And it's going to be a mess. What are you doing? I really need you planting. I didn't actually say no sowing in you. No, you're fine. Probably no sowing in that one as well. Harp, that's fine. Oh, wait. How are we basically out of corn? Fine, just sow it all. I missed something. We had like almost 2,000 corn and suddenly I don't have any. It's fine. Once we had a movie night, we added a lot of popcorn. As long as you buttered it up. That's the important thing. If you didn't butter it up, we gotta talk about this. But if you butter it up, you're good. That's a fair use of the corn. There, we're gonna be a little obnoxious in how we deal with these shells. We're just gonna really pile that in there. And that's not something I should be doing, but I'm doing it anyways. Because that's the life we live. Yeah, so making the harpsichord. I'm willing to leave that alone, and we'll just keep going for a better one. And meanwhile, immediately go back to converting this one. There's probably one more conversion after this. Yep. So one more conversion, and we should have Code Sage converted. Meanwhile, it's another night. It's time for another Scar. Because we are Pain is a Virtue, which means keep building up those scars. I still got some wood laying around. The big problem I have is I've got one person who's growing right now, and that is not... The volume of area I've got them covering is way past a one person growing can reasonably accommodate. Yeah, oof, dry popcorn. I know, right? Low-key, that's a conversation that me, like, both myself and my brothers, as well as my wife, have all done. Do you have a mod list? Yes, ! Mods. But it is just low-key one of those things that we've kind of covered a couple of times. Alright, so you got a scar on your head. Not a big fan of that, but it is what it is. That we're like, why do the Girl Scouts do so much better when it comes to fundraising? You're like, oh right, the Girl Scouts decided to do cookies, which makes a lot of sense. People really like cookies. I have never run to a person and be like, nah, cookies, man, I'm out. Meanwhile, for the Boy Scouts are like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do popcorn. And like, don't get me wrong, you can get good popcorn. But usually, most of the popcorn flavors are pretty mid. There's a couple of good ones like the cheddar popcorn and all that. But like, there's a lot of really underwhelming popcorn. And so you're looking at that going, okay, if I'm sitting there and I got $20 that I'm like, I'm going to be donating to this to one of the scouts. And on this side, you got them where they ran up with the Thin Mints. And on that side, they ran up with caramel popcorn. Let's be real, who are you choosing between Thin Mints and caramel popcorn? I'm not saying it's a competition, but there's clearly a winner. Okay. As the next Girl Scout, it was great when the Troop to Troop came out. It was great. When Troop to Troop came out. Oh, is that a movie? I'm not familiar with this one. Which I'm sure underwhelms. Yeah, I'm not familiar. That's got to be a movie, right? Or a book. All I know is I would go out of my way for Thin Mints. Like if I had a buddy who had like a kid who was doing like the Girl Scout cookie thing, it's like, oh, you need me to support your kid? Yeah, I'll take like 6 boxes of those Thin Mints. Hook me up. When someone came up and they had like the Boy Scout and they're like, oh yeah, my kid's doing the whole thing. They've got popcorn. You're like, all right, what kind of popcorn do they have? Yeah, I'll take one. Sure, the cheddar one, I'll take one of those. I want to support it. It was so easy to get people to send box of Girl Scouts cookie to American troops overseas. Oh yeah. Diet was no longer an excuse. Yeah, no, that's absolutely another one of those things. Like, no. I'm not cheating on my diet. I'm supporting a good cause. Oh, Troop to Troop was a program to send Girl Scout cookies to troops? Oh, okay, that makes sense. That's a cool cause. But yeah, no, absolutely. I would 100% like, oh, I'm trying to eat healthier. No, you don't understand. It's Girl Scout cookie season. It's just these 4 or 5 boxes. It's fine. They don't count. I'm not one who's been a big dieting person. I'm also not someone who has much of a sweet tooth, but when the Girl Scouts are out and there's the Thin Mints, you know, things have to happen. But the point is, choosing popcorn as your fundraiser for Boy Scouts was definitely not the strongest win. Like, they could have done something like beef jerky and probably have done way better. Granted, it'd be more expensive to make, but let's be real. Thin Mints have to be have been frozen to be crushed into vanilla ice cream. Oh yeah, and there's lots of things you can do with Thin Mints. Which, meanwhile, what can you do with popcorn? You can eat it. What else can you do with popcorn? Nothing. It's popcorn. You eat it as popcorn. That's not true. There's a few things you could do, but it does not have the versatility of the Thin Mint. Especially if they're all seasoned up already. It's very limiting. The correct answer is just cookies. Alright, chat, so I delayed the ad break as long as I could. I was only able to push it back 15 minutes. So it's going to happen here in 30 seconds. And I got to use the restroom in a big way, so I'm going to do that. Storing it for Christmas tree? That's fair. That is a correct solution of what to do to popcorn. Not eat it. I actually don't mind popcorn. It's definitely not my go-to snack. Again, not counting movie popcorn. Fresh movie theater popcorn that's, you know, just an excuse to eat a hell of a lot of butter, which I am on board with. That's a different story. But, like, pre-cooked popcorn in, like, the tin thing? Nah, it's fine. Alright. You like popcorn, you hate the kernels. Fair. So with that said, I'm going to be back in just a couple minutes. Got to use the restroom and all that, so I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. If you are enjoying the content, don't forget to drop a follow. That is how Twitch works and all that. But I'll be back in a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? No tree lines. I'm getting boxed in real hard here. Okay. Let me over. Okay, cool. I don't like jumping over fences because there's always an RNG chance we trip, but that was one of those ones. It was jump over or die. Ooh, 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 ooh. Where's my flashlight? Where's my flashlight? Where's my flashlight? I've got eggs in my pocket. I gotta keep that in mind as well. I hate all of this. This is deeply upsetting. Stop shaking my screen, you giant worm. Man, giant worms, all they want is attention. Yeah, it takes a very long time. It takes a very long time for the zombies to die from that. Zombies want your ice cream? Yeah, it's a bummer because usually you don't find food at the beginning. Or if you do, it's like one minor thing that's not worth anything. We don't accidentally over-poison ourselves. Hope we have antibiotics? Nope. Still. I'm glad you moved here, Farmer Rual. That is too incredibly freaking adorable. I'm gonna need you to tone down the weaponized levels of adorableness. You never played Stardew Valley? Do you think you'd like it? Alright. I also just realized that one clip kept coming up, and I'm like, why did someone, clip me going, antibiotics? Nope. I forgot. That was the glitch. If you watch that clip really carefully when it goes by, my character is eating a worm, but it glitches for a second where they grab the worm and the model gets to be like 10 times the size of what it's basically the size of the character that they're like eating this giant worm. Granted, it still only gave me one hunger, but it was one of those things that like out of context, like, man, why does this clip, like, what was this clip? But I still think I need to probably go back and clean that clip up because it going by, you just don't see what it's about, unfortunately. Because I've been doing a cleanup on the clips. What was this? Oh. Yeah, I can deal with that. Because I'm trying to go through my clips and do a cleanup. Getting all the ones that are like not of stuff or not really relevant to the channel anymore. Avoid sculpture and a power claw at this stage is interesting. The power claw does, let's see. If you still have that VOD, you brought up the screenshot a few minutes later. No, that VOD's long gone. VODs are only good for like... Oh, wait, actually. I mean, the VOD would be on YouTube, but on Twitch, they only last for like 30 or 60 days or whatever, and then they're gone. Right. So I also just remembered. Didn't we have... Oh, you're probably way over there. Send caravan. How long would it take? If I were to actually send someone, it's about 6 days. That's a long time to hike, but it is for a unique masterwork weapon. Okay, what did it actually say for it? Cryosleep Warriors, it'd be 2 people and a unique masterwork weapon. Do we march all that way for it? There's a certain amount of risk involved with that. We could pop by here, get the conquest bonus there. That would also give us extra pemmican, and work our way up. Yeah, that's a hike. Because I'm probably going to want to send at least 3 people. And that means the entire time we're going to be down to 2 fighting people. I think we risk it for the biscuit. That is a dodgy one. So we're going to accept that. So who are we sending? So we've got Earthrush here. Earthrush is our mining person. I think they go. I don't need a mining person right now. Rambo here is our researcher crafter. I think we could do without them for a while. Code Sage stays behind, so I have a melee back here. Rongor here. Rongor is our cook. They probably stay behind. And then Zerx here. Zerx is our construction person. I think they go. And then you're a pacifist, so there's no reason for you to go. You are 2 combat people who can grow stuff and cook stuff. And then Sorrow is a creepy joiner, so they're going nowhere. I think we're good there. And we've got 4.9 days of food, which is not all that much food, honestly. I'm going to actually have you bring all 10 meals as well. Get out of here. Alright, so we're taking a risk here, but we're going for a masterwork unique weapon. And we're basically having them grab all of the food and get out of here. The others will be growing and cooking as they're left behind, so I think that's fine. There's a harpsichord, and electricity is coming next. Cool. So that means realistically we're probably going to want to make the harpsichord. We'll wait on the harpsichord. Right, and Sorrow could do construction, so that's fine. This should also reveal a bunch of the map in this direction. Now, one of the downsides of that means we're not going to be doing a conquest for a little while. So we might need to worry about that. Not unless it counts taking that on as a conquest. I don't think it will. But that's a pretty long caravan. We should probably keep our eye on if we can get ourselves any decent caravanning animals. I mean, there's donkeys. They're not the worst. They're definitely not the best. I don't have anything to trade you, so let's know. I mean, let's not worry about the caravanning animals, because what we're probably going to do is we are going to get electricity researched. We'll call in the grav ship. We're going to stash all the grav ship parts in storage here. Yep. We'll get all the grav ship parts into storage there. And we can go and work on that when we get the grav ship research done. We'll start building the grav ship, which we don't really have a good place to do it where it's not going to be at a certain level of risk. Which is a little scary. Oh, right. One of the things I can do. Do we have granite on our tile, by the way? What stone do I have on my tile? Granite. Okay. So what I could do here is go to structure, steel wall, granite. If we're right now cut straight across here, I'm gonna put a granite door. It doesn't matter where. Down here. Meanwhile, convert. And that should be you fully converted. Cool. So that leaves one person still to convert, which is Sorrow, who is, again, a creepy joiner. They've got disturbing, but we just cut out their tongue to be through with it. Yeah, so what we're also doing is this will let me tour to watch for any nearby neighbors. Potential targets for threat. Alright, the Devil Strand's coming along. The corn is almost grown in. Man, we are getting some little, like, lag spikes going on. Oh, you know what I think it is? I'm willing to bet this is a consequence of the mod. Because one of the things of the world generation tends to be very slow. I'm thinking what's happened is each time it's expanding our radius we can see, we're getting hiccups of lag. Like you can see we just hit the next tile. We're getting a hiccup of lag as it reveals more of the map. Gotcha, that's a bummer. It is what it is. I don't think it's bad enough to, like, reset or whatever. It's caravanning like this that'll be the really big one, because it'll be just, again, a hit to performance, a hit to performance. But once we grav ship, it'll be fine. We'll land, we'll take one hit all at once, and then we'll move on to the next thing and not have to worry about it. Hopefully they get that sorted. I think it's just the nature of how the generation works on the map that's the problem. It's the same reason for, if you've ever noticed, when Ship to the Stars spawns, you get a really big, like, hitch on performance for just a minute there. And it's the same thing. When that particular thing is generated, it causes problems. Okay, and they're slowly sealing that up. Once we seal that up, we can make it into a pen. And then with that, we can go ahead and get ourselves some caravanning animals, or at least some animals that are useful. Or not, I don't know. I've got the marker regardless. It gives us options. Yeah, that's pretty annoying. At least they're on this road. They'll get up there relatively quick. And then the return trip should probably follow that same road. So I don't think we'll incur that much of a performance thing on the back. They'll probably follow mostly the same path. It'll be maybe just this last stretch. It might take a slightly different path. But we're going to need that anyways to find neighboring areas. But otherwise what we'll do is we'll, we'll use the ship to jump around and just hit targets. Do we have a crafter still here at home? I mean, Rongor can craft, I guess. You know, Rongor would craft after cleaning and all that. Probably won't get a whole lot done. Yep, and we still have someone who can doctor, because Apple Lords can do that. Yep, so... Oh, you want to start at the altar? We'll wait till it's getting into the evening again, and then we'll go ahead and get Code scarified, now that they're part of the ideology. Cargo pods. Alright, you just want to give me 23 fine meals? I'm down. Eat well while you can. And how much longer? So we got 1.3 days to reach the target. And you got 13 days left till that goes away. I'm actually thinking food-wise and material-wise, honestly raiding those work camps can work pretty well. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Now, I don't think, at least I can't remember seeing them show up with plasteel. I've seen them show up with like gold, steel, wood, just food in general, stuff like that. I'm not super worried. These are going to rot before we manage to eat them all with only 4 people here. They're only good for 4 days. But if they get them, they get them. That's fine. Okay, they're almost there. And then we got to fight 2 on 3. So they've got a masterwork weapon. They will very likely have armor. So the big hope here is we can either A, get the drop on someone and take them out of the fight before it gets too far. B, they'll have like one guy with a smoke grenade launcher, something utterly useless, or like EMP grenade launcher, whatever. And then 3, whoever their biggest threat is, if we can just jump our melee person on them just to take them out of the fight. But we have no armor. So that was the reason why I was like, alright, this is a little bit of a risk. Yeah, we're definitely not going to tackle that. with half our colony away. Okay, last couple tiles. We're almost there. And it does look like the road goes almost directly to them. We actually don't have hardly any points of interest markers right by us either. They're all kind of a little ways away. I do wonder if when we move to the next tile, if it will lag again repeating a tile, or if it remembers that we revealed. No, because it just skipped 2 tiles without lagging. You've seen a plasteel one, but it could be a mod. Maybe, maybe not. It could just be rare. All right. Yeah, I think for building the grab ship, what we'll end up doing, probably, honestly, probably retiring these 2 grow areas and just putting it over here. Valentine's prisoners will make me keep 2 prisoners for 9 days of paralytic aphasia. Bloodlust kind, that's not a bad pawn, especially for having someone carry bodies. They're also a doctor. Flesh shaping can also be really good. We won't get to use it for a while. Honestly, for just keeping 2 prisoners, just sitting around kind of thing. We should be... Yeah, we've got 300 food here. We're going to get a bunch more food going soon. And I got the meals out here that are lasting for a little while longer. It's only for 9 days. Yeah, I'll do it. Okay, and what we could do in the meantime is you are now a prison. So capture and capture. So prisoner, convert them, prisoner, convert them. That way they want scars and violence in their future. Alright, we won't worry about scarifying you till the others are back. Okay, last couple tiles. And what's over here? A bay. We don't care about that. And we have a warden, right? Yeah, we got a warden. All right. The last step here. We still have 3.5 days of food, which should be enough for the return trip, even if we don't find anything here, which is pretty unlikely. Okay, I don't love that they're making me walk through the water to get here. Looks like the doors are there and there. Now, one thing I'm going to need to be careful is we don't have proper armor and we don't have proper, like, shield belts. So we don't want to worry about exploring this too much. Just in the event we trigger a hunter drone. The best way for me to deal with a hunter drone with this group is ultimately going to be have one person aggro it and run away while the other 2 shoot at it. You don't always get a great way of setting that up. And I really do need to be mindful that we are away from our colony. And how long I'm willing to put up with that. Because right now we're in the situation where we could get a big raid, well, not a big raid, we could get a raid at our colony. It'd only take a couple of people to be a real threat. Because it got 1 range and 1 melee. Okay, we got that room. Okay, I do not see them, so we got a component box here. I want to get those before we go. So let's step back and give that a second. See if we can't catch one of these guys running around in the hallways. Okay, so you're the one with the unique weapon. You have a long shot of justice. And the long shot of justice is lightweight, so it aims faster. Honestly, it's already a masterwork bolt action. I'm not going to be upset about it. But what's your buddy got? Can I catch your buddy before we run in there? At least know where you are. Because we could easily get on that guy and start meleeing. And more than likely take him down without too much. Okay, and your buddy here has a Hellcat. Which is kind of worst case scenario. Because of the Hellcat, they're going to be able to pop fire. And I'm not going to be able to prevent that. That's actually pretty rough. And even if I get them in melee, they can spray me with the fire. So the hope here is either one, I can get jump on the Hellcat and just shoot them enough before they get a chance to respond, which is very unlikely. Or that I could take Lapo out of here before everything goes farther. Try to get in position, go faster, go faster, go faster. Get him. Okay, spread out so that hopefully, for whatever reason, the buddy didn't even notice us. So you grab that real fast. And duck into this room, duck into the room. Okay, how badly were those hits? You got a really bad hit to your leg and a really bad hit to your yes. Unfortunately, we cannot wait to deal with that. Or we cannot deal with that now. Get on them. Put out the fire really quick. That's not what you want. You, go punch that man. Zerx, I need you to take him down. Okay. How are we looking? Bunch of bruises, you're bleeding from everything. You're bleeding from a lot too. Okay, in this particular case, you start patching them up real fast. And I don't think we explore this whole place. We got some goodies. If we hit a hunter drone, anyone takes a hit from it, they're probably dead. Come on, get those holes patched up. Okay, so you go open those boxes that are available on our loot table. And you start tending to that bleed there. And then you go ahead and read the map. And the whole game lags for a minute while you do. And then now that you got that patched, okay, world map, reform caravan, and get back home. Except, we got all of you. Grab all the food, items, the components of smoke leaf, the go juice. Grab your sword, grab the pump shotty, grab the Hellcat. And we're good. And I know there's likely other good stuff there, but with all three of them injured and one downed, and not really a good doctor among them, I think it's just been in our best interest to take our win and get out of there. Hey, Ocarina Sheep, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. It means a lot that you drop your raid over here. Fire down here. Oh, we got rainy thunderstorm again. Thank you so much for the raid and all that stuff. I really do appreciate it. How was your stream? What were you playing? Can we get a shout out for Ocarina Sheep? I really need you to be moving. Also playing some RimWorld. So how is your colony and all that stuff? And if you got a raid and run, like, I totally understand, no big deal. But you're obviously welcome here. But yeah, what do you got for your run going and all that stuff? But again, welcome in Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You'll notice there's a past tense there. But that said, I do play a whole variety of games, including RimWorld. RimWorld is one of those things that is... I need to check. It's either my most played game or second most played. It's on that fence where it could go either way. Trying out the Odyssey DLC, finally got the shape of the ship for him. Nice. But yeah, but welcome in. It's good to meet you. Let me go ahead and do this real fast. Oh, wait. I'm already following you. You lose track here. But yeah, no, it's good to have you. Thank you again for that raid. I lose track of who I'm following and who I'm not. You already follow me and I didn't realize it? Yeah, no, I have a lot of people I end up following and I just lurk. But thank you again for that follow. Welcome to the stream. You know, it's good to have you. But yeah, no, it's I've been very much enjoying Odyssey. We took a little bit of a break from Odyssey for a little bit to do some vintage story for the first time. Ah, yes. Inverse Flux is someone who I used to spend a lot of time, like, Inverse Flux and me would raid each other back quite a bit back in the when I was like going really hard on Project Zomboid and they were as well. That makes sense. Yeah, because trying to picture, I was like, okay, clearly I follow this person. Like, when did we meet? Yeah, it also makes sense. That's why my memory's a little bit patchy as well, with it being all the way back in the Project Zomboid days when I was going super heavy on that. These days, I don't actually play that much Project Zomboid anymore. For me personally, Build 42 is not really my jam. It brings a lot of cool stuff to the table, but I like to do a lot of the fighting of the zombies, and in a lot of way, Build 42 kind of gets between you and that. If you're playing on ridiculous zombie pops. Just because of how much crafting is involved. Yeah, I actually don't mind the muscle strain thing. I know that's been a very unpopular change, but it's kind of one of those things that slows down the early game, and by mid-game, it's barely relevant anymore. Early game, it's rough. Early game, it's real rough. But that was already the case when you're doing, like, 0 to hero runs, because that's the way I always ran, to 0 strength, 0 fitness. So early Project Zomboid was, you fight, like, 4 or 5 zombies, and your character needs, like, half an afternoon to sit down and recoup. I'm exaggerating quite a bit. Alright, so we got an Impet here who's not amazing, so they'll probably just stay up there and be ignored. Alright, let's hope this caravan gets back in time, because this is a little bit of a risk. We are a raider ideology on this one, which is something I don't typically do. And what that actually means is I have to attack people regularly. Oh, one of the things I would have checked. Does taking that out count as a raid? It does not count as conquest. Just to be clear, we went up and we destroyed people who had a unique weapon or whatever, and it did not count as a conquest thing, which is fine. I didn't expect it to count. Possibly. And do farming? You like the idea of farming in Build 42? Yeah, I know early on it's been rough, because one of the things that came up with that is they had realistic times for growing stuff, so some of it was like 270 days, I think, was it garlic or whatever had the longest time. And even as someone who, again, I used to hold the world record in the game for highest kill count run streamed, even for as long as I live, even then, I'm like, you know how many times I'm going to pull this up? Maybe once, ever. And then I'm probably never going to bother again. Like, I like using the farming and all that in the game, but the grow times being in the hundreds of days, like, hang on, wait. There's way too much that can go wrong and way too little chance of actually seeing the other side of that. So I'm happy to see that we did not get an infection, because I was a little worried about that with everyone being all cut up from that. To be fair, we fought 2 armored targets with 3 non-armored targets, and we walked away without significant permanent injury and getting our very first Masterwork unique weapon. So we've got a bolt-action rifle that aims faster, which is certainly not bad. I would have loved more, but regardless, it's Masterwork. And it's not a bad weapon to be Masterwork. Yeah, no, it'd be good to see where build 42 goes. I'm a little worried they're gonna keep leaning more and more into like having to have more and more depth on the crafting, which I don't think is a bad call for the game, but I do think one of my concerns is that they're leaning more and more into the long side of play, like really long runs and all that. And while that is good for the handful of people who do play those kind of runs, which would include me, generally speaking, the 90+% of the player base surviving month is a pretty high bar. Let alone, you know, a year plus that a lot of these changes feel like they're more oriented for. It's the catch-22 of making it so there's an end game, which there'll never truly be. All right, this is the fear, is that we would be away and we'd be attacked. It is a full... Oh, they're Neanderthals, aren't they? Oh, and with rain. All right, are they going to prepare for a while, or are they coming straight in? Okay, they're going to prepare. That helps a little bit. So if we're lucky, they'll go after the bugs out here. Because if we can get them to go after the bugs out there, then that'll go fine. They'll probably just kill themselves on the bugs. If they do target our people and come directly after our people, I'm not feeling very confident in our odds of 4 Neanderthals against 2 baseliners with a sword and a bolt. Because we could potentially kite, but there's not... Like, I might be able to kite them around there and then loop out, but with 4 of them, it could be really tricky to kite. Not without... Like, if I had, like, a punch-through area here and over there, where I could bait them in here, close that door, then run around the other way kind of thing, that would be better, but we don't have that. Alright, let's see... Do we... Let's go make our new zone. New zone. Rename indoors, because they should be attacking soon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a zone that keeps us inside our base, like inside the building. And the reason I'm doing that is without being able to assign a path to us, there's a better chance that they won't end up targeting one of the pawns. And instead we'll end up targeting... They might target this bench. Let's uninstall the bench real fast. Who could do that? Uninstall the bench really quick, so it's not eligible as a target. And haul that inside. And then deconstruct that. And then get everyone assigned indoors. And how are you all coming along? Yeah, you're still a day out. So, they might target that pen marker there. But I'm thinking with this, there's a pretty good chance they're going to go after those bugs. If they don't, this is going to be a real bad time. You're moving really fast. You're on Go Juice. That is a Neanderthal on Go Juice. I want no part of that. Alright, so we got lucky. They have chosen the target of the insect nests. So how does one dude on Go Juice with a mace do against being absolutely swarmed because they ran into the middle of the group? And right now, they are being absolutely wrecked. Oh, well, that's cool. All right, well, first one's down. Maybe you'll do better. What are you bringing to the table? 3 melee. Probably not encouraging. You're just feeding yourselves in one by one. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and unrestrict our people. And you're moving really slow, because you're on a peg leg and you have slowpoke. That said, you do have 10 melee. What about you? 9 melee. Yeah, so there's some scary people in there. The good news is we should be good with all that. Okay, the first nest is handled. Let's go reassign everyone back indoors. Make sure they stay there so they trigger after the next nest. Yeah, we're good. How long has this colony been going for? Just this stream. Unfortunately, we had another raider run, but between a mod and the unstable branch update, something got bugged and is no longer getting credit for any of it. And so that kind of screwed the whole thing up. All right, orders. We can allow everything. Schedule back to the danger zone. And now one of the things we can do here is go to the danger zone. What are you doing? Oh, you're eating the insect jelly that got left way over there. So this part of the area is open. That's fine. That's fine. And we'll stay out of this one little hallway here. Certainly with the whole group we can handle that now. But yeah, that worked out well, because my fear was trying to hold that down with one sword and a bolt action. I was not feeling pretty good. With two of the guys having over 10 melee and being Neanderthals, and one of them high on go juice. Was this the one that was high in go juice? Yeah. Oh, luckily they were terrible. If that was the one at like 14 melee on go juice, he probably would have turned and just smashed one bug every hit. They probably would have still died to this group over here, but it would have been a very different fight. That's our luck used up for the time being? Pretty much. That is the way these things go. We can move on because we can't trade with them. So let's get our caravan back home. We're close to getting our electricity, which is when we would start building our grav ship out. Well, not building it out. That's when we start researching the grav ship, and hopefully get that. Meanwhile, convert Sorrow again. And Sorrow here is a creepy joiner. We don't know what their deal is yet. They did have Disturbing. Well, do have Disturbing. So we took care of that by ripping out their tongue. I don't normally do that. But, I mean, a trigger-happy, joyous pawn. I'm willing to make exceptions. Right now, we're just waiting for the shoe to drop on what their negative is. Oh, no, actually, you've been here over the 30 days. So you should be safe to be still here. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and draw that name. So that's going to be KLL. So give me 2 seconds. And you're going to actually get a gun here. Now, when I say you're going to get a gun, the other group has a gun coming back. Actually, oh no, that's the... Copy that. Grab all you. Link, paste. Oh, and reinstall the butchering table. Yeah, so they ran out of food, but they're literally right here. Because they're bringing back guns, because we sent them off half across that whole area to chase after a legendary unique weapon, which is a bolt action that's lightweight so it aims faster. And then they're bringing back the weapons they were using. And then we got KLL here, who, you know, is not doing great because we cut their tongue out, and we botched the first attempt, so we ended up cutting their eye out too. It is what it is. So bring this back real fast. And we're not going to be going too much longer. I've already gone a bit over my normal time. But with all the raids and all that, I wanted to make sure, you know, people got some time. And plus, you know, I don't want people to get caught with an ad and then immediately be like, oh, well, you saw the ad. Later. All right, you go grab that pump shotgun for right now. We'll definitely want to get you better later. Oh, meanwhile, where did you drop that sword? Well, actually, take that back. We got the Hellcat. I forgot about the Hellcat. You should have a sword on one of these ones. Someone's still carrying that sword? I'm probably just overlooking it. And sword. There you are. It's right next to the Hellcat. Yeah, because you got thrashed. You're still recovering after a 3-day hike. And everyone looks like they're in good shape. All right. So with that, we got everyone back over here. What was your deal again? Right, you're terrible. Everyone's back over here. We got our brand new, unique bolt-action rifle, which again is lightweight, so 20% faster aiming. And it is Masterwork, so effectively it's just a Masterwork bolt action with a little bit of bonus, which does mean it's going to be a pretty solid choice for I want that thing to go away real quick. So with that said, though, I am going to be wrapping up because normally I wrap up at about 4 p.m. or 4 a.m. EST, and it's about 5. And I do want to make sure I can wake up enough to be able to stream again tonight, I guess would be the right answer. But thank you again so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future.